What if I told you that the very moment you close your eyes tonight, when you are stepping into the richest vault of the universe, your own subconscious mind, and that what you whisper into it before sleep decides whether you wake in lack or in abundance? Every night, you lie in a chamber more powerful than any bank, more secure than any vault, more fertile than any field, and yet most people throw away the keys. They toss and turn in worry, they replay the same fears, and they fall asleep sowing weeds of poverty when they could be planting gold. I declare to you now, sleep is not rest, it is creation. Your bed is not merely a place of comfort, it is an altar. The darkness that surrounds you is not emptiness, it is the sacred womb of supply. And if you dare to speak the right words, with the right faith, you will awaken to signs, provisions, and opportunities that would have seemed impossible only hours before. Have you ever gone to bed drowning in fear, certain the bills could not be paid, and then awoke to unexpected help, a door opening where there was none, a message that shifted everything? That was no accident. That was divine law. Florence Scovel Shinn taught that the night is Spirit's workshop, where the conscious mind steps aside, and infinite supply begins arranging your destiny. So hear me clearly. Tonight is not ordinary. Tonight, if you remain with me, you will learn how to command this sacred chamber. You will not drift into unconsciousness, you will step into creation. And by morning, wealth will not be a dream. It will already be on its way to meet you. Sleep is not the pause button most people imagine. It is the hidden law at work, the great receiver of every thought, every word, every vibration you carry into the night. The conscious mind believes it is in charge, but in truth, the moment your eyes close, the watchtower of logic goes silent, and the gatekeeper steps aside. What remains open, raw, and impressionable is the subconscious, the soil of destiny, the temple gates of abundance. Think of it this way. During the day, your mind is like a crowded marketplace. Ideas clash, fears compete for attention, doubts shout over possibilities, and the truth of your abundance often gets drowned in the noise. But at night, when sleep overtakes you, that marketplace empties. The merchants of fear pack up their stalls. The voices of worry finally fall silent. And in that silence, your subconscious stands wide open like fertile ground, untouched, waiting for a seed. What you plant in those sacred hours determines what blossoms in the light of morning. This is why Florence Scovel Shinn taught that every decree spoken before sleep carries multiplied power. She understood that the subconscious does not argue, it does not debate, it accepts. And neuroscience confirms this. As your brain sinks into theta and delta frequencies, your mind enters the state most receptive to suggestion, most pliable, most open to transformation. Shamans, monks, and mystics have known this for millennia. It is the doorway of miracles. So imagine, instead of falling asleep replaying fears of lack, you close your eyes and speak words of divine supply. Instead of whispering, "How will I survive tomorrow?" you declare, "Infinite Spirit, open the way for my great abundance." In that moment, you are not asking, you are commanding. You are imprinting wealth onto the very fabric of your subconscious, and your subconscious, faithful servant that it is, begins working through the night to summon every vibration, every person, every opportunity that matches the command you planted. This is the hidden law of sleep. The state most people waste is the state where spirit is most ready to create. The hours they treat as unconscious rest are in fact the most conscious partnership with the divine, if only they would recognize it. Tonight, you will. And once you do, you will never see sleep the same again. Let me draw you closer into this mystery with stories, because the law is never just theory, it is lived, demonstrated, embodied. Have you ever noticed how sometimes the most extraordinary solutions come not when you're forcing answers, but after a night's rest? It's as if the unseen hand of spirit arranges the puzzle pieces while you sleep, so that when you wake, everything that seemed impossible the day before suddenly falls into place. Consider this. One man, weighed down by debt, went to bed repeating only a single line he had learned from Florence Scovel Shinn. "I cast this burden on the Christ within, and I go free." He spoke it without knowing how freedom would come, without strategy, without a plan, only faith. That night, he dreamt of walking through a golden gate. The next morning, an unexpected phone call brought news of a long-forgotten payment he was owed. The timing was so precise, so undeniable, that he knew it was not luck. It was law. Another story, A young woman longed for prosperity, but carried resentment like a stone in her chest. She couldn't understand why opportunities slipped away. A teacher guided her to release this resentment before sleep, to whisper forgiveness into the silence of the night. She resisted at first. How could something so simple matter? But one evening, desperate for change, she tried. That night she dreamt of a river of gold rushing toward her, and when she awoke, she felt light for the first time in years. Within weeks, doors that had always been closed began opening, and opportunities for income arrived through channels she never could have predicted. Even Florence herself would tell her students, "Prepare for what you desire." She taught them to act in faith before the evidence appeared. One story she loved to share was of a woman who needed a trunk for her travels but had no money to buy it. Instead of despairing, she thanked Spirit for the trunk, as though it was already hers. Days later, a perfect trunk arrived as a gift. What happened in that woman's outer world was a direct reflection of what she allowed to be planted in her inner world during those receptive, subconscious hours. Think about your own life. Has there ever been a time you went to bed with worry pressing down on your chest, only to wake up with an inexplicable sense of peace or even clarity about what to do next? That wasn't coincidence. That was Spirit speaking to you through the silent workshop of your subconscious. While the world slept, while you rested, something was rearranging itself for your good. And this is the point. The same law that worked for them works for you. The same Spirit that opened trunks, released debts, and healed resentments will respond to your decree. You don't need to know how. You don't need to force the details. All you need is to plant the right seed in the right soil, your subconscious, during sleep, and allow the invisible forces to do the rest. For some, it shows up as a dream. For others, as an inspired idea, and for many, as opportunities waiting like unopened gifts in the morning. These are not accidents. These are stories of spiritual law in motion, proof that overnight abundance is not fantasy, but fact. And tonight, you are about to join that lineage of demonstration. Now let me unveil to you the deeper mechanism, the invisible frequency that governs the flow of wealth into your life. Imagine prosperity as a golden river, always flowing, endless in supply, never running dry. It is not a stream that begins and ends at random. It is eternal, steady, and overflowing. Most people stand at its banks with empty vessels, but never draw from it because their minds are tuned to static, their hearts clogged with fear, worry, or resentment. Instead of hearing the music of abundance, they only hear the noise of lack. Florence Scovel Shinn taught that wealth is not earned by strain, but received by alignment. This golden river responds to the tone of your words and the vibration of your thoughts. It is like a tuning fork. Strike it with doubt, and it vibrates back scarcity. Strike it with faith, and it sings back provision. Each decree you speak before sleep is a note played into that universal symphony. Speak, "I am broke," and you join the chorus of lack. Declare, "I am supplied by divine law," and the river rushes to meet you, carrying opportunity, supply, and restoration on its current. Think of every affirmation as a drop of liquid gold falling against the dam of your fears. At first, nothing seems to move. The dam stands tall, and the river of abundance waits behind it. But with every drop, the pressure builds. Night after night, as you lie down and declare wealth as your birthright, those drops accumulate until the dam can no longer hold. And suddenly, in what the world calls a miracle but is truly law, the wall bursts. The golden flood of prosperity pours forth, washing away years of limitation in a single sweep. The subconscious, in its night work, acts as the receiver of this frequency. It does not argue. It does not resist. It simply tunes itself to whatever you allow. If you go to bed replaying debts, your subconscious vibrates with scarcity. If you lie down speaking truth, declaring, "Wealth is mine now, by divine inheritance," your subconscious vibrates with abundance. And because the outer world is nothing but the mirror of the inner vibration, your affairs soon reflect what you planted. This is why so many miss their good. They believe wealth is locked in banks, controlled by bosses, dictated by economies. But I tell you plainly, wealth is vibration. It is frequency. It is alignment with the eternal golden river that never ceases to flow. And tonight, as you allow these affirmations to enter your ears and settle into your soul, you will tune to that frequency with precision. You will no longer stand at the banks as a spectator. You will step into the current as an heir. So as you prepare for the meditation to come, hold this picture. Every word spoken is a note, every decree is a drop, every affirmation is a key turning in the lock. You are not begging wealth to appear, you are commanding the gates to swing open, and when they open, nothing can hold back the flood. Before you can step fully into the golden current, before you can surrender to the music of wealth frequencies that will play through the long hours of the night, there must be preparation. The soil of the soul must be cleared, the burdens of the day must be laid down, and the mind must be swept clean of the dust of worry. Spirit cannot pour its treasure into a vessel that is already overflowing with fear. Florence Scovel Shinn would say it plainly, "I cast this burden on the Christ within, and I go free." That is not poetry, it is the necessary release that makes room for abundance to flow. I want you to picture this with me. As you lie down, imagine before you an altar made of pure flame. It glows with the light of divine fire, a fire that does not destroy but purifies. Upon this altar, you place every care of the day, debts that press against your heart, resentments that gnaw at your spirit, fears that whisper in the night. One by one, you lay them there, and as you do, the fire consumes them. Watch as every worry is turned to smoke, every chain melts away, every heavy stone lifts from your chest. The altar does not ask questions, it only transforms. Now, feel the release in your body. Breathe out slowly and notice how the shoulders drop, how the chest feels lighter, how the mind clears. For the first time today, perhaps in weeks, perhaps in years, you are free. Free to receive, free to be supplied, free to listen as Spirit speaks in the silence of night. Do you see now why preparation is sacred? Without release, the affirmations fall on hard soil. With release, they fall on fertile ground and spring up quickly into demonstration. As you prepare, speak with me aloud these words. I cast this burden on the Christ within, and I go free. Infinite Spirit, open the way for my great abundance. Feel the vibration of these words as they pass your lips. They are not idle sentences, they are keys. With every repetition, doors unlock. With every declaration, the subconscious clears a wider channel for wealth to flow. Now I tell you, the sleep you are about to enter will not be ordinary. You have set the stage, you have prepared the temple, you have swept the chamber clean. What happens in the next hours is no longer random rest, it is sacred creation. Tonight you will not dream as a beggar of chance, you will rest as an heir of divine inheritance. Every word planted will grow, every decree will echo through the corridors of the subconscious. Every vibration will tune itself to the golden frequency of abundance. So, as you release the last of today's worries into the fire, know this. You are ready. Ready to let the affirmations play over you like waves. Ready to let Spirit move while you sleep. Ready to wake, not to the same limitations, but to the first evidence of divine provision in motion. The soil of your soul is clear, the night is waiting, and the harvest is already on its way. Now that your soul is prepared, now that the altar has consumed your burdens and the chamber of your subconscious is open like fertile soil, let me speak to you of the sacred promise that undergirds it all. You see, abundance is not a prize you must earn. It is not a favor granted to the lucky few. It is not the cruel game of chance that the world would have you believe. Abundance is your divine inheritance, written into the very fabric of your being by the Creator who formed you in likeness and power. When Scripture declares, "Thou shalt also decree a thing, and it shall be established unto thee," it is not a poetic suggestion, it is law. What you decree, in faith, must take form, for the universe itself is compelled to obey the vibration of your word. This is the sacred promise, that wealth responds to your decree, not your desperation. It does not answer begging, it does not bow to fear, it does not yield to anxiety. Wealth is commanded, never chased. It arrives not as a result of frantic effort, but as the natural fruit of alignment with divine law. Florence Scovel Shinn saw this clearly. She taught her students to stop pleading with life as beggars, and to stand instead as heirs, declaring boldly, "I have a perfect work in a perfect way. I give perfect service for perfect pay." And those who dared to speak it, those who dared to believe it, found doors opening that no man could shut. So tonight, as you rest, I give you this final command before the meditation begins. Infinite Spirit, open the way for my great abundance. Speak it not as a request, but as an order issued to the universe. See before you the gates of wealth swinging wide, the golden river rushing forth, the walls of Jericho falling down with a crash at the sound of your word. You are not small, you are not powerless, you are not forgotten. You are the vessel through which divine supply must pour, for law is impartial, and it answers every decree planted in faith. And now, as you surrender to the rhythm of these affirmations, know that each word you hear in the hours to come will be a seed sown deep in your subconscious. Your sleep will be the soil, rich and ready. Your tomorrow will be the harvest, ripe and abundant. This is not mere suggestion, it is divine contract. You speak, and it is so. You decree, and it is established. You plant, and you reap. That is the promise. That is the law. And tonight, you will prove it. Now, beloved, the time has come to step into the stream itself. You have heard the mysteries unveiled. You have felt the weight of burdens lifted. You have received the sacred promise. And now, you cross the threshold where words become vibration, and vibration becomes wealth. As these affirmations begin to flow over you, repeating through the long night, do not resist them, do not analyze them, do not measure them. Simply allow them to wash through your mind as waves upon the shore. Each phrase will sink deeper and deeper, embedding itself in the subconscious chamber where spirit does its holiest work. You may find yourself drifting in and out of awareness, but understand this: the law does not sleep. Your conscious mind may wander, your body may rest, but your subconscious records every decree. It is like a faithful scribe, etching lines of gold upon the tablets of your destiny. With each repetition, the grooves become deeper, the vibrations stronger, until it becomes impossible for lack to hold its place in your affairs. So as you surrender, know that you are not falling into unconsciousness, you are rising into creation. Your bed is no longer a simple piece of furniture, it is the womb of abundance. The silence around you is no longer empty, it is the resonance chamber of spirit. Every word is a seed, every breath is an agreement, every moment of rest is an activation. And when you awaken, you will not be the same. You will rise not as a prisoner of worry, but as an heir of divine supply. You will look upon the day with new eyes, for the law has been set in motion while you slept. Wealth has been summoned, opportunities released, doors unbolted. This is the mystery the world calls miracle, but which spirit calls simple truth. Now, let the affirmations begin. Let them echo, let them vibrate, let them shape the unseen substance into form. Sleep deeply, sleep freely. Sleep as one who knows. I am wealthy, I am provided for, I am supplied by divine law. And so it is. The world told me I was poor, but heaven declared I was wealthy. They said I had to hustle. Heaven said I had to speak. They told me to sacrifice and climb the mountain of man-made success. But the Spirit whispered, "Stand still and speak the word, and I will deliver it unto thee." I was not born to be a slave to the visible. I was born to command the invisible. And so are you. You may think you're watching this video to learn how to become a multimillionaire. But let me tell you the truth. You are already a multimillionaire in the realm of spirit. You do not become what you say, you reveal what already is by speaking it into form. Every dollar, every contract, every opportunity, every divine appointment already exists in the invisible warehouse of the Word. I did not chase it. I did not earn it. I declared it. And it came to me under grace, in perfect ways. When I say, I am a multimillionaire, I am not describing a desire. I am wielding the name of God. I am that I am, said the Lord to Moses. That is not a riddle. That is a legal announcement in the court of divine law. It is the password that parts the sea. It is the key that unlocks the treasury. When you say, I am, you are stepping into your eternal identity, not what the world calls you, not what your bank account echoes back to you, but what Spirit already knows to be true. You are rich now. You are provided for now. You are supplied now. But your mouth must catch up with heaven. You see, I was once like you, waiting, hoping, afraid to declare the good lest I be disappointed. I thought faith meant silently believing, but I learned it means boldly decreeing. I thought wealth came from action, but I learned it comes from authority. I was waiting on God, but God was waiting on my word. And the moment I spoke, not from fear, Not from force, but from law. Everything changed. Money showed up. People offered checks. Old debts vanished. New doors swung open. Why? Because I said one thing. I am a multimillionaire by divine right, and the supply is here now. Let the weak say, I am strong. Let the poor say, I am rich. Why? Because your mouth is the seat of your dominion. Your tongue is not a suggestion, it is a decree. It is the gavel that bangs in the court of heaven and commands all substance to obey. Your word is your wand. You wave it over lack, and it dissolves. You wave it over debt, and it disappears. You wave it over confusion, and it becomes divine order. I will say this once, and I will say it with fire. The wealth you are waiting for is waiting for your word. It will not move until you command it. It will not show up until you identify as it. You are not here to earn. You are here to decree. And the tongue in your mouth is the throne from which you rule your kingdom. Thou shalt decree a thing, and it shall be established unto thee. That is not poetry. That is legal fact in the courtroom of God. So say it with me now, not timidly, not hypothetically, not someday, but now. I am a multimillionaire by divine law. The substance is mine now. The wealth obeys my word. I speak it into law. And so it is. Are you ready to walk with me into this dominion? Then stay with me. The world is about to watch you rise because you opened your mouth and spoke. Not from emotion, but from authority. Not from begging, but from being. Not from hope, but from law. Poverty is not a condition, it is a confession, a spell spoken over and over until the one who cast it forgets that they were the magician all along. Hypnotized by the illusion they themselves upheld with every whispered fear, every casual complaint, every declaration of, I can't afford it, every unconscious agreement with lack, limitation, and delay, never realizing that these words were not reflections of reality but the very architects of it, building brick by invisible brick, the prison of smallness that so many live in while blaming the economy, their upbringing, the news, the neighbor, the balance in the bank, when in truth it is not the lack of money but the misuse of mouth that sustains their bondage, for the world responds not to your need but to your word. You are not created to live at the mercy of numbers on a screen or coins in a jar. You were formed in the image and likeness of the Creator, whose first act was not to labor, not to hustle, not to negotiate, but to speak. Let there be light, and there was light. And that divine blueprint remains unchanged for you, beloved, for you have been given the same mouth, the same breath, the same authority to call forth what is unseen into what is seen, and yet most continue to speak, not what they desire but what they dread, not what they hope for but what they fear, and in doing so they reverse the creative current of heaven, turning their word, their wand, their throne of dominion into a faucet of delay, watering the weeds of doubt and wondering why no harvest of riches ever grows. But I tell you now, with the rhythm of truth echoing in your soul, that poverty is not your destiny. It is not your trial. It is not your cross to bear. It is not God's test or timing or punishment. It is a false decree, a vibration of error, a garment of unworthiness that you must cast off by the authority of the word. For the kingdom of heaven is not in meat and drink, not in checks and balances, not in hours clocked or resumes perfected, but in righteousness, peace, and joyous, and also in substance, pressed down, shaken together, and running over, but only to the mouth that dares to claim it. For you see, the world will sell you a story of poverty, as virtue, as humility, as realism. But I come not to flatter you. I come to free you, to break that agreement, to remind you that your inheritance is wealth, your nature is abundance, and your speech is the golden key. And if you are still speaking like a slave, you will never walk like a sovereign. And if you are still prophesying delay, you will never live in divine timing. And if you are still saying, I can't, I don't know how, I'm trying, then your mouth has been hijacked by the lie. And it is time, yes, time right now, to repossess the temple of your tongue and re-sanctify it in truth. And what is the truth? The truth is this: You are not broke. You are not stuck. You are not waiting. You are not small. You are not forgotten. You are not behind. You are not late. You are not unqualified. You are not lacking. You are not cursed. You are not unworthy. You are not a victim. You are not just surviving. You are a living current of divine substance. You are a voice of wealth in human form. You are a steward of God's storehouse. You are a mouthpiece of the miraculous. You are a king who forgot he had the crown in his pocket. And it is Timies, this very memento. Place it back upon your head, straighten your back, open your mouth, and decree what heaven has been waiting to echo. So I say again, not with emotion but with dominion. Poverty is not real. It is only as real as your last sentence. And if your sentence has been one of lack, then let this be the moment you reverse it. Let this be the moment you say, I break all contracts with the illusion of poverty. I erase every word of lack spoken by me or over me. I declare, I am supplied, I am wealthy, I am sourced, I am a multi-millionaire by divine law, and the treasury opens now. Let the weak say, I am strong. Let the broke say, I am rich. Let the bound say, I am free. And if you dare to say it, not to test it, not to see what happens, but to establish it as law, then the law will rise to meet your word and prove itself faithful, for the word cannot return void. But it can remain unspoken. And if your mouth has been on mute, it is time to turn up the volume and silence the lie once and for all. It did not begin with an investor, a mentor, a business plan, or a brilliant idea scribbled in the back of a notebook. It did not begin with an inheritance, or a spreadsheet, or a calculated marketing strategy, or a sudden lucky break that happened to land in the lap of a hustler working round the brow. Clock it began, as all things of true wealth must begin, with a word, not a word of fear or frantic striving, not a word of probability or lukewarm hopefulness, but a word spoken in the rhythm of spiritual certainty, a word carrying the frequency of heaven, a word so aligned with divine substance that all of creation responded in obedience the way it did in the beginning when God said, Let there be, because you must understand, my beloved, that nothing formed was formed without the word, and if your wealth is to be formed, it must be spoken into formation. You see, long before the first dollar appeared in my bank account, long before the doors opened or the channels flowed or the opportunities presented themselves in natural form, I had already walked in millions in the spirit, because I spoke it daily, not as a request but as a reality, not as a wish but as a law, saying, I am a multimillionaire by divine right. Not to impress the heavens or persuade some reluctant force to bless me, but to step into the vibration of what already was, to take my seat at the table that had been prepared for me since before time, to align my identity not with appearances, which lie, but with essence, which endures. And when I say the first million began with my mouth, I mean it quite literally, for nothing appeared in hand that had not first been issued by tongue. I began every morning not with coffee or complaint or checking my accounts or measuring my progress or rehearsing my problems, but with a decree, a sovereign decree, a divine decree, a declaration not shaped by how I felt or what I feared or what the world expected of me, but by the unchanging laws of God's wealth system, which states plainly and repeatedly that man does not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceedeth out of the mouth of God. And when I remembered that God and I are one, and that my mouth is not mine but his instrument, I stopped using it to describe what is, and began using it to declare what must be. I said it when I was tired. I said it when I was tempted to doubt. I said it when it looked like the opposite. I said it when bills came. I said it when nothing changed. I said it when my flesh mocked me. I said it when the voice of the world said, You sound ridiculous. I said it with holy stubbornness. I said it with fierce peace. I said it with zero compromise. I am a multimillionaire by divine law. My supply is instant. My channels are open. My wealth flows now. And though nothing shifted at first in the outer, everything began to reorder in the inner. My emotions stopped dictating my declarations. My feelings stopped deciding my speech. I became the legislator of my reality, not a victim of delay, not a servant to appearances, not a beggar waiting for permission to prosper. Let me tell you something that will disrupt the whole narrative the world has given you. Your first million is already complete in the invisible. It is waiting for your mouth to open the vault. It is waiting for your tongue to turn the key. It is waiting for your decree to make it legal. Because the world responds not to hoping, not to trying, not to working yourself. To the bone it responds to law. And law is released by the spoken word. Until it is spoken, it is potential. Once it is spoken, it becomes a mandate. Heaven's resources do not answer to noise. They answer to divine command. So let me ask you this. What have you been saying? Have you been saying what is? Or have you been saying what must be? Have you been rehearsing limitation? Or declaring supply? Have you been talking about the delay? Or speaking the law of divine timing? Have you been describing your environment? Or creating it? Because every sentence you speak is a seed, and that seed does not care whether it is a seed of wealth or worry, it simply multiplies after its kind. Speak wisely, speak richly, speak rhythmically, speak lawfully, speak like the throne is listening, because it is. And once your word is issued, it does not return void. It returns with wealth, with order, with divine acceleration. So say it now, with full breath and full authority. My first million is in my mouth. I speak it into law. I speak it into form. I speak it into motion. And I speak it until it appears. I am the legislator of wealth. I am the mouthpiece of divine riches. I am a multimillionaire by the creative power of the word. The word is working now. And once you've said that, you are no longer chasing money. You are commanding it. You are no longer waiting on opportunity. You are releasing it. You are no longer describing life, you are authoring it. Shall we move on? The next law awaits. Let us now come to the foundation beneath all substance, the invisible scaffolding upon which every mansion of abundance is built, the root beneath the harvest, the law beneath the miracle, the reason why the tongue is the most powerful organ of creation and the most dangerous when left to the unconscious wanderings of fear and description. Because if you do not understand that your word is not merely language but legislation, not merely sound but spiritual statute, not merely affirmation but divine commandment, then you will continue to speak as if your words are weak opinions, instead of royal decrees that shape the corridors of the unseen, vibrate through the ethers of substance, and summon into form the riches of divine supply itself. And I say this with the weight of heaven behind me. The word is not symbolic, it is structural. It is not a metaphor for action, it is the generator of manifestation. You have been taught by the world to wait for provision before you speak as one who has. But heaven demands the reverse, you must speak as one who has, in order to see the provision, because what is visible bows to what is vocal, and the word, when spoken in spiritual alignment, does not ask permission, it gives instruction. It does not describe the chaos, it establishes the cosmos. It does not repeat the problem, it overrides it with spiritual architecture. And this, beloved, is why Isaiah 55:11 was given, not as poetry but as physics, as spiritual mechanics. So shall my word be that goeth forth out of my mouth. It shall not return unto me void, but it shall accomplish that which I please, and it shall prosper in the thing whereto I sent it. And if God has said this about his word, and if you are made in his image, then your word when spoken from union with the Christ within carries the same unfailing nature. Now understand, the word that returns void is not the word of law, but the word of fear, of complaint, of sarcasm, of idle speech, of emotional reaction, and such words are like arrows fired at fog. They create more confusion and reinforce the illusion of lack. But the word that returns full is the word that is issued like a royal edict, a legal utterance from the throne room of consciousness, spoken not from panic, but from posture, not from emotion, but from dominion, and that word carries with it an invisible instruction to the very fabric of reality, to align, to open, to yield, to create, To manifest, and when I speak of the spiritual physics of wealth, I am not entertaining metaphor. I am describing law. I am revealing the divine circuitry that has been ignored by those who believe the path to riches is purely action or intellect or inheritance or effort. But I declare to you today, it is voice before vision, word before wallet, decree before deposit, sentence before substance. And if you will stop treating your word like a hope and begin treating it like a gavel, if you will stop issuing apologies in your vocabulary and start issuing laws, if you will remove the language of uncertainty, of wondering, of victimhood, and replace it with the clear, rhythmic, non-negotiable declarations of truth that heaven cannot resist nor delay, then you will see what I saw. You will see the spiritual world open like a scroll. You will see divine connections appear that no strategy could have engineered. You will see payments arrive without human logic. You will see contracts handed to you without hustle. You will see opportunities whisper your name in rooms you never entered, because you will have spoken what the world calls impossible, and in doing so, you will override the world's laws with the higher government of divine law. This is why I say, your mouth is not casual, it is royal. Your voice is not harmless, it is legislative. Your sentence is not neutral, it is a supernatural assignment. Your word is not air, it is architecture. It is blueprint. It is force. It is law. And when you understand this, you will no longer speak as a servant describing the economy. You will speak as a sovereign commanding substance. And you will stop asking, "Can I afford this?" and begin declaring, "Every channel is open. Every supply is free. Every bill is met. Every dollar needed is already dispatched in spirit and appearing in form." So lift your voice now, not softly, not shakily, not with question marks, but with clarity and command. And say this, not as mimicry, but as mandate. My word is law. My word is wealth. My word is the opening of the treasury. My word is my inheritance, my authority, and my wealth generator. I speak what is true in spirit, and so it becomes true in matter. I legislate prosperity with my decree. My wealth begins, accelerates, and multiplies at the sound of my voice. My word returns with abundance. And it shall, because the treasury does not respond to wishers, it responds to speakers. There is something undeniable that occurs in the soul of one who finally stops speaking what they see and begins to speak what they are not, what they hope to be, not what they wish might come one day in the distant fog of effort and timing and coincidence, but what they already are in the invisible, what they are in the language of God, what they are in the eternal now. And that something is a collapse of delay, a collapse of waiting, a collapse of trying to make something happen, and a holy surrender into the rhythm of divine flow, where the word spoken in authority becomes the bridge between the realm of unformed spirit and the world of tangible wealth. And I say this not as a theory but as a testimony, not as encouragement but as evidence, for there came a time clear and quiet and bold when I did not have much, but I had a sentence, and I chose to speak that sentence not once, not occasionally, not when I felt good or when I remembered, but every single day for 90 days, as though my very breath depended on it. And it was not shouted or screamed or dramatized, it was spoken in rhythm, in stillness, in law. God is my unfailing supply. Large sums of money come to me quickly, under grace, in perfect ways. I spoke it not as a ritual but as a return to divine order, not as a performance but as a pronouncement, not to convince God but to align myself with what God had already ordained, that supply is not delayed, that money is not random, that the source is never blocked and the channels are never truly closed except by the spoken doubts of man himself. And I chose for 90 days not to ask how, not to explain when, not to argue with appearances, not to check constantly for proof, but to speak the word, speak the word, speak the word, morning after morning, moment after moment, each time not trying to get something but remembering I already had it, and something sacred happened. My mind stopped racing, my emotions settled, and the vibration of lack that had previously haunted my atmosphere, like a fog lifted like mist in the sun, for the word began to replace the worry, and with it came what the world calls coincidences, but I call substance answering spirit. An unexpected refund appeared from an account I had forgotten, and then a client I had not spoken to in years wrote a check without request, and then opportunities emerged through channels I would never have designed or foreseen, and bills that loomed like Goliaths fell without battle, and I realized with awe and quiet joy that nothing was coming. It had always been circling, waiting for the atmosphere of permission, which is created by the spoken word. And I saw clearly that the money was not held back by economy or timing or effort or intelligence, but only by contradiction in speech. For once the contradiction ceased, and the word was made law by repetition and reverence and rhythm, the wealth obeyed. You may ask, was it hard? No, it was holy. Was it fast? It was faithful. Did it always feel like it was working? No, but the law does not ask how you feel. The law asks what you say, and what you say becomes the soil into which divine substance roots itself. And so I said it when I felt poor. I said it when I felt rich. I said it when nothing seemed to change. I said it when everything changed. I said it when I wanted to quit. And I said it when the floodgates opened. And that, beloved, is how heaven trains a soul for wealth, not by striving but by speaking. So let me hand you this sword, this formula, this fire-tested decree that did not just fill my account but restructured my reality, and let me ask you not whether you believe it in theory, but whether you are willing to make it law in your own life. God is my unfailing supply. Large sums of money come to me quickly, under grace, in perfect ways, and if you are brave enough to say it daily, without deviation, without question, without dilution, if you are willing to make your mouth the holy temple of truth rather than the echo chamber of fear, if you are willing to plant this sentence for 90 days and water it with gratitude, instead of digging it up with doubt, then I promise you this, not as a promise from me, but as a covenant from law, itself money will answer. And it will answer richly, and it will not come slowly or struggle to arrive. It will appear like fruit in season, like water in drought, like provision already appointed. Because the sentence you speak becomes the substance you see. Say it, hold it, repeat it, and let it carry you across the threshold. Now let us begin the architecture of holy transformation. For no man builds a cathedral by accident, and no woman stumbles into divine wealth by mere wish or wandering hope. The structure of heaven's provision rests not upon the randomness of desire, nor upon the instability of circumstance, but upon the clarity of spiritual identity. And until you stop calling yourself trying, almost getting there, or not enough, and instead begin to speak from the Holy of Holies where the I Am dwells unshaken and unbothered by appearances, you will remain outside the gates of the treasury while holding the keys in your mouth. And I say unto you this, the first divine habit of all who walk in visible wealth is the relentless, rhythmic identification with what is already true in spirit, even when it is not yet seen in form. And this is not pretending, this is not performance, this is not delusion, it is divine law. To say, I am rich, is not to boast of what your bank account reflects. It is to come into agreement with what heaven already ordained and what divine substance already declared from the foundations of the world. Because when God revealed himself to Moses in the burning bush and said, I am that I am, he was not offering a poetic riddle. He was revealing the core name of all reality, the generative principle that undergirds every act of creation. And when you say, I am, you are not simply affirming something, you are activating a blueprint. You are connecting your consciousness to the generator of form. You are announcing to the seen and unseen realms alike that you no longer speak from your senses, but from your source. And if your source is divine, then your substance must follow, for the river cannot produce what the spring does not contain, and the spring of God contains only abundance, only overflow, only perfection, only opulence, only divine order, and therefore you must reject all lesser labels, cast down all false titles, break agreement with every identity that echoes, struggle, or delay, or insufficiency, and you must daily, audibly, joyfully say, from your soul, I am divine wealth. I am the visible expression of invisible supply. I am one with the treasury of heaven. I am the circulation point of unlimited riches. And do not say it once, as if checking a box. Say it again and again, until it melts every resistance, until it drowns out the old voices of lack and fear, until it becomes more natural to say, I am wealthy, than to say, I'm trying, until your inner speech becomes a river of truth so wide and so strong that doubt has no place to root, and let this be the new ritual. Upon waking, before looking at your phone, before checking your balance, before reviewing your plans, speak this identity into the ether and let it echo through the architecture of your day. Because when you speak it first, you call it forth. When you declare it early, you frame the atmosphere. When you start with the I am, you do not end with lack. This is not just morning motivation. This is metaphysical mastery. This is how divine wealth begins. Not by earning, not by chasing, but by embodying the truth that already is. And you do not wait for evidence to affirm it. You do not beg for proof. You do not tiptoe around appearances as if they are more real than spirit. You stand boldly, as one who knows. And you speak the thing you are, not the thing you fear, and you say it because it is law, and law does not negotiate, it governs. So make this your daily, hourly, eternal confession, not from stress, not from strain, but from sovereign stillness. I am wealthy because God is my source. I am rich because my identity is one with supply. I am abundance in form. I am the expression of divine increase. And if you say this long enough, clear enough, faithfully enough, the world will mirror it, not because the world changed first, but because you did. You are not on your way to wealth. You are already wealth in expression. Speak accordingly. Walk accordingly. Be accordingly. Because the I am is not a wish. It is a word, and the word is law. You must understand, beloved, that no day is neutral. Every morning stands at the edge of becoming. Every sunrise waits on command. Every hour has ears. And every moment you fail to speak with authority, the world begins to speak for you, and what it speaks is chaos, fear, repetition, and limitation cloaked in the language of logic and draped in the garments of realism. But I say unto you, you are not called to wake up under the weight of circumstances, nor to check the weather of your feelings to decide your reality. For you are not a thermometer reflecting condition. You are a thermostat commanding environment, and until you learn to decree before the day begins, you will keep dancing to the rhythm of appearances instead of setting the rhythm with the drumbeat of divine decree. The divine does not wait for the earth to offer signals before speaking. No. In the beginning God said, "Let there be light." And it was only after the word went forth that form obeyed and light appeared. And so must it be with you, for the pattern is eternal. The decree comes before the dawn, the spoken word precedes the seen wealth. And if you wake in silence, if you rise in worry, if you begin with scrolling and sighing and calculating and remembering what didn't happen yesterday, then the day takes shape without the hand of your spirit guiding it. But when you wake and say before your feet touch the floor, say before your hands reach the tasks, say before your mind starts replaying the old song of delay, and doubt when you say, this is a day of divine provision. I walk into increase. Supply meets me at every turn. God goes before me and prepares channels I have not seen. Then you do not just live the day, you reign over it. You must learn to speak before breakfast, to speak before inbox, to speak before traffic and bills and clients and voices, for the first word of your day is the seed of all that shall unfold, and it is not small, it is not ritual, it is not mere habit, it is architecture, it is blueprint, it is legislation from the courtroom of heaven, and heaven will not build what you have not spoken, and angels will not move where you have not decreed, and the treasury does not pour unless the vault of your mouth is opened in faith, in rhythm, and in royal expectation. This is the difference between the wealthy in spirit and the weary in soul. The wealthy decree from their throne before they check the map of the battlefield. The weary check the battle report before they decide whether or not to speak. But I tell you the truth, nothing on the battlefield matters when your word has already won the war. And so I charge you, rise up and rule, not with effort but with utterance, not with striving but with speech. And let your first act of the morning be a decree. Let your first breath be prophecy. Let your first sound be dominion. For the word made flesh begins as the word made audible. You are not here to react to your day. You are here to create it. And creation begins with command, not complaint. With divine instruction, not emotional reflection. So write it down now, your morning word, your first decree, the shape of your wealth spoken into time before time can resist it, and say it out loud, not once, but until the walls tremble and the atmosphere shifts, and heaven recognizes the voice of a son, of a daughter, of a king, who remembers that to decree is not ambition, it is alignment. And what shall you decree? Say it now, and say it often. This day opens with favor. I receive divine instruction. Every appointment is divinely timed. Every dollar that belongs to me finds me now. My words call forth the unseen. My voice opens gates. I am met with increase and overflow before the sun sets. Say it like you mean it. Say it like it's law. Say it because it is law. Because the morning is not simply for coffee or calendars or clocks, it is the womb of the day, and the one who speaks first is the one who governs. And if you speak with fear, fear shall govern. If you speak with doubt, delay shall reign. But if you speak with authority, with divine I am certainty, then supply must follow, doors must open, and every step of your day will echo the decree that framed it. So decree before you do, speak before you step, command before you calculate, and you will find that the day is not your burden, but your servant. Speak it so, and it shall be so. There is a moment that comes to every soul who dares to walk by faith and not by sight. A moment when the winds howl and the appearances scream and the bills pile up and the phone remains silent and the doors look locked and the logic says turn back and the emotion says give up and the world says be reasonable and even your own mind whispers, what if it's not working? And in that moment, many who once spoke with boldness begin to retract, to tremble, to reverse their decree with the poison of hesitation and the betrayal of self-doubt. For fear always comes dressed in the garments of safety, always speaks with the voice of caution, always disguises itself as realism or preparation or prudence. But make no mistake, my dear listener, fear is not your friend, it is not your wisdom, it is not your intuition, it is a reversal spell, a silent assassin, a false prophet sent to sabotage your supply. And if you do not cast it out like a thief, it will undo every word you've sown, every decree you've planted, every channel you've opened with faith, and it will replace them with shadows that have no substance. For fear is a vacuum, and your wealth cannot dwell where it is not welcome. You must understand this, and I say it with the fire of spiritual urgency. The greatest contradiction to your spoken word is not what others say, not what the economy does, not what your past held, but what you entertain after the word has been spoken. For every doubt allowed after the decree becomes a leak in the pipe, a crack in the temple wall, a weakening of the structure that should have been indestructible. And so I charge you now, in the name of all that is true and eternal and aligned with divine law, cancel nothing with fear. Do not let your late-night worries reverse your morning prophecy. Do not let the sight of the bill undo the power of the spoken blessing. Do not let a delay convince you that heaven has denied you, for delay is not denial, and silence is not absence, and what looks like nothing is often the space where everything is forming, and the law never sleeps, and the word never fails, and your supply is on schedule even if you cannot see the calendar. Fear must be cast out, not reasoned with. You do not negotiate with thieves, and you do not debate with devourers. You rebuke them, you evict them. You speak against them until they tremble at the sound of your confidence. And what shall you say? Say this with me now, not as ritual, but as roar. I cast the burden of fear upon the Christ within, and I go free. I no longer fear not having enough, for I walk with the God who is more than enough. I no longer fear delay, for divine timing is perfect and never late. I no longer fear appearances, for I know the law is working beneath the surface. Let this be your holy protocol. Every time fear speaks, answer back. Do not let it have the last word. If it whispers, what if it doesn't come? You say, it already has, in spirit, and the substance shall follow. If it hisses, you're behind, you reply, I am in divine alignment, and my supply runs ahead of me. If it dares to say, there's not enough, you declare, my source is infinite, and I live in overflow. You cannot afford to be polite with fear. It is not a guest. It is a trespasser. And divine law will enforce your eviction notice, but only if you serve it. Speak boldly. Speak without apology. Speak when you feel it and when you don't. Speak when the winds rise and when the house shakes. Speak even when your knees tremble, because the law does not respond to trembling, it responds to truth. And truth must be spoken louder than fear, every single time. So now make it your vow, your habit, your spiritual hygiene. Cancel nothing with fear, doubt nothing you've declared, rehearse no contradiction, and let fear find no place to land in your inner sanctuary. Your mouth is the altar, your word is the fire, and your faith is the fragrance that draws wealth like bees to honey. You are not here to fear, you are here to form. You are not here to tremble, you are here to govern. You are not here to rehearse the pattern of lack. You are here to decree the order of abundance. And every time fear tries to pull you back into the old system of panic and projection, you will remember that you already spoke it into law, and law does not bend for fear. Say it now and say it forever. I cancel nothing with fear. I water every word with faith. I live by law, not by feeling. And all that I've spoken in truth now rushes toward me, under grace, in perfect ways. And so it is. There comes a sacred shift in the soul of man when he ceases to speak from the tremble of his feelings and begins to speak from the throne of law, when he no longer waits for his emotions to be perfect before he proclaims what is already perfect in spirit, when he no longer seeks the approval of appearances before opening his mouth in power. For the law does not respond to emotion, it responds to instruction, and the word of power is not born in the realm of sentiment, it is born in the realm of certainty, in the realm where God himself said, "Let there be light," not because he felt light, not because the world looked light, but because he was light, and because he spoke from his own nature, not from the condition of the void. And if you are made in the image and likeness of God, and you are called to speak not what you feel, but what you know to be eternally true, even when your senses betray you, even when the bank statement lies, even when the phone is silent and the inbox is empty, and the news says panic, and the world says collapse, and your friends say be realistic. Even then, especially then, you speak from law and not from emotion. You see, emotion is a weather pattern, but law is the sky beneath it. Emotion is a passing wave, but law is the ocean floor. Emotion is the cloud that drifts, but law is the gravity that holds the earth in place. And if you try to build your wealth, your declarations, your supply, and your spiritual identity on the shaky scaffolding of emotion, you will be blown about by every gust of circumstance, by every late payment, every rejected proposal, every slow week, every unsupportive voice, every disappointing phone call. But if you anchor yourself in law, if you plant your feet in the immovable word that says, "Thou shalt decree a thing, and it shall be established unto thee," then it will not matter how you feel when you say it, because divine law does not require your mood, it requires your mouth. When you speak from law, you speak as one who commands the invisible. You speak as the general, not the soldier. You speak as the architect, not the bricklayer. You speak as the heir, not the orphan. You say, "My supply is constant because my source is eternal, even when the invoice arrives." You say, "My wealth increases daily because I am one with divine substance, even when your wallet feels thin." You say, "Money flows to me richly, rapidly, and repeatedly, even when the world tries to tell you to fear, because your word is not an echo of what is, it is a decree of what shall be." The law is not emotional. The law is precise. It does not ask, "How do you feel today?" It asks, "What have you spoken today?" And if your word aligns with divine truth, then heaven and earth begin rearranging themselves to reflect that word, not because you were emotional, but because you were in dominion. And let me say it plainly, the most powerful words I ever spoke were not the ones I felt deeply in my bones. They were the ones I spoke despite how I felt, the ones I spoke when I felt afraid but chose faith, when I felt empty but chose overflow, when I felt late but chose divine timing, when I felt forgotten but chose the throne of remembrance. And those words, those cold, firm, unshaken words worked miracles because they were rooted in law and not in feeling. And that is what must happen in you now. You must cross the threshold from feeling-led speech to faith-filled speech. You must decide that your tongue is not a thermometer, but a thermostat. You are not here to report on the temperature of your reality, you are here to set it. You are not here to speak about what is, you are here to speak to what must become. This is the ministry of the spoken word. This is the priesthood of your mouth. This is the architecture of divine wealth. So when the storm comes, you do not describe the rain, you speak to the sea, peace, be still. When the fig tree bears no fruit, you do not explain the lack, you say, never again shall you bear lack in my life. When the table looks empty, you do not mourn the absence, you say, thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. And when your soul feels weak, when your body feels tired, when your heart feels weary, you say, let the weak say, I am strong. And the law hears you not because you were loud, but because you were legal, because you spoke from the court of divine truth, and not from the feelings of the flesh. Let this be your covenant now. I no longer speak from emotion. I speak from eternal law. I no longer wait to feel it. I command it. I no longer report the appearance, I legislate the future. My tongue is not swayed by shadows. My word is established. And all of heaven confirms it. This is your identity. This is your power. This is your wealth. And it begins not in the heart, not in the mood, not in the motivation, but in the mouth that dares to speak law in the middle of lack. And so, I ask you now, what will you speak today? Will you repeat the emotions of yesterday, or will you legislate the overflow of eternity? Will you echo your fear, or will you declare your future? Will you wait for the feeling, or will you walk by faith? Because the word that made me a multimillionaire did not begin as a feeling. It began as a law, spoken, unshaken, and fulfilled. So shall it be with you. Now let me tell you what happens when the word is not just a phrase or a positive thought or a passing affirmation whispered into the mirror with fingers crossed, but when it becomes the only anchor, the only law, the only ground you stand on, when all else has fallen away, and the word becomes the total government of your world. For there was a woman ordinary by the world's standards, extraordinary in the eyes of spirit, who found herself staring down an impossible deadline, her rent due in 10 days, no paycheck in sight, no client promising anything, no favor being shown, no human rescue coming through the usual channels, and everything in the natural said panic, said worry, said beg, said collapse. But she had read my words, she had studied the law, and when the temptation came to speak fear, to confess defeat, to narrate her lack to friends and family and circumstances, she chose instead to turn her face to heaven and her voice to law, and she declared, firmly and rhythmically, not just once but every morning and every night, this is God's rent, not mine. Divine substance pays all obligations in perfect ways. I cannot be separated from my supply. And she did not waver, though the clock ticked and the 9th day came and she still had not seen it, and the phone had not rung, and the email had not arrived, and the check had not been promised. But her mouth remained in command, and her spirit remained in certainty, and her environment may have looked dry, but her inner world was bursting with faith, and that is the secret. My dear listener, not what happens to you, but what happens through you. Not what the bank account says, but what your word says. Not what the facts declare, but what your spirit decrees. For on the 10th day, the day that would have been called too late by those who worship the God of appearances, a check arrived, unexpected, unsolicited, unguaranteed, from a source she had long forgotten, covering the rent to the exact dollar, no delay, no debt, no explanation. And I tell you plainly, it did not come, because she worked harder or worried more or begged louder, but because she spoke, because she dared to command her environment by law and not by logic. Now, some will say that was coincidence, or luck, or timing, but I say unto you, it was the word fulfilling itself. It was the law responding to authority. It was divine substance hearing the voice of its rightful steward and obeying, because the word never returns void, not when it is spoken in alignment, not when it is spoken without contradiction, not when it is spoken with joy, with conviction, with the assurance that what you declare with your mouth and believe in your heart and refuse to cancel with fear must come to pass, not by your toil but by your tongue. You see, the rent was never the problem. The amount was never the obstacle. The calendar was never the threat. The problem was never the lack, it was the lie of lack. The voice of fear that tries to enter the gate and dismantle your dominion. But this woman did what most will not. She spoke only what she wanted, multiplied. She addressed the issue with praise, not panic. She called it God's bill and therefore God's responsibility. And heaven always pays what heaven owes. And when the Lord is your source, no job, no person, no contract can bind your flow, for supply is not a paycheck, it is a presence, and it answers not emotion, not effort, but authority. And I wonder, beloved listener, if you will do the same, if you will stop speaking about the bill and start speaking to it, if you will stop saying, I don't know how this will happen, and begin saying, my words are the gate, and this need is already met. If you will stop treating money like a master and start treating it like a servant, sent to obey your word, not your worry. I wonder if you will claim your divine right, not later, not when things feel better, not when the numbers improve, but now, in the midst of the contradiction, in the presence of what seems missing, in the face of every voice that says, be realistic. I wonder if you will look at your own financial need and say what she said, with calm and with fire. This is God's rent. It is already paid. For the law has no favorites, only principles, and what worked for her will work for you. Not because she was lucky, not because she was better, but because she spoke it into law, and so must you. For the treasury is not accessed through begging but through boldness, not through crying but through commanding, not through feeling rich but through saying, I am rich, even when the purse feels thin, even when the evidence is absent, even when your heart trembles. Say it still, say it again, say it daily, say it hourly, say it until the mountain moves, until the check arrives, until the rent is paid and the overflow begins and you realize, it was never about the money, it was always about the mouth. So I ask you now, what is the rent in your life, and what will you say to it? What is the appearance of lack, and what decree will you raise like a scepter in the spirit? Will you speak as a victim of the economy or as the heir of divine treasury? Will you speak from fear or will you speak from your throne? Because the one who became a millionaire, the one who built an empire, the one who opened the floodgate, shed nothing more than you have now. She had only a word, and she spoke it, and it obeyed. And so shall it be for you. There is a line in the sand, invisible to the eye yet absolute in its effect, a line that separates those who live by appearance and those who live by dominion, and this line is crossed not with effort, not with striving, not with more hustle or harder work or longer hours. It is crossed with the tongue, with the mouth, with the word boldly spoken in defiance of fear, in disregard of what the senses report, in rejection of the culture of complaint and the vocabulary of lack. And so many stand on the edge of this line, trembling before the bill, narrating it, fearing it, resenting it, repeating it to friends and family as if its presence proves their defeat. But they do not realize that every time they speak about the bill instead of to it, they place themselves beneath it. They agree with its dominion, they confess its rule over their life, and they forfeit the divine throne of spiritual wealth for the dungeon of circumstantial reaction. But I say unto you, speak not about the bill, speak to it. For the bill is not your master, the bill is not your judge, the bill is not the measure of your value or the limit of your supply. It is a servant that awaits instruction, a piece of paper waiting for a prophecy, a temporary assignment waiting for a permanent word. And when you understand that every financial demand is merely an invitation to command, you will never again tremble before an invoice. You will never again fear the envelope. You will never again cry over a due date. You will lift your voice and say, with the boldness of heaven in your chest, "Bill, you are already paid. I thank divine substance that you are fulfilled in perfect ways. My supply meets you before the deadline, and I walk in total ease, total order, total provision." You see, bills are not curses. They are opportunities to exercise your royalty. They are not traps. They are triggers for truth. They are not evidence of failure. They are invitations to faith. Every invoice is a stage for the word to perform. Every debt is a doorway to dominion. Every financial appearance is just that, an appearance. A mirage sent to test whether you will narrate fear or command abundance. And let me tell you, I have seen with my own eyes the woman who turned every bill into a blessing by speaking joy over it, by laying hands on it, not with dread but with decree, saying, "You are evidence of divine expansion. You are already satisfied. I bless you and thank you and release you to be fulfilled by the invisible hands of God." And yes, some mocked her, some said she was delusional, some said she needed a better job, a better plan, a better backup strategy. But she knew what they did, not that the backup plan is always worse than the word, that the mouth of the faithful commands more than the hands of the fearful can ever gather. And month after month, when the bank said no, the word said yes. When the numbers said empty, the word said full. When the fear crept in, she answered it not with tears, but with truth. And the supply never ran dry. Not because she knew the system, but because she knew the source, and she kept her mouth aligned with heaven, no matter what earth screamed. You must understand, money is not moved by worry. It is moved by word. It does not respond to panic. It responds to power. And when you look at the bill and speak about how impossible it feels, how heavy it seems, how unfair it is, how scary the amount is, you activate the vibration of lack, you call more bills to you. You magnetize the very thing you loathe. Because the universe does not judge your emotions, it multiplies your declarations. And if you call yourself broke, if you call the bill a burden, if you speak of not enough, then the law obeys you, and lack appears in full obedience to your tongue. But if you rise, if you shift, if you begin to walk through your home, speaking not to your stress but to your situation, laying your hand on every invoice and saying, "Thank you, God, that this is paid before it is due. Thank you, God, that this is covered without strain. Thank you, God, that I am not under this. I am over this. I do not serve the bill. The bill serves me, and my word creates its resolution." Then, my dear listener, then the angels begin to move, the channels begin to open, the phone begins to ring, the client who forgot you returns, the debt that seemed final is forgiven, the refund that was denied is approved, and all because you chose to command rather than complain. This is the habit. This is the law. This is the way. Speak not about the bill. Speak to it. Decree over it. Love it with power. Bless it with faith. And walk as one who is never surprised by supply, because you do not depend on man, or paycheck, or time. You depend on the living word, which you speak daily, hourly, boldly, joyfully, and lawfully. Let your tongue be the instrument of your wealth, not the echo of your fear. Let your declarations govern your bank account. Let your praise write the checks. Let your faith be the funding. And know this, every bill has a name written on it, and it is not yours, it is God's. And God is never late, never short, never confused, never poor. Speak accordingly. Speak like the air you are. Speak like a multimillionaire who knows that every paper of debt is just waiting for a word to transform it into testimony. Speak to the bill, and watch it bow. There is a line in the sand, invisible to the eye yet absolute in its effect, a line that separates those who live by appearance and those who live by dominion. And this line is crossed not with effort, not with striving, not with more hustle or harder work or longer hours. It is crossed with the tongue. with the mouth, with the word boldly spoken in defiance of fear, in disregard of what the senses report, in rejection of the culture of complaint and the vocabulary of lack. And so many stand on the edge of this line, trembling before the bill, narrating it, fearing it, resenting it, repeating it to friends and family as if its presence proves their defeat, but they do not realize that every time they speak about the bill instead of to it, they place themselves beneath it. They agree with its dominion, they confess its rule over their life, and they forfeit the divine throne of spiritual wealth for the dungeon of circumstantial reaction. But I say unto you, speak not about the bill, speak to it, for the bill is not your master, the bill is not your judge, the bill is not the measure of your value or the limit of your supply. It is a servant that awaits instruction, a piece of paper waiting for a prophecy, a temporary assignment waiting for a permanent word. And when you understand that every financial demand is merely an invitation to command, you will never again tremble before an invoice, you will never again fear the envelope, you will never again cry over a due date. You will lift your voice and say, with the boldness of heaven in your chest, Bill, you are already paid. I thank divine substance that you are fulfilled in perfect ways. My supply meets you before the deadline, and I walk in total ease, total order, total provision. You see, bills are not curses, they are opportunities to exercise your royalty. They are not traps, they are triggers for truth. They are not evidence of failure, they are invitations to faith. Every invoice is a stage for the word to perform. Every debt is a doorway to dominion. Every financial appearance is just that, an appearance, a mirage sent to test whether you will narrate fear or command abundance. And let me tell you, I have seen with my own eyes the woman who turned every bill into a blessing by speaking joy over it, by laying hands on it, not with dread but with decree, saying, You are evidence of divine expansion. You are already satisfied. I bless you and thank you and release you to be fulfilled by the invisible hands of God. And yes, some mocked her, some said she was delusional, some said she needed a better job, a better plan, a better backup strategy. But she knew what they did, not that the backup plan is always worse than the word, that the mouth of the faithful commands more than the hands of the fearful can ever gather. And month after month, when the bank said no, the word said yes. When the numbers said empty, the word said full. When the fear crept in, she answered it not with tears, but with truth. And the supply never ran dry, not because she knew the system, but because she knew the source. And she kept her mouth aligned with heaven, no matter what earth screamed. You must understand, money is not moved by worry. It is moved by word. It does not respond to panic. It responds to power. And when you look at the bill and speak about how impossible it feels, how heavy it seems, how unfair it is, how scary the amount is, you activate the vibration of lack, you call more bills to you. You magnetize the very thing you loathe. Because the universe does not judge your emotions, it multiplies your declarations. And if you call yourself broke, if you call the bill a burden, if you speak of not enough, then the law obeys you, and lack appears in full obedience to your tongue. But if you rise, if you shift, if you begin to walk through your home, speaking not to your stress but to your situation, laying your hand on every invoice and saying, Thank you, God, that this is paid before it is due. Thank you, God, that this is covered without strain. Thank you, God, that I am not under this. I am over this. I do not serve the bill serves me, and my word creates its resolution. Then, my dear listener, then the angels begin to move, the channels begin to open, the phone begins to ring, the client who forgot you returns, the debt that seemed final is forgiven, the refund that was denied is approved, and all because you chose to command rather than complain. This is the habit. This is the law. This is the way. Speak not about the bill. Speak to it. Decree over it. Love it with power. Bless it with faith. And walk as one who is never surprised by supply, because you do not depend on man, or paycheck, or time. You depend on the living word, which you speak daily, hourly, boldly, joyfully, and lawfully. Let your tongue be the instrument of your wealth, not the echo of your fear. Let your declarations govern your bank account. Let your praise write the checks. Let your faith be the funding. And know this: every bill has a name written on it hand. It is not yours, it is God's. And God is never late, never short, never confused, never poor. Speak accordingly. Speak like the heir you are. Speak like a multi-millionaire who knows that every paper of debt is just waiting for a word to transform it into testimony. Speak to the bill, and watch it bow. Now hear me, and hear me well. For this next truth must go deep into the sinew of your soul, must pierce the unconscious agreements you've made with fear, must dissolve the subtle betrayals you've committed against your own authority. Because it is not merely the words you speak aloud that shape your financial reality. It is the agreements you whisper in the back corridors of your inner speech, those silent contradictions that cancel the very laws you tried to activate. And I have seen it again, and again a man will speak boldly at dawn. I am wealthy, I am prospered, I am divinely provided for, and yet by nightfall, when the mail arrives with the bill, when the client delays the payment, when the expected check fails to appear on time, that same man mutters beneath his breath, "Why isn't this working?" Or says to his friend, "It always takes so long for me," or sighs into his pillow, "Maybe it's just not my time." And in that moment, his morning seed is plucked from the soil, his faith is interrupted by his fear, his decree is nullified by his doubt, and the angels who had begun their work now fold their wings and wait for a new order. Because the spiritual court does not operate on emotion, it operates on congruence. You cannot say, "I walk in wealth," and then speak as if you dwell in lack. You cannot declare, "Money flows to me freely," and then lament over prices or complain about inflation. You cannot speak divine identity in the light and contradict it in the shadows. Your words must match your walk, your tongue must echo your trust, your sentence must not be double-sided. And I tell you now, with the gravity of divine law behind me, inner contradiction is more dangerous than outer poverty, for a man can be broke and still align with truth. But a man who contradicts his word is a man who wars against his own wealth, who digs up his own seed, who locks his own gates, and then cries that heaven forgot him. This is why the scripture says, "A double-minded man is unstable in all his ways." James 1:8. And instability is not merely a condition of the emotions, it is a spiritual sabotage, a metaphysical fracture that leaks your power and delays your harvest. And so if you are to be wealthy by law, if you are to walk in the certainty of spoken increase, you must learn the habit of inner alignment, of spiritual integrity, of vibrational unity, where your mouth and your heart and your posture and your tone and your inner monologue all speak the same thing, not out of force, but out of divine agreement. This is what I call the holy mirror, where the inner world reflects the outer declaration, where the private thought does not betray the public word, where you say, "It is done," and mean it in every cell, every breath, every vibration. And I do not say this to burden you, I say it to free you, for once you stop the internal sabotage, once you refuse to speak against your own word, once you guard your tongue as you would guard a crown jewel, you will find that wealth responds not to your hustle, but to your harmony. So let me give you the antidote. Every time you are tempted to say, "It's not working," replace it immediately with, "It is working beneath the surface." Every time you want to ask, "Where is it?" declare instead, "It is on the way now, and nothing can stop it." Every time you feel the rise of doubt, say aloud, "My word is law, and the law cannot be broken." Every time someone tries to speak fear into your faith, respond not with argument, but with truth. I do not walk by appearances. I walk by revelation. And if your mind begins to chatter with contradictions, speak a louder word, not to argue with the noise, but to overwrite it, to reprogram it, to cast it out with rhythm and certainty. This is the discipline of the wealthy. This is the mastery of the spoken millionaire. This is the practice of divine wealth embodiment. And if you will be rich by law, not by chance, not by circumstance, but by divine alignment, then your voice must become one with your vision, Your declaration must become one with your inner knowing, and your speech must not waver, not falter, not bend to the winds of doubt, but stand like a pillar of fire, saying without hesitation, without apology, without contradiction, I am rich. I am supplied. I am the living decree of divine abundance. And I speak no other law. Let this be your vow, to let no phrase escape your lips that you do not want multiplied, to let no murmuring live in your heart that you do not want echoed in your world, to become so single-minded in your speech, so unified in your tone, so aligned in your vibration, that the gates of wealth swing open not with resistance but with recognition, not with effort but with ease, because they know your voice, they know your word, they know your certainty, and they obey. And now we come to the bedrock, the root, the holy origin from which all substance flows and all riches recognize their master, the eternal truth that cannot be overstated and must never be underestimated, that who you say you are determines what the world gives you. That identity is not a passive inheritance, but an active decree, that until you rise in the boldness of your spoken name, your finances will continue to reflect confusion instead of clarity, echo back lack instead of abundance, for the universe is not responding to your actions, it is responding to your identity, and identity is always declared, never discovered, never given, never earned. It is spoken, it is chosen. It is assumed in the full spiritual authority of the I Am, which precedes all manifestation and undergirds all true wealth, because I tell you plainly and without hesitation, if your mouth does not know who you are, your bank account never will. Let us go back to the beginning, the truest beginning, the moment when God said to Moses, not, I do, not, I will, not, I have, but, I am that I am. And this is the divine root, the metaphysical seed, the eternal blueprint that has never changed, for the wealth of God is not in what he does, but in what he is, and the wealth of man, made in that image, flows not from his striving, but from his speaking, not from his earning, but from his declaring, not from his proving, but from his proclaiming. And when you say, I am rich, you are not pretending you are participating, you are aligning, you are stepping into the architecture of heaven's code, and every angel, every force, every law of substance takes note. Do not be deceived by false humility, for it is one of the devil's most subtle poisons. This timid avoidance of saying what is true in spirit, just because it is not yet seen in matter. Do not wait for the appearance to claim the title, for the word must come first. That is divine order. The lie of the world is, once I have, then I'll speak. But the law of God is, once I speak, then I shall have. The wealth is not outside waiting for you to catch up to it. It is inside, waiting for you to agree with it. And until you say, with fire and finality, I am abundance, I am divine supply, I am the chosen steward of heaven's overflow, your riches will remain locked, not because God withholds, but because your mouth has not yet used the key. And let us be clear. This is not ego. This is not bravado. This is not wishful thinking wrapped in spiritual language. This is spiritual dominion. This is sacred inheritance. This is metaphysical alignment. This is the law of creative command that says, the word is made flesh. And if you want to walk in a millionaire's flesh, you must first walk in a millionaire's word. You must say it when you feel it and when you don't. You must say it when the bills are stacked and when the balance is low. You must say it when your neighbors mock and your friends misunderstand. You must say it because it is truer than your situation, stronger than your surroundings, older than your upbringing, and more powerful than any history written by appearances. You must make it your habit, your ritual, your sacred mantle. I am wealth in action. I am abundance walking. I am divine money moving. I am the vessel through which God pours gold into this world. Say it when you rise. Say it when you rest. Say it in the mirror. Say it when no one is listening. Say it when the doubt tries to creep in. Say it not to convince others but to command reality, and reality will obey. For spoken identity is the throne from which all manifestation is ruled. If you speak as a beggar, life will treat you as one. If you speak as a victim, the world will oblige. But if you speak as a king, if you speak as a divine heir, if you speak as one seated with Christ in heavenly places, then the money, the ideas, the people, the contracts, the surprises, the inheritances, the windfalls will begin to make their way to you, not slowly, not reluctantly, but urgently, because heaven rushes to fulfill the word that sounds like its own. You do not need permission. You do not need credentials. You do not need proof. You need only to remember your divine bloodline and speak accordingly. For it is written, "Let the redeemed of the Lord say so." Say so, child of God. Say it with power. Say it with rhythm. Say it until your atmosphere adjusts, until your cells believe, until your enemies are silenced, until your windows are opened, and your floorboards shake under the weight of divine increase. Speak it now. I am the wealth of God in human form. I am the overflow of the kingdom on earth. I am the voice that money recognizes. I am the identity that prosperity obeys. I am who God says I am, and that means I lack nothing. Say it once, say it often, say it forever, because this is the foundation. This is the frame. This is the furnace in which your fortune is forged. And once you speak it, once you truly inhabit it, once it becomes your tone, your tempo, your truth, there is no power on earth or hell that can keep the millions from answering your call. There was a woman, an artist not wealthy by appearance, not connected by social standard, not known by name in any gallery or circle of prestige, but rich in vision, rich in sacred hunger, rich in spiritual sensitivity, for she had studied the word, not with the casual eye of the curious, but with the fervent gaze of one who knew that her supply must come by spirit or it would not come at all. And when she looked at her blank canvases, she did not see a lack of solace, she saw divine invitations waiting to be spoken into motion. For she remembered that the world is not moved by talent alone, not by hustle, not by marketing tricks or strategic networking, but by vibration. And the highest vibration is the word spoken in alignment with divine law. And so instead of praying out of desperation, she chose declaration over doubt, prophecy over pleading. And every morning, for 12 days without fail, she rose before the sun and looked out into the invisible and said, not with strain but with certainty, "My divine patron appears now." She did not say it with hesitation. She did not say it with analysis. She did not say it to test the waters of heaven. She said it as one who had walked through the fire of former lack and had come to know that the fire cannot burn the voice that walks in truth, that appearances cannot threaten the soul that commands with faith. And she said it because she had grown tired of small affirmations and polite hopes. She said it because she was ready for the heavens to move under the sound of her voice. And she knew deep in her bones that supply had nothing to do with who saw her work, or liked her posts, or mentioned her name in rooms she had never entered. That supply did not come from galleries or grants or gatekeepers, but from the throne of God itself. And that throne answers to faith. And faith is released by word, and the word becomes flesh when it is not contradicted. On the 13th day, the email came, not a pitch, not a maybe, not a request for a discount, but a decree of its own. "I've followed your work silently for some time. I'd like to fund your next series. Tell me what you need for 1 year. 1 year of rent, 1 year of paint, 1 year of rest from begging the system, 1 year of divine supply, 1 year born from 12 days of spoken authority." She did not sell her soul, she spoke her seed. She did not campaign, she claimed. She did not plead with a man, she positioned herself in law. And I tell you now, child of God, this story is not a rarity, it is a prototype. For it is not her talent that summoned the patron, it was her voice. It was not her brush, it was her boldness. And it will not be your resume that summons your wealth. It will not be your effort, your grind, your logic, your hustle, your degrees or your networking events, or your aesthetically curated feedsit will be your decree. It will be your tongue. It will be your spiritual identity spoken without apology or delay or contradiction. And if you will but take this principle and apply it not for 12 days as a gimmick, but as a covenant, then you will see that the patrons, the contracts, the inheritances, the collaborations, the divine surprises are already lined up in the invisible, waiting not for your perfection, but for your command. So declare it now. My divine patron appears now. And let it be more than words. Let it be the voice of heaven through your flesh. Let it be rhythm, not reaction. Let it be law, not longing. Let it be certainty, not suggestion. Speak it as a priest, as a queen, as an heir. And do not explain it. Do not wait for proof. Do not ask if it's working. Simply speak it. And watch what breaks open. Watch what finds you. Watch what obeys. For the universe is a servant to your decree, and your spoken identity is the address at which your wealth delivers its abundance. And now, beloved, now that you have tasted the weight and wonder of spoken power, now that your soul has risen from the ashes of disbelief and tasted the oxygen of dominion, now that your tongue has been reconsecrated, not as a servant of appearances, but as the throne room's own trumpet, it is time to build a rhythm, a holy cadence, a daily structure by which the law may respond, not occasionally, but continuously. For manifestation is not an act of emergency, it is the result of mastery, and mastery comes not through striving but through rhythm, not through panic but through practice, not through endless effort but through divine repetition. So, I give you now a spoken sequence, forged not in hope, but in absolute metaphysical certainty, a pattern for 21 days, to be said aloud each morning and each night, and whenever fear rises or doubt knocks, or the old mind tries to reclaim its position as the loudest voice, you return to these words, not as a magic spell, not as a wish, but as law, as contract, as covenant, as the legal language of heaven that earth must respond to without delay and without option. For the law does not choose favorites, it only responds to faith released through the word. Speak now. God is my instant and unfailing supply. Say it slowly, not with rush but with reverence, not to get something but to become something, for every time you say it, you remind your cells that the source is not the job, not the invoice, not the bank app, not the market conditions, not the favor of man, but the favor of God, which is not seasonal, not temperamental, not delayed, not partial, but instant and unfailing. And when you say it daily, you are not informing the universe, you are informing your subconscious, your nervous system, your inner nation. That lack has been dethroned, and the true king of supply is now enthroned upon your speech. Then declare, I walk in rivers of money, flowing from the unseen. Not ponds, not trickles, not drops of desperation. Rivers abundant, fluid, steady, moving with force, fed by unseen glaciers of divine inheritance, coming not from the faucet of labor but from the floodgates of spiritual law, not from the hands of men but from the heart of God. When you say this, you break the lie that says money is rare, that supply is shy, that wealth must be chased, and instead you enter the truth that money is motion and motion obeys direction, and direction is given by your decreer. Your river flows where your words tell it to flow. So if you have spoken dryness, speak rivers now. Then affirm, all doors are open, all channels are free. For the only thing that ever blocked your provision was your speech about blocks. The doors were never closed by God. They were closed by your declaration that they were. Every time you say, no one's buying, nobody's helping, nothing's working, you lock the vault. But when you say, all doors are open, you unlock the hallway of divine convergence, and the doors swing wide not because you knocked, but because you commanded. The channels what you thought were jobs, clients, platforms, partners are nothing but temporary costumes for infinite substance. And when you say, all channels are free, you untangle your supply from the knots of human logic and release it to flow through dreams, whispers, reversals, surprises, and paths that defy every budget and bypass every gatekeeper. Now, take these 3 lines, speak them in a row, 3 times a day, morning, midday, and night. for 21 days. Not as a test, as a ceremony. Not as superstition, as sacred structure. Write them, record them, walk with them. And do not contradict them with casual sarcasm, budget complaints, or doubt-drenched commentary. For if you dare to speak as God speaks, you must also guard your tongue as God guards his word jealously, fervently, with zero tolerance for contradiction. This is not about impressing the universe. It is about authorizing the law. And when you live in that kind of spiritual speech, not for a moment, but for a movement, not for a crisis, but for a covenant, you will see that money does not come by effort. It comes by word, and that multimillionaire is not a result you achieve, but an identity you declare, assume, and then wear, in every tone, every syllable, every thought, every breath. Speak, and keep speaking. The law is already moving. Now I must give you a word of caution, not to frighten you, but to sober you, not to restrain your faith, but to preserve it. For many a man has spoken the truth in the morning, and then casually destroyed his harvest by noon with the dagger of doubt, dressed in the garments of humor. Many a woman has sown the seed of divine decree, only to uproot it with one sarcastic remark at lunch, one just joking comment about how broke she feels, one cynical laugh about how expensive everything is, not realizing that every jest is judged, every idle word is counted, every laugh that mocks abundance is a lash across the face of the law. For the subconscious does not know when you are joking, and divine substance does not negotiate with sarcasm. For to heaven there are no such things as throwaway phrases, no such things as just being real, no such things as venting for a minute. Because the law of the spoken word is exact, it is legal, it is immediate, and it records every syllable as a command to shape the invisible into the visible. And if your declarations are followed by contradictions, whether through humor, pessimism, or emotional convenience, you become double-minded. And the scripture is clear that a double-minded man is unstable in all his ways. You must understand this. Humor that mocks wealth, that ridicules prosperity, that speaks lightly of being poor, being broke, just surviving, is not harmless. It is a curse disguised as comedy. It is fear disguised as relatability, and it is a spell that places a ceiling over your own supply, for you cannot call in rivers while joking about drought. You cannot affirm open doors while laughing at closed ones. You cannot expect abundance while entertaining yourself with scarcity language. And yes, even the passive phrases, "It's too expensive," "Must be nice," "I wish I could afford that," they are not innocent. They are not neutral. They are permissions granted to lack to linger. They are open windows through which poverty creeps back into the house you tried to sanctify with truth. Let your mouth become a temple and not a tavern. Let your speech be priestly, not punchline-filled. Let your every phrase pass through the filter of, "Do I want this multiplied?" For your words are not only seeds, they are blueprints, they are hammers, shaping the architecture of your tomorrow. And every time you joke about lack, you extend your lease in the wilderness. Every time you complain for comfort, you delay the promised land. Every time you choose realism over revelation, you trade eternal law for temporal logic. And it will cost you quietly, slowly, but severely. The world may applaud the self-deprecating humor, may laugh with you when you diminish your worth, may find you relatable when you speak scarcity, but the law is not applauding. The law is not laughing. The law is not moved by how socially comfortable you are. It is moved by how spiritually aligned you are. And alignment requires purity, not perfection, but purity. A pure tongue, a pure intention, a pure expectation that does not dance with doubt, in the name of being real. So cleanse your vocabulary. Evict every phrase you would not want made flesh. Remove every line you would not want echoed by angels. Refuse to speak in a way that you would be ashamed to hear broadcast in heaven's courtroom. Speak only what you want to live in. Speak only what you want to hold. Speak only what you want your children to inherit. For your words do not just shape your money, they shape your lineage, your legacy, your spiritual DNA. And what you laugh at now, they will struggle with later. This is not a small matter. This is not about positivity. This is about spiritual jurisdiction. And when you treat the tongue as holy ground, when you speak not as a comic but as a king, not as a realist but as a revelator, not as a victim but as a vessel of divine dominion, then and only then will your decrees take root and multiply without sabotage. Speak with sobriety, and joy shall follow. Speak with reverence, and riches shall respond. Speak with honor, and heaven shall have no choice but to pour out a blessing so rich there shall not be room enough to receive it. Now listen closely, and let this truth anchor itself in the hidden chamber of your spirit, for it is not new, and yet it is always new to the one who truly hears it for the first time with the ears, but with the soul. Wealth does not arrive before the word. It never has, and it never will. For in the eternal economy of God's kingdom, the spoken word is always the pioneer, always the forerunner, always the divine trumpet that clears the invisible path. And every form of increase, every dollar deposited, every door opened, every check received, every opportunity arranged, every unexpected windfall, every gift, every raise, every inheritance, is nothing more than the echo-obedient response of the word that was sent before it, the word that walked ahead, the word that struck the ground of the unseen like a rod of power and commanded the soil to bring forth the harvest in due season. From the beginning, this has been the pattern. Before there was light, there was, let there be. Before Lazarus walked, there was, come forth. Before the storm ceased, there was peace be still. Before the loaves multiplied, there was blessing spoken. Before creation unfolded, the Spirit of God hovered, and the Word of God was voiced. And so it is with your wealth, with your supply, with your financial restoration, with your generational overflow, with your divine compensation. It cannot and will not appear until the word has been spoken, until the tongue has summoned it, until the voice has claimed it, until your decree has gone out into the spiritual ether like a legal command in the courtroom of heaven. I tell you again, the word does not come after. The word is not commentary. The word is not reaction. The word is first. Always first. It is not poetic. It is not symbolic. It is law. And when you realize that every dollar in your future is waiting behind the veil of, it is spoken, when you accept that nothing moves until you move your mouth, when you believe that your life is not funded by your labor, but by your language, you will stop waiting for a breakthrough, and you will begin issuing divine orders from the throne room of your authority. You will stop checking the bank account first and start checking the atmosphere of your words first. You will stop watching what the world is doing and start watching what your word is building. For your word builds worlds. Your word shapes substance. Your word rearranges the invisible to match the identity you claim. And when you begin to speak from the foundation of I am, when you begin to decree not as a hopeful beggar but as a divine ambassador, when you stand not in the vibration of wanting but in the vibration of being, then supply begins to stir. Then divine channels begin to move. Then provision begins to seek you out. Not because you hustled for it. Not because you earned it. Not because you were qualified in man's system, but because your word went before you and called the money by name, called the opportunity by name, called the favor by name. And like sheep hearing the voice of their shepherd, they began to run toward you. Because you finally spoke in the frequency of dominion, you finally aligned with the original law. You finally treated your tongue as the scepter of wealth it has always been. This is the revelation that changes everything. This is the revelation that silences fear, annihilates delay, dissolves the illusion of poverty, and replaces it with divine clarity. You are not becoming wealthy, you are already wealthy in the spirit, and your word is the bridge that brings that wealth into visibility. And every time you say, I am a multimillionaire by divine law, every time you say God is my instant and unfailing supply, every time you say all that is mine now appears, you are building the invisible infrastructure of your wealth world. You are pouring the foundation, raising the walls, opening the gates, establishing the currency of heaven to flow into the earth through the power of your decree. So speak now. Speak with fire. Speak with faith. Speak with stillness. Speak with rhythm. Speak as one who knows, not one who wishes. Speak not because you're desperate, but because you're divine. Speak not to convince yourself, but to command the universe. Speak because the treasury is listening. Speak because your angels are recording. Speak because every word is a hammer, a chisel, a blueprint, a trumpet, a flame. Speak because it is already done. Speak because the word walks before the wealth, and the wealth is already walking toward you. Now it is time to stop circling the mountain of theory and to step into the high country of practice. For you were never meant to be merely a listener of the word, nor simply an admirer of divine law, nor a gatherer of metaphysical information that floats around the intellect like clouds with no rain. You were meant to be a doer of the word, a vessel of the word, a speaker of the word, and above all, an embodiment of the word made flesh, because the word cannot work for the one who watches it as a philosophy, but only for the one who dares to wield it as a sword, to wield it as a staff, to wield it as the rod of dominion over every dry field, every empty cupboard, every unpaid invoice, every generational pattern of just enough and almost made it and barely surviving. So I say to you now, not as suggestion but as divine instruction, write your decree. Write your wealth identity not from your current condition, not from your emotional weather, not from what the accounts say or what the bills suggest or what your upbringing whispered into your nervous system. No, you must write from heaven's perspective, from your divine seat, from the I am that was given to Moses in the burning bush and handed down to every soul bold enough to drop their excuses and pick up their authority. For when you write, I am, you do not write as a personality but as a spiritual sovereign, and what you inscribe with clarity, faith, and vibration becomes the architecture of your unfolding. Do not wait until you feel ready. Do not wait until your mood cooperates. Do not wait until your logic agrees. Write the decree anyway. Write it with trembling hands if you must. Write it while your eyes still see lack. Write it while your bank account still whispers limitation. Write it not as a lie, but as a higher law, not as wishful thinking, but as kingdom ordering, not as motivational fluff, but as holy alignment. And once it is written, do not hide it in a notebook to collect spiritual dust, but speak it aloud morning, noon, and night until the atmosphere bends, until the soil responds, until heaven nods, until the invisible takes form before your very eyes. Say it before you check your phone. Say it before you check your email. Say it while brushing your teeth. Say it before every meeting, every payment, every step into the world. Say it in rhythm. Say it with reverence. Say it like a priest and a queen and a king and a prophet and a child all at once. Say, I am the steward of divine wealth. I am the circulation of supernatural prosperity. I am the trusted channel of abundance. I am a multi-millionaire, not by striving, not by begging, not by hustle, but by divine law. And when the doubts rise up to mock you, ignore them. When the voices say, who are you to say such things? Rebuke them. When your old identity knocks on the door of your mind asking for attention, for safety, for approval, do not let it in. Speak louder, speak bolder, speak truer. Because you are not speaking to impress yourself. You are not speaking to sound spiritual. You are speaking to align your soul with the throne. You are speaking to command the elements. You are speaking to override the history. You are speaking to activate the kingdom. For when you say, I am, you are not asking, you are establishing. You are not hoping, you are legislating. You are not predicting, you are birthing. And the more you speak, the more the path clears. The more you decree, the more the patterns break. The more you affirm, the more the invisible begins to bend toward you, not out of pity, not out of coincidence, but because the law cannot do otherwise. The law is not emotional. The law is not conditional. The law does not care if you're crying or doubting or unsure, it simply obeys the rhythm of the spoken word. So write your decree today. Speak it with fire. Speak it with stillness. Speak it with unwavering identity. Say it before the check comes. Say it before the contract appears. Say it before the job shifts. Say it when you are laughed at. Say it when you are alone. Say it when you are tired. Say it when you feel nothing. Say it until the atmosphere yields. Say it until the evidence arrives. Say it because your tongue is no longer a slave to circumstance. It is now the architect of divine substance. Say it now. Write it today. And let the treasury of heaven, which has waited in stillness for your command, begin to move mountains in your name. And now, beloved soul, hear me not with your ears, but with the center of your spirit, with the marrow of your being, with the breath that remembers Eden and the silence that still knows God. For we have come to the end of this spoken journey, not to close a chapter, but to strike a match that sets your world ablaze with supernatural order, because you were not born to bow before lack, nor to chase coins like a beggar in the marketplace of men, nor to shrink your divine inheritance into budgets of survival, but to rise, to reign, and to speak as one who remembers where they came from and what kingdom they represent. For the treasury of God has always heard your voice, but it waits for tone, for confidence, for law. So I say to you now, in the fullness of truth, you will not speak as the world speaks, for the world speaks doubt and calls it wisdom. The world speaks fear and calls it caution. The world speaks limitation and dresses it up as logic. But you will speak heaven, you will speak divine structure, you will speak like one who knows the word is the cause and the world is the effect. You will speak not to survive but to command, not to plead but to plant, not to wonder but to wield, for the word in your mouth is not a phrase, it is a force. I tell you now, and I do not stutter, I spoke it into Lawand. It obeyed. It did not ask my age, it did not check my qualifications, it did not care about my past, my family, my degree, my failures, my delays, my debts. It heard the voice of dominion, and it aligned, because the word spoken in law is the highest government in the universe, and nothing can overrule it. Not economy, not timing, not opposition, not delay, not background, not fear, not logic, nothing. This is your time to speak not for motivation but for manifestation. This is your time to throw off the grave clothes of probability and step into the radiant robe of certainty. This is your time to become unrecognizable to your old self and unshakable to this world. This is your time to treat your word like a military command, a legal document, a royal edict, a sacred seed that cannot be reversed, cannot be revoked, and cannot be delayed unless you yourself dig it up with the shovel of doubt. So write your decree in the comments, yes, publicly, boldly, as a covenant, as a line in the sand, as a spiritual announcement to all dimensions, visible and invisible. Write, I am the steward of divine wealth. I am a multimillionaire by spiritual law. I am the voice of divine provision in this generation. I do not chase money, money obeys my word. Let every sentence be spoken not to perform but to legislate, not to manifest eventually, but to realign immediately. Let your word go before you like fire through the field. Let it burn the thorns of hesitation, fear, and delay. Let it open the gates no man can shut. Let it summon angels, people, resources, ideas, contracts, provisions, and appointments in divine timing. Let it establish a new cycle, a new atmosphere, a new spiritual identity where you no longer try to get rich. You speak as the one who is. And now, I leave you not with advice, not with inspiration, not with empty encouragement, but with a mantle of spoken dominion. Wear it well, speak it daily, guard it fiercely. Because when your word becomes law, the world must bend, and it will, and it has, and it already is. Comment your decree. Subscribe to stay in this rhythm of divine remembrance, and walk in your wealth not because you hoped, not because you tried, but because you spoke it into law, and law never returns void. If I had to start over with nothing but my voice, I'd still be rich, because the word is the wealth. I would not fear the blank slate. I would not tremble at the absence of money, connections, or position. I would not look to the left or the right, but only within, because I know what most people do not. Your voice, aligned with truth, is your bank, your credit, your access to the infinite supply, It is not the job, the market, or the man who writes the checks. It is the decree. The divine decree uttered from the lips of faith cracks open the vaults of heaven. I would say what the soul already knows, but the world has forgotten, that the word is substance, that the spirit speaks in substance, that the unseen is more solid than any coin. I would stand where all seemed empty, and I would speak until it was full. I would bless the silence and break it with gold. Because I am not the beggar of life. I am not the borrower of riches. I am the speaker of supply, and I would speak until my words built the house, summoned the money, gathered the favor, multiplied the bread, and filled the barns. If I had nothing but my voice, I'd still be rich, because the word is the wealth. The decree is the door. And I would start over, not in fear, but in full spiritual authority. The law is this: your wealth does not come from effort, from hours worked or strategies executed. It comes by the law of prosperity, divine law, irrevocable and ever ready, which says that all supply is spiritual and all demonstration begins in consciousness. You are not made rich by the outer world. You are made rich by your inner word. It is law that what you impress upon the subconscious must be expressed in your affairs. And most men live in poverty not because God is absent, but because their speech denies him. They affirm lack, they worship delay, they bow before fear. But the law of prosperity is unmoved by appearance. It does not care if your pockets are empty, if your account is low, if your clients are silent or the market is cold. The law only asks, what are you speaking? What are you imagining? What are you declaring to be true? Because the word is the mold and supply is the molten gold that fills it. Let the weak say, I am strong. That is not poetic sentiment. It is spiritual precision. It means, even when your hands are trembling and the door is closed and the bank account is whispering lies, you say, I am strong. You say, I am rich. You say, there is no delay in divine supply. You speak the truth of spirit, not the report of the senses, because your voice is the lever that lifts the weight of the world off your back. Most people are not starting over financially. They are starting over spiritually. They have built their fortunes on sand. They have hustled without declaring. They have moved without listening. They have tried to earn what was meant to be spoken into form. And so, when the tide comes in and sweeps it all away, they think they have lost. But I tell you, you have only lost what was never truly yours. What is yours by divine law can never be taken. What is yours by spiritual decree must appear again. And so I say, start over, but not by strategy. Start over in consciousness. Start over in your words. Tear down the house of doubt and build the mansion of truth. Begin again, not in fear, not in striving, not in logic, but in declaration. Because the wall that kept you from millions was never made of stone. It was made of silence. It was made of hesitation. It was made of begging instead of commanding. Break it now. Speak your word. Align with law. Declare that your supply is spiritual, eternal, invisible, and now being made visible. Speak until you see it. Declare until you hold it. Say it until it comes, because that is how the law of prosperity moves. Not by effort, but by authority, by alignment, by divine words spoken in faith. And you have that power now. You must speak riches, not poverty. You must declare the unseen as if seen, and do it with a voice that does not tremble, a voice that knows its power, a voice that remembers its source. Most people wait to see the money before they feel secure. They wait to receive the check before they give thanks. They wait for the door to open before they call it theirs. But divine law does not operate on human delay. It moves only when you move by faith, when you dare to declare what the eye has not yet seen and the hand has not yet touched. You say it first. You command it first. You speak it in the silence, in the absence, in the nothingness, and you speak it as if the whole world already agreed. That is the secret of wealth. Not ambition, not worry, not strategy, but divine speech, rhythmically repeated, spiritually backed, unquestioningly believed. You do not need to convince the world. You need only convince your subconscious. And the subconscious, when properly impressed, will build your fortune, organize your affairs, arrange your meetings, fill your account, and place you in the right place at the right time to receive what you have already called forth in the spirit. The outer is the echo, the inner is the sound. So I say unto you, declare it now. Say, I now draw to myself wealth divine, and nothing can keep it from me. Say it not with hesitation, but with certainty. Say it as the law. Say it as a decree from the throne of your own divine authority. You are not speaking to wealth, you are speaking from it. You are not begging a distant force to help you. You are summoning what is already yours by divine inheritance. Let this sentence become your sword, your staff, your daily bread. Say it in the morning. Say it when fear creeps in. Say it before you check your bank account. Say it until your very atmosphere hums with the vibration of provision. I now draw to myself wealth divine, and nothing can keep it from me. Let every word ring like a bell in your soul. Let it dissolve doubt. Let it cancel limitation. Let it undo years of worry and striving. Let it rewire your entire being until you no longer hope for money, you expect it. Until you no longer fear lack, you laugh at it. Until you walk as one who knows the treasury of heaven stands open at the sound of your voice. This is not fantasy. This is not positive thinking. This is spiritual law. And law is not emotional. It is not moved by whining or worry. It is activated by precision, by word, by conviction. So stop narrating your lack. Stop rehearsing your fear. Stop reinforcing the illusion with words of doubt and defeat. Speak wealth. Declare abundance. Announce your inheritance. And do it now. Because every day you wait is a day you reinforce the false. Speak the truth. Stand in the invisible riches of spirit and let the world catch up to what you already know is yours. Say it until you become it. Declare it until it manifests. And never again give your voice to the lie of lack. You must now go deeper. You must not simply say the words. You must dissolve the inner noise that argues against them. Because within every person who has suffered under the illusion of lack, there is a clamor of doubt, a static of resistance, a loud and lying chorus that speaks in the voice of reason, memory, and past defeat. This inner noise must be cleared, because it interferes with the broadcast of truth. And what is that noise? It is the memory of unpaid bills, the echo of rejection, the shame of wasted time, the fear of starting over again without proof. But I tell you this, you are not starting over. You are starting correctly. You are not beginning again. You are beginning from alignment. And that is the only beginning that matters, because the former things shall be remembered no more. The old voice, the one that says, you tried this before and it didn't work, the one that whispers, maybe some people are just lucky, the one that shouts, be realistic. That voice is not your voice. That is the voice of the world's hypnosis. That is the voice of collective fear. And it is not divine. It is not permanent. It is not true. So you must speak until that noise is silenced. You must repeat the truth until it rings louder than the lie. You must say, I now draw to myself wealth divine, and nothing can keep it from me, until that sentence becomes louder than your memory, louder than your fear, louder than your past, louder than the headlines, louder than the bank report. You must not fight the noise. You must replace it, because the subconscious cannot hold two opposing pictures. And when you fill it with the word of wealth, the word of power, the word of truth, it must reject the old image. It must align with what you repeatedly say. Think of your inner world like a radio dial. If you want to hear the frequency of abundance, you must first tune out the static. The static is your old beliefs, your past disappointments, your conditioned logic that says, unless I see it, I can't believe it. But the metaphysical law is this. You believe first. You speak first. You declare first. And then you see. That is the path of the soul. That is the voice of dominion. You are not a seeker of riches. You are a divine magnet. You are not chasing wealth, you are commanding it. And when the inner frequency is set, when the static is cleared, when the word becomes flesh within you, the outer world must mirror it. It is law. It is inevitable. The old self who struggled, who calculated, who panicked at the sight of an empty wallet, she is no longer here. She has been replaced by the one who knows, the one who speaks, the one who tunes her mind to truth and lets nothing interrupt the broadcast. Let the inner noise be stilled now. Let the static fall silent. Let the voice of spirit speak through you with clarity, rhythm, and certainty. You are the temple, the transmitter, the magnet, the vessel, and divine wealth is already rushing to fill every part of you that is now aligned with its frequency. Say it until it is your new silence. Say it until it is the music of your soul. Say it until your very being vibrates with the certainty that nothing, absolutely nothing, can keep from you what God has declared to be yours. Poverty is not a punishment. It is a spell, a spoken curse, a whispered agreement, a sentence handed down not by God but by man, repeated again and again until it hardened into appearance. It is not reality. It is not law. It is not divine. It is the echo of words long forgotten, words you may not even remember speaking, words that were spoken over you by frightened parents, weary teachers, anxious friends, bitter voices who had themselves bowed before the altar of lack. Money doesn't grow on trees. You have to work hard for every dollar. That's too expensive. That's not for people like us. These words, seemingly small, repeated over and over, entered the subconscious and set the thermostat of your life. And now, like a home preset to stay cold, you have walked through the seasons of your life with your heat turned down by the words of others. But I tell you now, you are not cursed. You are not bound. You are not limited by your job, your age, your education, or your economy. You are bound only by the words you have accepted as true. And the moment you choose to say a new word, to install a new sentence, to shatter the old spell with a new decree, you are free. You are released. You are reprogrammed. You are restored to your divine inheritance. And the one sentence that will do it is not long or complicated or poetic. It is a simple arrow of truth shot straight into the illusion. It is this: God is my unfailing supply, and large sums of money come to me now, under grace, in perfect ways. This is not a wish. It is not a charm. It is a truth, a spiritual detonator, that when spoken in faith, with repetition, with rhythm, with full inner consent, will blow the chains off your consciousness and flood your life with the substance it calls forth. You must no longer repeat the sentences of limitation. You must no longer describe your poverty. You must no longer decorate your struggle with language. Every time you say, "I can't afford it," every time you sigh at a bill, every time you speak of delay or lack or strain, you reinforce the false spell. You add another brick to the wall that stands between you and your good. Tear it down now, with your word, with this word, with the sentence that restores your place in the flow of divine abundance. Speak it and do not stop. Speak it in the face of contradiction. Speak it when you feel foolish. Speak it until the old spell breaks and you realize the truth was always there, waiting, watching, ready to flood in the moment you opened the door. God is my unfailing supply, and large sums of money come to me now, under grace, in perfect ways. This is your sword. This is your staff. This is the sentence that shatters the spell. Speak it and be made free. The law that makes this possible is the law of substitution, a divine mechanism as old as creation itself, written into the invisible structure of your being, humming through the ethers, commanding that no two things can occupy the same space in consciousness at the same time. You cannot believe in wealth and lack simultaneously. You cannot serve both fear and faith. You cannot declare abundance while carrying secret vows of struggle in the back pocket of your soul. And so the law of substitution comes not to shame you, but to free you. It says, replace the lie. Speak the new. Substitute the old image with the divine one. Because when you speak the truth in the face of error, the truth wins. Always. Just as light casts out darkness the moment it is lit, the word of truth dissolves the illusion of poverty the moment it is declared without compromise. That is why I say, this sentence, God is my unfailing supply, and large sums of money come to me now, under grace, in perfect ways, is not just a phrase. It is the spiritual light switch. It is the substitution. It is the replacement of error with divine reality. When you speak this word, you are not trying to convince God of anything. You are not attempting to force a miracle. You are simply installing a new vibration into your own field of belief. And when the subconscious mind hears a word often enough, when it feels it charged with emotion, when it is spoken with expectancy and rhythm and persistence, it accepts it. And what the subconscious accepts, the world reflects. That is the law. The law of substitution does not wait for your perfection. It waits for your participation. It asks you not to clean yourself up before speaking, but to speak and let the word do the cleaning. It asks you not to earn your worthiness, but to declare your inheritance. It commands you to stop repeating the old story, not because the story is shameful, but because it is powerless. You are not poor because of circumstance. You are poor because you have been repeating a sentence of lack under your breath for so long, you thought it was your identity. But a new sentence, a new decree, will evict the old. And that sentence must be spiritual, must be true, must be absolute, must be yours. Not borrowed from another, not mumbled like a ritual, not spoken with crossed fingers, but declared from your soul as law. And when you do that, when you obey the law of substitution and replace the sentence of struggle with the sentence of divine provision, your entire life begins to shift. Not because you forced it, but because you finally aligned with it. Because the word poverty has no power against the word God. Because when you say unfailing supply, you cancel the idea of shortage. When you say large sums of money, you delete the image of scraping by. When you say now, you close the door on delay. When you say under grace, you declare ease. And when you say in perfect ways, you leave the method to infinite intelligence. This is the law, and it cannot be broken. Say the new word, and the old world must dissolve. Say the truth, and the illusion must fall. Say it, and say it now. Because light never waits for permission to shine. It only waits to be lit. Now let me tell you how to say it, not just with your mouth, but with your whole being. You do not chant this sentence like a parrot hoping for crumbs. You declare it as a spiritual commander speaking to creation itself. You do not whisper it with trembling fear. You do not mumble it out of obligation or superstition. You say it with rhythm. You say it with breath. You say it with force that comes not from muscle but from alignment. Because this is not the repetition of desperation. This is the rhythm of dominion. This is your tuning fork to divine frequency. And you say it again and again, not because God needs to hear it, but because you do. Because the first time you say it, it sounds foreign. The second time, it still echoes with doubt. The third time, you wonder if it's working. But somewhere around the 50th, the 100th, the 1000th repetition, something breaks. Not outside, but inside. The old architecture of fear begins to crumble. The structure of poverty that has lived in your nervous system, in your voice, in your breath, in your bones, it begins to shake. And the new word takes root. You begin to believe it, not just mentally, but viscerally. Your posture changes, your tone changes, your very atmosphere begins to shift. God is my unfailing supply, and large sums of money come to me now, under grace, in perfect ways. Let every word be alive. Let each syllable be planted deep into the soil of your subconscious where it can grow and flourish and multiply. Break it down if you must. Emphasize each part. God is, not man, not luck, not timing, my unfailing supply, not a temporary patch, not a fluctuating hope, large sums of money, not just enough, not scraps, not trickles. Come to me. They are moving toward you, not away. Now, Not someday, not when you've proved yourself. Under grace, with ease, without force, without regret. In perfect ways, through channels seen and unseen, beyond your calculation, orchestrated by infinite intelligence. Say it like it is your address. Say it like it is your heartbeat. Say it like it is the law, because it is. And when doubt arises, when appearances contradict it, when the mailbox is empty and the phone is silent and the bill is due, that is when you say it louder. That is when you lift your head and speak what is eternally true, not what is temporarily visible. Because words spoken in alignment with spiritual law do not depend on physical evidence. They create it. And if you will be faithful to this sentence, if you will speak it not as a wish but as a weapon of truth, if you will repeat it until it etches a new pattern in your mind and body and energy, then the money must come. The provision must appear. The door must open. The spell must break. And your life will become what it was always meant to be, a demonstration of divine abundance, spoken into form by your unwavering word. And now let us go deeper still, not into the words themselves, but into the silent loyalties that have been living beneath them, the hidden contracts with struggle that you never consciously signed, but have nonetheless obeyed for years. Because even as you speak this sentence of truth, God is my unfailing supply and large sums of money come to me now, under grace, in perfect ways, there may still be a part of you, buried under the weight of memory and inherited shame, that resists it, that feels guilt at the idea of large sums, that feels unworthy of ease, that flinches at the notion of receiving without effort, without torment, without the crucifixion of self-denial. And I tell you, this is the echo of a false humility, a learned poverty disguised as virtue, a spiritual fog that must be cleared before the light can pour through. You must reprogram not only your conscious speech, but your unconscious allegiance. You must uncover and dissolve the emotional bond you've formed with suffering, with being the struggler, the one who works hard, the one who earns it the hard way, the one who is admired for how little they need, rather than how freely they receive. That identity must be laid on the altar. That old image, the beggar who thought he was being holy by refusing his inheritance, must be seen for what it is, a distortion, a spell, a lie. You are not righteous because you lack. You are not holy because you suffer. You are not virtuous because you deny yourself the abundance that was written into your being before you were born. There is no reward in lack. There is no badge in just scraping by. And you must renounce the invisible oath that says you cannot have wealth and remain spiritual, that says riches corrupt, that says ease is a betrayal of morality. That is the beggar's gospel, and it is not of God. The true gospel says, "Beloved, I wish above all things that thou mayest prosper and be in health, even as thy soul prospereth." The true gospel says, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want." The true gospel says, "Ask, and it shall be given unto you." You are not meant to worship money, but you are meant to command it. You are not called to chase wealth, but to speak it, to call it, to receive it as the natural extension of your alignment with divine order. So you must now look honestly at the emotional hooks that have kept you loyal to struggle. Have you feared judgment? Have you feared separation from those who call wealth evil? Have you feared your own power? It is time to unplug from that matrix. It is time to break that inner agreement. And how do you do it? By repetition, by rhythm, by speaking the new word until it vibrates through every cell and overrides the old programming. Say it until you feel the lie tremble. Say it until your nervous system stops flinching at the idea of overflow. Say it until you can imagine yourself wealthy, peaceful, radiant, and feel no guilt, no shame, no resistance. Say it until it becomes your new peace, your new silence, your new identity. God is my unfailing supply, and large sums of money come to me now, under grace, in perfect ways. That is not just a sentence. It is a sword that severs you from the bondage of generational scarcity. It is a ladder out of the pit of inherited shame. It is the thunder that cracks the illusion and opens the heavens. Say it, and be transformed. Speech is the bridge between spirit and substance. It is the narrow, golden thread stretched across the chasm of invisibility, the divine cord that pulls what is eternal into what is material, the only tool given to man that can speak to both the unseen and the seen and command them to align. Before there is form, there is word. Before there is manifestation, there is declaration. Before the check is written, the blessing is spoken. That is how creation has always worked. God did not mold the world with his hands. He said, "Let there be light," and light obeyed. He spoke the heavens, the waters, the earth, the seed-bearing trees, the stars, the beasts of the field, and man himself into form. All came forth from the divine voice, and that same power has been placed within you. You were made in the image and likeness of the Creator, not to observe, but to declare, not to describe what is, but to call forth what shall be. And if you have been waiting for proof before speaking, if you have been hesitating until the money appears, the opportunity arrives, or the numbers add up, then you are not yet living by spiritual law. You are still worshiping appearances. You are still bowing before evidence instead of authority. But I tell you now, authority is granted to the one who speaks from the unseen, who walks on the water of the invisible, who says, "It is done," while the room is still empty. You must speak it before you see it. You must say it before you feel safe. You must declare it before you know how it will come. Because speech is not a response, it is a command. It is the cause, not the effect. It is the origin of change, not the confirmation of it. The tongue is not just a tool of expression, it is the divine lever of transformation. And if you would become a master of substance, a demonstrator of divine wealth, a channel for infinite supply, then you must begin not by asking, not by hoping, not by doubting, but by saying. You must begin with the word and never stop saying it. This is the law of expectancy, a spiritual law rooted not in wishful thinking or passive hoping, but in the absolute knowing that what is spoken in faith must appear by divine law. It is written into the fabric of consciousness itself. What you expect, you prepare for, and what you prepare for, you receive. Expectancy is not a mood, it is a mold. It is the invisible architecture of manifestation, the shape into which the formless substance of spirit pours itself. And that mold is cast through your word, your inner assumption, your spiritual posture. The law of expectancy is not activated when you say, "I hope so." It is not moved by nervous optimism or anxious repetition. It is activated when your declaration becomes a decree, when your word becomes law in your world, when your entire being stands upright in the full conviction that what you have spoken must come because spirit has heard it and law is now set in motion. And what is the substance that rushes to fill that mold? It is not stone, not gold, not paper currency. It is spiritual energy, divine intelligence, wealth in its highest and purest vibration, ready to take form according to the blueprint you supply through your inner word. You are not waiting for the money to arrive. You are forming the channels through which it must come. You are not hoping to be surprised by prosperity. You are issuing the command for it to clothe itself in the garments of your expectation. And how do you know this is law? Because it was written, "You shall decree a thing, and it shall be established unto you." That is not poetry. That is not metaphor. That is a spiritual mechanic, a divine formula, a metaphysical transaction backed by the Word of God. But you must understand this. The decree is not a soft wish, not a polite request, not a passive phrase. It is a spoken command from the soul aligned with the infinite, spoken in full belief, spoken with rhythm, spoken with certainty, spoken with the full expectation that the moment it is said, it is done. It may not yet be seen, but it is already complete. The law of expectancy does not wait for results, it creates them. And your part in this law is to form the mold by what you say, by what you believe, by what you hold as inevitable. If you expect delay, delay will serve you. If you expect lack, lack will visit. But if you expect abundance, abundance must rush to meet you. And the key to this law is not occasional belief, but persistent alignment. You do not say your word once and then wonder. You say it until you expect it. You say it until doubt cannot survive in your atmosphere. You say it until the words you speak echo in your bones, until they vibrate in your walk, in your tone, in your thoughts, in your very breath. Large sums of money come to me now, under grace, in perfect ways. This is not a suggestion. It is an expectation. It is a decree. And by divine law, it must be established unto you. Speak it, and do not wait to see. Speak it, and see it come. You must speak before it looks real. You must speak before your eyes catch up to what your spirit already knows. You must speak with the clarity of one who does not need confirmation from the outer world, for the outer world is not the authority. It is the echo. It is the shadow of what has already been spoken in spirit. And most people delay their speech because they are waiting for a sign, waiting for reassurance, waiting for the world to prove them right before they dare to open their mouths. But I tell you, the moment you do that, you have given your power away. You have bowed to appearances. You have declared the lie to be stronger than the truth. But those who walk in spiritual authority speak in the void. They call things that are not as though they were. They say, I am rich, while standing in a room of unpaid bills. They say, it is done, before the evidence exists. They say, it comes now, with the boldness of a king, not the trembling of a beggar. Because it is not by appearances that we live, it is by faith. And faith must speak. It must move the tongue before it moves the world. You do not get to wait for confidence. You do not get to wait until it feels believable. You speak it until it becomes. And what do you say? You say, everything I speak in faith must appear. It is the law. You say it, not as a question, not as a hope, not as a mantra to feel better, but as a decree issued by one who knows the word cannot return void. Say it until your words feel like bricks in your hand, until you can feel substance building with every sentence. Say it while you walk. Say it while you pay. Say it while you fall asleep. Say it while the voices of fear circle you like wolves, and say it louder than they can growl. Because fear feeds on your silence, but it flees from your voice. Faith is not delicate. It is not soft. It is not unsure. Faith speaks, and what it says becomes flesh. When you say, large sums of money come to me now, under grace, in perfect ways, you are not creating something out of nothing. You are calling into visibility what already exists in the spiritual realm. You are pulling the unseen into the seen by the authority of divine law. And if you will speak without ceasing, speak without doubting, speak without begging, speak without delay, speak until your atmosphere shifts and your identity solidifies and your inner world overflows, then you will not have to chase what is yours. It will find you, it will follow you, it will recognize your voice, because your speech has become your signature. Your declaration has become your receipt. Your word has become your wealth. Speak it before you see it. Walk as if it's done. Say it until there is no separation between the voice and the vision. Say it and never stop saying it. Because you are not practicing magic. You are obeying law, and law never fails. Now comes the sacred labor, the inward cleansing, the daily undoing of old impressions, the quiet yet relentless rebuilding of your inner temple according to the blueprint of divine wealth. Because even as you speak the word in boldness, even as you declare truth with the tongue, the hidden chambers of your consciousness may still carry the ghost of lack, the echo of unworthiness, the residue of former beliefs that told you prosperity was for others, that money was hard, that abundance was rare, that riches were dangerous. These are not just thoughts. They are images, and images are powerful. They are the silent architects of your world, shaping your behavior, your vibration, your expectancy, and ultimately, your outcomes. And so, the spoken word must not only be declared into the atmosphere, it must be installed into your being, replacing image with image, frame by frame, thought by thought, until your entire inner movie shifts from one of scarcity and struggle to one of overflow, ease, and divine orchestration. You must picture your wealth as already stored in the invisible, ready to appear not by labor, but by law. You must imagine your supply like rain held in the clouds, forming, gathering, heavy with your name, needing only the command of faith to pour. You must no longer see yourself as one who needs to earn it, prove it, chase it, but as one who calls it forth with calm authority, as one who carries the atmosphere of already done. The old image of the striving self, the hustler, the worrier, the calculator of pennies, the one who checks the account every morning with dread, must be cast out. That version of you was built by fear, and fear has no creative power. Fear only interrupts the creative flow. It burns the bridge between what is spoken and what is seen. It cuts the current of faith, and the moment you believe the fear, the circuit is broken and the image collapses. But when you hold the picture of wealth with devotion, when you guard it like a seed not yet sprouted, when you refuse to dig it up to check if it's working, when you speak your word and let the law go to work, then the bridge is built, the current flows, the image grows stronger, and eventually the world must conform. This is not delusion. This is design. The world you see is your subconscious in material form, your faith made visible, your repeated declarations made flesh. So begin again, not just with words, but with vision. Picture yourself receiving with grace. Picture the money arriving easily. Picture the bills paid early, the needs met abundantly, the desires fulfilled with divine timing and surplus. And speak it as you picture it. Everything I speak in faith must appear. It is the law. Let that sentence carry weight. Let it shape your mornings. Let it cancel your complaints before they reach your lips. Let it become so familiar, so internalized, that doubt finds no home in you. This is the reprogramming. This is the renewal of the mind. This is the moment when you no longer wonder if it will happen. You know it already has, and you are merely walking toward the full visibility of what has already been spoken in spirit. Say it. Picture it. Refuse to be moved by delay or noise or appearance. Let the inner movie play in wealth, and the outer world will edit itself to match. You are not waiting. You are aligning. And alignment always precedes arrival. This is the law of divine supply, the spiritual principle that declares that all provision comes not from people, not from professions, not from performance, but from the invisible source that formed you, breathed into you, and now flows through you, unbroken, unfailing, and unbound by earthly appearances. You do not earn your supply. You align with it. You do not force it. You receive it. And you receive it by knowing it is already present, already circulating in the unseen, already moving toward you on channels known and unknown, because the source never dries up, never goes bankrupt, never forgets your name. And yet, this divine law is so often misunderstood, so buried beneath the dust of religious guilt, cultural shame, economic conditioning, and generational fear, that most people live as if God is a reluctant giver, as if spirit must be convinced to release what was already given in full. They believe supply must be wrestled from the hands of heaven, as if God withholds out of some cosmic test of worthiness. But I tell you, that is a lie. That is not divine. That is not written in the laws of truth. It is man's projection of his own fear onto the face of God, and it must be thrown out, burned down, dissolved. The law of divine supply states clearly that there is no shortage in spirit, no limitation in the invisible storehouse, no fluctuation in divine provision. There is only flow or blockage, and the blockage is always in the channel, not the source. Your fear blocks, your doubt blocks, your refusal to speak truth blocks. But the supply? It is infinite. The vault is open. The river is full. And the moment you remember this, the moment you stop treating money as a scarce creature to be chased and start recognizing it as a divine servant to be summoned, you realign with law. The law is activated not by effort but by word. And the word must be true. The word must be repeated. The word must override the voices that say, you must work harder, you must struggle more, you must wait your turn. No, beloved, that is not the gospel of supply. The gospel says, prove me now, saith the Lord of hosts, if I will not open the windows of heaven and pour you out a blessing that there shall not be room enough to receive it. Do you hear that? The command is not to plead, but to prove the law by using it, to speak boldly, to declare daily, to walk as if the windows of heaven are already open, because they are. It is not God who hesitates. It is not spirit who delays. It is only man, living in appearance, speaking in fear, expecting from the outer instead of declaring from the inner. But when you speak from truth, when you declare supply as unfailing, when you stop looking to people and start looking to principle, the channel opens. And when the channel opens, supply flows. It is not personal. It is not emotional. It is law. And the law says, speak the truth, and supply will pour. Declare the invisible, and it must become visible. Walk in the rhythm of faith, and the vault will respond to your voice. This is the law of divine supply, and it is already working. The only question is, are you speaking the words that open the flow, or the ones that block it? Choose now. Speak now. Prove now. And the heavens must obey. And now I give you the word to speak, the command to utter, the key that fits the lock of the invisible vault, the phrase that bends law into motion and opens channels wider than your imagination could ever construct. Every dollar I need now appears by divine law. Say it plainly. Say it strongly. Say it until it is no longer a statement but a knowing, until it pulses in your bones, until it becomes the silent hum beneath your thoughts, the unseen engine turning behind your every step. Let that sentence become your spiritual gravity, drawing the seen from the unseen, the money from the mind of God into your visible world with holy precision. Say it not to beg, but to claim. Say it not with clenched fists, but with open hands. Say it not to get, but to reveal what is already yours. And when the voice of fear tells you to look around, to count what you lack, to track what's missing, to analyze what hasn't shown up yet, you say it again, louder. You speak the sentence that overrides delay, that dissolves the mirage of not enough, that silences the voice of the world and tunes your entire being to the frequency of fulfillment. Every dollar I need now appears by divine law. You must stop speaking in future tense. You must stop saying, one day I'll have it. Maybe it'll come. I'm trying to believe. That language is neutral, weak, disconnected from the power source. Divine law moves now. Supply is present now. Spirit responds to clarity, to decisiveness, to the voice that does not flinch. And if you will speak this sentence every morning before you check the numbers, if you will say it every night before sleep writes new instructions upon your subconscious, if you will speak it in the parking lot, in the grocery aisle, at the desk, in the car, while walking, while resting, while breathing, then the old mental tracks will begin to break. The loops of lack will fall silent. The grooves of worry will fade. And in their place, a new inner rhythm will rise. A rhythm that knows. A rhythm that calls. A rhythm that receives. Because this sentence is not just a declaration, it is a magnet, a tuning fork, a law in motion. And it must echo through your being until every cell, every thought, every expectation dances in harmony with its truth. Every dollar I need now appears by divine law, not by accident, not by force, not by manipulation, by divine law. That means it comes through grace. It comes on time. It comes through channels prepared before you even knew you'd need them. It comes because you are in alignment, because you have spoken, because the vault cannot remain closed to the one who walks in the truth of their spiritual inheritance. Say it now, say it always. Speak the key, and the treasury must open. This is law, this is truth, this is your instruction. Let no other voice interfere. Let no other belief override. Let no other sentence escape your lips. You are now the speaker of supply, and your words are the golden bridge between heaven's vault and earth's demonstration. Speak, and it must be. Declare, and it must come. Now you must rewire the self-concept that has secretly believed not enough was your identity, not just your condition. Because until now, many of you have not simply lacked money, you have become lack in thought, in posture, in emotional rhythm, in daily language. You have worn scarcity like a garment, draped invisibly over your shoulders, woven into the fabric of your self-image through years of repetition and emotional agreement. You have spoken as one who expects denial. You have prepared for disappointment. You have walked into situations already rehearsing rejection, already assuming insufficiency, already bracing for another delay, another shortage, another not yet. And I tell you, this identity, this false self, has nothing to do with your divine design. It is an overlay, a costume, a performance taught to you by the fearful, the limited, the cautious, the well-meaning but misinformed voices who did not know that heaven's supply is already yours, already present, already responsive to the one who dares to drop the disguise of lack and speak from the truth of divine provision. The spiritual pipeline is not broken. It is not blocked by heaven. It is not locked by spirit. It is only clogged by belief, by untrue, unspoken, unchallenged assumptions about who you are, what is possible, and how wealth comes to you. And those assumptions must now be flushed out by the pure water of truth. Not gently, not politely, but thoroughly, rhythmically, repeatedly, until the flow returns, until the old sludge of fear and guilt and effort and performance is gone, until the pipeline runs clear with certainty and ease. And how do you do this? You speak the new word, not just out loud, but within. You say again and again, "Every dollar I need now appears by divine law," until that sentence is no longer a declaration, but a description of how you see yourself. Until you no longer see yourself as one who needs to be helped, but one who knows the source flows through you, for you, as you. You must break the habit of being the one who lacks. You must break the identity of the one who waits, who worries, who watches the world for signs of arrival. That identity was formed by fear. It must now be replaced by faith, by vision, by decree. Begin to see yourself differently. See yourself as a living channel of divine wealth, one through whom substance flows easily and constantly, not because you hustle, not because you manipulate, but because you are aligned, because you are attuned, because you speak the word and know the law. The image you hold of yourself is the lid on your supply. And when you lift that image, when you declare, not just occasionally but continually, that you are the one through whom God's abundance expresses, then the lid must lift, the channels must open, the supply must flow. This is not theory. This is reprogramming. This is the holy labor of the spiritual millionaire. And it begins not in strategy, not in effort, but in sentence. The sentence must become your rhythm. The rhythm must become your vibration. And the vibration must become your atmosphere. Every dollar I need now appears by divine law. Say it until the old self cannot live in your body. Say it until the pipeline runs clean. Say it until heaven's treasury flows through you like breath, like water, like light. Say it, and be renewed. You are not waiting on the money. The money is waiting on your authority. It is not far away. It is not running from you. It is not lost in some maze of worldly confusion. It is standing just beyond the veil of your disbelief, listening for your voice to rise to the level of spiritual dominion. It is waiting for you to stop speaking like a servant and begin speaking like a son, like a daughter, like a divine heir who knows the estate has already been written in their name. You have been trained to believe that wealth comes by toil, by proving your worth, by clawing your way up some invisible ladder built by others. But I tell you, wealth is voice responsive. It is not attracted to the voice of effort. It is summoned by the voice of alignment. And the reason you have not yet walked in the fullness of it is not because you are unworthy, but because you have been speaking as if you are. You have narrated a life of delay, described a life of just enough, rehearsed a life of trying, surviving, hoping someday to make it, but never claiming the now, never claiming the throne, never speaking as the one who already possesses the treasure. And yet, the moment you shift your tone, the moment your declarations rise from survival into sovereignty, the moment you say not, "I wish I had," but "I walk in wealth now," something in the unseen rearranges itself. Because spirit recognizes dominion, law responds to tone, the money you think you are. Waiting for is not listening to your desperation, it is waiting for the vibration of command. And command does not plead, it does not panic, it does not shout from emptiness, it speaks from fullness. It speaks as one who already owns, already walks in, already carries the vibration of the thing desired. That is how I became a millionaire, not through schemes, not through systems, but through speech, not through fear, but through form, the spoken form of truth repeated until my consciousness was saturated, my atmosphere transformed, my life rearranged by the law that never fails. Speak like one who owns it, and the world must obey. Speak like one who carries the vault within, and substance must pour forth. Speak like the air you are, and what has been yours all along must now appear. The law that governs this truth is the law of dominion, written not by man, but by spirit, declared in the beginning when the voice of the Creator said, "Let them have dominion over all the earth." This law was not a poetic idea. It was not metaphor. It was not symbolic. It was divine instruction, a spiritual reality that lives in your bones and waits only for your consent to express itself fully through your life. Dominion is not pride. Dominion is not ego. Dominion is not the performance of control over others. It is the humble awareness of your position in divine order. It is the inner knowing that you were never meant to crawl through life begging for provision, waiting for permission, or apologizing for wanting to prosper. You were not designed to be the victim of economics, the servant of systems, or the pawn of market shifts and career ladders. You were not sent here to survive. You were sent to demonstrate, to walk the earth as one who knows heaven's vault is behind every word you speak in faith. The law of dominion does not say you must fight for what is yours. It says you must speak from what is yours. Dominion is not struggle, it is stance. It is the vibration of certainty, the posture of spiritual royalty, the tone that carries weight because it has authority behind it. And authority is not loud, it is law. It moves not through noise, but through clarity. And clarity only comes when you stop consulting appearance and begin listening to spirit. Most people do not walk in dominion because they are too busy describing their conditions, explaining their limitations, and repeating the language of the enslaved consciousness, the one that believes riches must be earned through suffering and proven through exhaustion. But I say to you now, dominion has nothing to do with effort. It is not earned by performance. It is activated by identity. It is the law that says, "Speak as the one who owns, and ownership must appear." It is the truth that declares, "What you will not claim with your word, you cannot hold with your hands." And the moment I understood this, I stopped using language that described my life. I began using language that created it. I stopped narrating lack and began naming abundance. I stopped repeating how hard it had been and began announcing how good it already was. I spoke as a millionaire before the money arrived. I spent as one who trusted the vault behind the veil. I gave as one who knew the river could not run dry. I walked as one who had dominion, not by effort, not by proof, but by law. And law, when honored by word and rhythm and certainty, must obey. This is not emotional. This is not circumstantial. This is divine order. And it is available to you the moment you speak from it. Walk in it, and stop shrinking yourself into the old lie that says money belongs to the few and struggle belongs to the rest. The world did not give you dominion, and the world cannot take it away. You were born with it. Speak like it. Stand like it. and let the law make the unseen seen. You must now practice the speech of wealth, not as mimicry, not as fantasy, but as the deliberate discipline of one who is determined to align with spiritual reality and discard once and for all the pitiful vocabulary of limitation. Begin here. I now spend, receive, and give as a steward of divine wealth. Say it not with hesitation, not as an experiment, but as a daily declaration that replaces the old framework of fear with the consciousness of circulation. Because a millionaire in spirit does not cling, a divine steward does not hoard, a spiritually wealthy soul does not calculate every cost with clenched fists and furrowed brow. Instead, they speak, and they speak from flow. They speak from the river, not the reservoir. They give because they know more is always arriving. They spend because they recognize money as divine substance moving on assignment. They receive because they no longer resist good with guilt. You must take this sentence and wear it like a crown. I now spend, receive, and give as a steward of divine wealth. This is not about reckless expenditure or showy generosity. It is about spiritual posture. It is about breaking the internalized language of lack that narrates every transaction with a silent wince, that treats every purchase as a threat, every gift as a sacrifice, every receipt as a loss. That language must be annihilated. That vibration must be cleared. Because true wealth is not held in the numbers, it is held in the identity of the one who knows where it comes from. And when you say this sentence daily, when you walk into the store, open your wallet, tap your card, and speak within your spirit, I am a steward of divine wealth. You declare that you are not just a participant in an economic system, you are an agent of spiritual flow. You are not spending money. You are circulating divine substance. You are not giving from your own supply. You are giving from the treasury of heaven. You are not receiving by accident. You are receiving by alignment. And you must say it until it becomes second nature, until the old self who worried over every cent is dissolved, until the anxious spender, the guilty receiver, the reluctant giver is no more. You must say it until your finances feel like worship, until your giving feels like expansion, until your receiving feels like agreement with God's plan. And when you do, when this truth becomes your native language, when you speak from this place of dominion, you will see how quickly the material catches up to the metaphysical. You will see how money begins to respond, not to fear, but to form, not to striving, but to spiritual stance. Speak it now, speak it daily. Say, I now spend, receive, and give as a steward of divine wealth, and let that word reshape your reality. You must now cast out the last shadow, guilt. That lingering fog that creeps in whenever you feel joy in spending, peace in receiving, power in holding more than enough. Guilt is the great saboteur of wealth, the subtle thief that sneaks in after your declaration and says, should you really have this? Is it fair? Are you becoming too full, too free, too different from the others? It is not your voice. It is the voice of a world hypnotized by lack, trained to believe that wealth must be rationed, that money is a limited pie, and to claim your portion is to take from another's. But I tell you now, divine substance is infinite. Supply is limitless. God's treasury is not divided by logic or morality or fairness. It is distributed by law, and law responds to consciousness. And consciousness expands through repetition, through vision, through fearless receiving. You must now tear out the guilt by its roots. You must refuse to feel wrong for being provided for being blessed, for being answered. You must no longer apologize for the overflow. You must no longer shrink yourself back down so others can feel comfortable. You must no longer sabotage the manifestation because some old ghost of moral confusion whispers that having more is somehow less spiritual. That is a lie. You are not here to suffer as proof of your virtue. You are not here to withhold as proof of your humility. You are not here to shrink in order to fit into the broken system of mutual scarcity. You are here to reveal divine abundance. And the way you reveal it is not just by having, but by holding it without guilt, by spending it without fear, by receiving it without apology, by circulating it with the joy of one who knows it never runs out. And this can only happen when the reprogramming is complete. When every act of giving and receiving becomes a holy confirmation of your alignment with truth. When every transaction is a sermon, every purchase a proclamation, every dollar a disciple of your spoken word. I now spend, receive, and give as a steward of divine wealth. Say it until guilt evaporates. Say it until every corner of your body accepts it. Say it until your nervous system no longer tenses at the sound of a bill or the thought of increase. Say it until wealth no longer feels like a threat to your peace, but the full expression of your purpose. You were never meant to hoard, but you were never meant to fear. You were never meant to beg, but you were always meant to command. You were never meant to carry guilt. You were meant to carry glory. And divine wealth is a form of glory, a reflection of divine order, a demonstration of what happens when law is spoken, when identity is claimed, when the old self of shame is put to death and the new self of truth rises and reigns. Say it, live it. Let guilt be dissolved forever. You are not wrong for being rich. You are wrong only if you speak as if you are still poor. Speak rightly, live freely, circulate joyfully, and let divine substance flow. Delay is not divine. It is disobedience to truth. It is the mental stall caused by doubt, by fear, by hesitation, by smallness parading as patience. I tell you now, heaven is not slow. The Spirit does not procrastinate. God is not confused about the timing of your good. Delay is never from above. It is born from within. It is the byproduct of words not spoken, faith not declared, doors not walked through, truths not owned, identities not stepped into. It is the illusion of time mocking the eternal nature of spirit. It is the ego's favorite sedative, telling you to wait until you're ready, until it's the right moment, until conditions improve, while the law stands still beside you like a silent chariot, waiting for your command to move. Divine timing is not delay. Divine timing is precision. It is the orchestration of infinite mind moving through open channels, responding to the frequency of your consciousness, flowing into form at the speed of your faith. And faith does not stall. Faith does not calculate. Faith does not negotiate with appearances. Faith speaks now, moves now, receives now, because spirit is always now. You have been taught to romanticize waiting, to sanctify your hesitation, to frame your stuckness as surrender. But I say, the moment you truly surrender to truth, things move. Heaven moves, supply moves, opportunity moves. The only delay is disbelief. The only slowness is speechlessness. The only blockage is the unspoken word. Say it now. What is mine cannot be late. And watch delay dissolve like mist in the heat of revelation. This is governed by the law of divine right timing, not the human idea of patience as passive suffering, but the divine order that moves all things in perfect rhythm when alignment is complete, when consciousness is clear, when the channel is clean, and the word has been spoken without wavering. Divine timing is never about waiting for something outside of you to change. It is about the removal of inner contradiction. It is about the sacred synchronization of thought, word, and expectancy. Most people misunderstand this law because they interpret silence as absence, and they confuse spiritual precision with cosmic hesitation. They think God is stalling, when in truth it is they who have not yet spoken with authority. It is they who have paused the process with their fear, interrupted the broadcast with their doubt, pressed spiritual pause with words like maybe, someday, hopefully, or I'll try. Divine timing is not a stall tactic. It is the moment the invisible is permitted to become visible, because you finally said yes without conditions. It is the sacred click of unseen gears turning into place the very moment your vibration matches the thing you asked for. And that vibration is built by speech, by repetition, by rhythm, by unwavering decree. The moment you say, "It comes now," "It is mine now," "I walk in it now," and say it not as wish but as law, the mechanism of timing activates. Things begin to arrange themselves beyond your ability to see or plan. Doors open without hands. People are moved into position. Delays that seemed unbreakable dissolve in moments. But it does not happen because time passed. It happens because truth was spoken. It happens because the word found no resistance left in you. Divine timing is not passive, it is precise. It is not slow, it is sacred. It is not whimsical, it is law. And the law says this: before they call, I will answer. Did you hear that? Before the prayer is spoken, the provision is prepared. Before the desire is formed, the way is made. But the answer does not appear in your world until you consent to receive it, until your consciousness is cleared of delay, until you no longer doubt that what is yours now, not later, not in some vague future, not when you earn it or prove it or become more spiritual, but now, because divine law is timeless, and it only responds to what is spoken in present tense power. So stop calling delay divine. Stop romanticizing waiting. Stop interpreting your own resistance as God's timing. Divine timing moves as fast as your faith. Speak now, believe now, expect now. And the answer that was already prepared will break into your world the moment your word matches its rhythm. Say it. What is mine cannot be late. It rushes to me now, under grace. This is law, and law never hesitates. Now hear me clearly, and do not let this truth slip from your grasp. You must stop telling the story of delay. You must stop narrating the timeline of lack. You must stop feeding the illusion that what is yours is far away, hidden, postponed, or dependent on someone else's approval. Because the more you tell that story, the more you reinforce the false image of a sluggish universe, a withholding God, a conditional good that must be chased or begged or coaxed into existence. That is not the way of truth. That is not the language of law. You must speak what is real in spirit even before it appears in matter. You must say with absolute certainty, what is mine cannot be late. It rushes to me now, under grace. And let that word become your shield against every lie of delay. Say it when the world says it's not your time. Say it when the door seems shut. Say it when the voice of logic whispers that things take years, that wealth must accumulate slowly, that success is a ladder to climb with blood and sweat and waiting at every rung. Say it louder than the voice of caution, the voice of the past, the voice of old disappointment. Because law is not bound by time. God is not confined to the calendar. The supply you seek already exists in the eternal now. It is not waiting to be created. It is waiting to be claimed. And you claim it not by force, but by word, not by effort, but by expectancy, not by pleading, but by positioning your consciousness in the present moment and declaring, it is here, it is now, it is mine. That is not delusion. That is dominion. That is not denial. That is design. And the more you speak this truth, the more you cancel the script of delay that was never yours to begin with. Because delay is a mental agreement. It is a vibration that says, not yet. But the moment you say, now, the current begins to flow. The timing adjusts. The divine choreography accelerates. What once took years collapses into weeks. What once seemed distant appears suddenly, because you stopped pushing it away with your own words of hesitation. You do not manifest by waiting. You manifest by speaking, and you speak in the tense of spirit, now. What is mine cannot be late. It rushes to me now, under grace. Say it before you feel ready. Say it until the old habits break. Say it until you no longer check the clock or the calendar, because you know that divine order does not run on human time. It runs on truth. And truth moves faster than any appearance. Speak it, live it, and let what is already yours rush to meet you on the breath of your word. And now comes the final breaking of the spell, the deep untangling of that chronic inner posture that mistakes resistance for waiting, hesitation for discernment, and fear for wisdom. It is time to clear from your consciousness every image of waiting and anxiety, of pacing the hallway of life wondering when your door will open, of sitting with folded hands and an aching heart repeating the lie, maybe it's just not time yet. Because that image has been etched into the subconscious of humanity for centuries. A picture of delay draped in spiritual clothing, a doctrine of deferred good dressed up as humility, a worship of time instead of a command of truth. And I tell you now, that image must be shattered. That identity must be replaced. You are not a waiter. You are not a beggar. You are not a passive soul suspended in cosmic limbo, hoping the heavens will one day remember your name. You are a speaker of truth. You are a doer of word. You are a child of now, and now is the only time spirit knows. So the reprogramming begins here, not with effort, not with striving, but with the discipline of speaking and seeing rightly. You must see your manifestation as already formed, already moving, already halfway into view. You must imagine it as a train barreling toward your station, not waiting on your worthiness, not stopping to ask your permission, but speeding toward your life because your words set it in motion. And your job is not to delay it by second-guessing. Your job is to prepare for it, to open your arms, to make space, to speak rhythmically. What is mine cannot be late. It rushes to me now, under grace, in perfect ways. Say that until your nervous system calms. Say it until your breath deepens. Say it until the vibration of doubt, hesitation, and maybe not yet is no longer welcome in your body. Say it until the only thing left in you is the still, steady certainty that all things are working in perfect rhythm and that delay was never divine. It was only disbelief in disguise. Visualize your good arriving on time. Walk through your day as one who expects. Make decisions as one already provided for. Clear your calendar not in fear, but in faith. And every time the old delay image tries to return, every time you are tempted to describe the wait, to explain the pause, to worship the process instead of commanding the result, you speak the new word again, not as a ritual, as a reality. You say, "My divine timing is now. The door opens now. The thing I seek is seeking me now. I no longer wait, I receive." And the spell breaks, the dam opens, the flow resumes. Because you stopped feeding time and started feeding truth. And truth never delays. Truth moves in rhythm with your bold spoken word. Let it be now. Let it be yours. Let it come swiftly, for it has always been ready. It was you who had to remember how to speak. Money is a servant. It listens to the voice of command. It does not lead, it follows. It does not initiate, it responds. It has no will of its own, no agenda, no power apart from the energy and instruction given to it by the one who speaks from spiritual authority. And if you do not command it, it will drift. If you do not direct it, it will follow the voice of fear, the vibration of doubt, the tone of hesitation, the frequency of confusion. You must understand this. Money is not your master. It is not your reason. It is not your identity. It is your servant. And servants must be told where to go, what to do, how to move. Money is not summoned by need. It is summoned by command. It is not attracted by panic. It is magnetized by presence. And presence is the product of faith spoken aloud. Faith that walks into the empty room and speaks overflow. Faith that opens an unpaid bill and declares divine surplus. Faith that sees a closed door and says, "Another opens for me by divine law." This is not about pretending. This is not about acting. This is not about ignoring reality. This is about creating reality with the only tool that has ever had the power to do so, your word. Say it with me now, even if your voice shakes. I am the voice that money obeys. I command it with faith. I send it forth with clarity. I receive it without fear. That sentence alone can shift your atmosphere. That sentence alone can reorder your world. Because fortune follows not the clever, not the strategic, not the calculating. It follows the voice of faith. And faith is always bold. Faith speaks first. Faith speaks loud. Faith speaks truth, and truth always draws its own evidence. Speak now, and let the servant come running. This is the operation of the law of command, a spiritual law, immutable and unbreakable, written into the invisible substance of all creation, waiting not for your effort, but for your voice. It is this law that separates the wanderer from the demonstrator, the drifter from the master, the one who hopes from the one who knows. The law of command is not a metaphor. It is not poetic language. It is spiritual mechanics. It is the clear, unwavering declaration that spirit responds to conviction, that substance organizes itself around authority, and that divine order is established by the one who dares to speak as if the thing already is. Not in confusion, not in apology, not in polite suggestion, but in clear spiritual decree. When the centurion said to Jesus, "Speak the word only, and my servant shall be healed," he understood the law. He knew that authority flows from position, not volume, that power moves through word, not through force, that all matter, all money, all circumstance, all so-called delay and detour bows before the voice of unwavering command. And yet, how many times have you whispered when you should have declared? How many times have you asked when you should have commanded? How many times have you described your situation when you were meant to define it? This is why your world has remained half-built, because you have been polite with the law instead of powerful in it. You have spoken as a tenant instead of as an heir. You have forgotten that the law does not respond to emotion, it responds to alignment. It does not bend to desperation, it moves to dominion, and dominion is always vocal. The law of command says this: what you will not say with certainty, you cannot sustain in reality. What you hesitate to name, you will hesitate to receive. What you refuse to affirm, you silently delay. And so I tell you now, speak boldly. Call it forth. Issue your decree. Stop negotiating with the unseen as if it is reluctant. It is not reluctant. It is obedient. But it obeys the voice of spiritual clarity, not mental chatter, not anxious pleading, not conditional belief. Only clarity, only command. That is why you must declare, "I now command riches to serve divine purpose through me." Not tomorrow. Not when it makes sense. Not when others approve. Now. Because fortune is not late. Fortune is not deaf. Fortune is not deciding. Fortune is waiting, waiting for the sound of your faith, and when it hears it, it follows. Every time. That is law. That is truth. That is the power of the command. Use it. Now you must rise in word, not just once, not just when inspired, but every single day, and take your rightful position as one who commands, one who speaks, one who sets divine substance into motion by the frequency of certainty. You must say it until it becomes the vibration in your breath, the weight in your stride, the stillness in your chest. I now command riches to serve divine purpose through me. Say it before you feel rich. Say it before the numbers reflect it. Say it before the doors appear. Say it with no evidence but the knowing that the word itself is the evidence, and the rest will follow by law. You must no longer speak as one who waits to see what will happen. You are not a spectator. You are the cause, the speaker, the initiator. And when you say this sentence, "I now command riches to serve divine purpose through me," you are not ordering the universe in arrogance. You are aligning your voice with your divine identity. You are standing as the lighthouse, not the drifter. You are moving from echo to origin, from reaction to rulership. This is not a wish, it is a charge. You are commanding money not to serve your fear, but to serve purpose. Not to inflate your ego, but to expand divine order. Not to prove something to others, but to prove the law. And law, once spoken through you, once affirmed with rhythm, once repeated until it carves a new groove in the stone of your being, must obey. Do not water this down. Do not shy away. Do not couch it in disclaimers. Do not say, "Well, if it's meant to be," no. Speak with finality. Speak with honor. Speak as one who has remembered their place in the structure of spirit. Say, I now command riches to serve divine purpose through me. Let that sentence burn through your old timidity. Let it dissolve your hesitation. Let it silence the inner voice that still asks permission to be provided for. You do not need permission. You need alignment. You need agreement between your word and the law. And when you speak from that agreement, money no longer feels like a stranger. It recognizes your tone, responds to your breath, arranges itself according to the clarity of your decree. This is your new tongue. This is your daily speech. This is your sacred charge. You speak, and it serves. You speak, and it flows. You speak, and divine purpose now has its channel. Speak, and do not stop. Speak and command it. Speak and be transformed into the very image of the one who always had the power, not in effort, but in utterance. Say it now. I now command riches to serve divine purpose through me. And watch the invisible rise into form at the sound of your faith. And now, let the reprogramming descend deeper, past the mind, past the memory, past the layers of habit that have silently tied your identity to lack and your nervous system to guilt. Because here is the final stronghold, the fear of having more, the unspoken terror of becoming the one who no longer struggles, the quiet resistance to overflow, not because you don't want it, but because somewhere within you've been taught that to have much is to risk much. Risk judgment, risk disconnection, risk the loss of humility, risk being misunderstood, risk being the one who rises while others remain where they are. And this fear, though unspoken, has lived in the back room of your being like an uninvited tenant, coloring your choices, whispering hesitations, softening your declarations so they don't come too fast, too loud, too real. It is the reason you've unconsciously delayed your own good. Because to receive without guilt, to command without fear, to prosper without apology would mean shedding the last remnants of the identity that once made you feel safe in struggle. But that identity must go. The spiritual child cannot wear the garments of the survival self. You cannot command riches to serve divine purpose and then tremble when they arrive. You cannot speak like a steward and then shrink like a beggar. You must become fully reprogrammed to hold wealth as your peace, not your problem. You must train your body to feel calm in overflow. You must teach your heart that being provided for is not selfish, it is sacred. You must rewire your atmosphere so that having more feels as natural as breathing, so that spending, giving, circulating money feels not like a loss but like a divine function, a holy current flowing through an open, unclogged vessel. This is the transformation, from fearing riches to carrying riches, from shrinking around money to sending money, from asking if you're worthy to realizing you were always chosen to reveal the abundant nature of God through your words, your hands, your accounts, your giving, your quiet confidence. And you do this not by thinking new thoughts, but by speaking new truths until they echo so deeply that the old codes of fear and guilt are dissolved, overwritten, replaced. You must say, I now command riches to serve divine purpose through me, not just as a line, but as a lifestyle. You must say it when it feels untrue. You must say it when the old fear returns. You must say it until the voice of apology dies and the voice of dominion rises, because only one can lead. Only one can be your source code. And it must be truth. It must be authority. It must be love without guilt, power without shame, stewardship without self-abandonment. Say it. Say it again. Say it until the nervous system relaxes and the soul expands, and the wealth that once felt too big now feels like home. Say it until you are reprogrammed to command, not ask, to speak, not wonder, to carry, not flinch. Say it until riches no longer intimidate, but obey. This is your reprogramming. This is your return. This is your reign. The only millionaire you'll ever become is the one you dare to declare, not the one you wish for in silence, not the one you chase through hustle, not the one you wait to emerge from circumstance. No, the millionaire is not born through grind. It is spoken into being. It is called forth by word, sculpted by rhythm, summoned by breath that knows itself to be holy, aligned, unbreakable. And if you still believe wealth begins outside of you, if you believe it starts in economy, in education, in opportunity, in who you know or where you've been, then you are living backward. You are casting your voice into a mirror and expecting the reflection to change before your face moves. But I tell you, it is your word that forms the substance. It is your tone that awakens the millionaire self. It is your bold, rhythmic, unapologetic declaration that calls forth the invisible riches already coded into your being. You are not trying to become rich. You are not hoping to stumble upon success. You are not waiting for the evidence of wealth before you claim the identity that births it. You are speaking it now. And as you speak, you shape. As you declare, you become. As you affirm, you awaken what has always been inside, sleeping behind fear, buried beneath hesitation, waiting for your permission to rise. Say it. I speak the millionaire within me into form. My voice carries the frequency of wealth. My word is my wealth made visible. Let that be your first sentence each morning. Let it burn through your old image. Let it walk ahead of you into every room. The world may offer opportunity, but only your word can give you identity. And identity is everything. Speak now, not as one who hopes, but as one who knows. And let the millionaire rise to meet your voice. This is governed by the law of identity, and it is one of the most ignored yet most powerful spiritual laws ever spoken into existence. For as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. Not as he hopes, not as he wishes, not as he performs, but as he thinks in his heart, his inner image, his spoken self-definition, his silent declarations repeated day after day until they harden into atmosphere. You see, the world is not responding to what you do. It is responding to who you believe you are. And if you continue to speak as one who is seeking, searching, begging, surviving, adjusting, waiting, then you can only ever receive what matches that vibration. But the moment you shift into identity, into the I am, into the spoken form of who you truly are in spirit, you begin to emit a frequency that no appearance can ignore. Because law does not respond to personality. Law does not respond to effort. Law does not respond to struggle. Law responds to identity, to form, to vibration, to word backed by being. And when you say, I am the wealth of God made visible, you are not playing with language. You are activating code. You are drawing the unseen self into visibility. You are calling forth the inner millionaire not from fantasy, but from spiritual memory. For this self already exists. It is the version of you that has never doubted, never feared, never apologized for abundance, never begged for scraps, never flinched at overflow. This version of you was formed in divine substance and clothed in divine law, and the only thing that can hold it back is your refusal to speak it forth. Identity is not found, it is declared, and when you declare, I am the wealth of God made visible, heaven nods in recognition. Law moves in acknowledgement. Substance responds with precision, because it is only the bold declaration of identity that opens the gates. The servant may ask, the beggar may hope, but the heir declares. The heir walks in the authority of I am, and until you walk in that rhythm, until you speak from that name, you will remain outside the gates of your own estate. But when you speak the millionaire within into form, when you call it forth as if it were already done, when you align every thought, action, and atmosphere with that identity, then the world must conform, not by chance, not by effort, but by law. Say it, own it, walk in it. You are not becoming, you are remembering, you are not chasing, you are revealing, and your voice is the instrument of manifestation. Speak and be made new. Speak, and the millionaire in you steps into the room. Now you must do what few dare to do, not just believe you are wealthy, but speak as the wealth itself, not as one in pursuit of abundance, but as the embodiment of it. You must say, I am the wealth of God made visible. I do not chase money, I reveal it. Say it until the chase dissolves. Say it until the anxiety vanishes. Say it until your nervous system ceases to pulse with the false urgency of pursuit and instead vibrates with the calm, magnetic rhythm of divine revelation. Because you are not here to run after provision. You are here to stand still in truth and let provision recognize you, align with you, find you, flow to you. You must stop imagining that money lives outside of you. You must stop assigning it to banks, to clients, to trends, to bosses, to channels that change and systems that collapse. You must begin to know, deeply, absolutely, rhythmically, that the only wealth that matters is the wealth you carry in your voice, the wealth you activate through word, the wealth you awaken through the I am. You are the expression of divine substance, and when you declare your identity, that substance moves. You do not chase the thing. You reveal the self that magnetizes the thing. Say it. I do not chase money. I reveal it. Let that become your daily decree, your inner atmosphere, your response to every fear that whispers, what if it doesn't come? Because it must come. Not because you deserve it, not because you've earned it, but because you've aligned with it. The law is mechanical. The law is exact. The law is activated not by need but by knowing. And knowing is born from speaking. So speak this. I am the wealth of God made visible. Speak it until your tone changes. Speak it until your spine straightens. Speak it until you no longer interpret opportunities as lifelines but as rightful appointments. Speak it until every interaction you have carries the aroma of overflow. Until you walk into rooms and lack fleas because it cannot find a home in you anymore. This is not fiction. This is not ego. This is not illusion. This is spiritual truth spoken into a world that has forgotten its source. You are not here to perform for prosperity. You are here to reveal it. And the way you reveal it is not by explaining or proving or explaining again. It is by declaring, without hesitation, without apology, without softening your tone to suit the fear of others. I am the wealth of God made visible. That is the law speaking through you. That is God remembering himself in your form. That is truth wearing your voice. Say it. Say it often. Say it until no other sentence fits. And the riches that once felt distant will begin to show up. Not because you chased them, but because you spoke as the one who was never separate from them to begin with. Speak and reveal. Speak and receive. Speak and be made whole in the image of divine supply. And now let the final veil fall, the last illusion that your voice is weak, that your words are mere sounds, that your declarations are hopeful wishes floating aimlessly into the ether. That is the lie you must tear out now. Because the truth is this: your voice is the carrier of divine vibration, and every syllable you release in faith sends a command through spiritual substance that reshapes the field around you, rearranges what seems fixed, and summons into form what has long been waiting on the edge of visibility. But if you still speak like the old self, if your tongue still trembles with the vibrations of worry, if your affirmations are whispered like fragile requests instead of declared like sovereign truth, then your atmosphere will reflect it. You must begin to speak with the fullness of identity, not just the words, but the weight behind the words, the tone, the rhythm, the certainty. You must train your voice until it rings with truth, not drama, not desperation. Truth. Let the millionaire within you speak not in fragments, but in full sentences. Let it speak not occasionally, but continually. Let it shape your emails, your conversations, your inner monologue, your silence. You see, your reprogramming is not just about what you think. It is about what your entire being vibrates when you move through the world. And that vibration is shaped by repetition, by rhythm, by sound, by sacred language spoken so consistently that the body begins to believe it, the mind begins to obey it, and your external life begins to conform to it without resistance. Every time you say, I am the wealth of God made visible, you are hammering a new groove into the stone of your subconscious. Every time you say, I do not chase money, I reveal it, you are dissolving the addiction to effort and replacing it with the frequency of embodiment. And embodiment is everything. It is not enough to believe quietly. You must speak audibly. You must let your own ears hear your own truth. You must walk through your day as one who cannot speak fear, not because you are trying to be positive, but because fear no longer lives in your vocal cords. You must let your voice be colonized by faith, by truth, by identity, until nothing else feels natural. Until the old way of speaking, the one that explained delay, that justified lack, that decorated disbelief with nice language, feels foreign to your mouth. That is when you know reprogramming has taken root. That is when you no longer have to try to feel wealthy. You sound wealthy. You carry it in your breath. You deliver it in every sentence. And wealth responds to that sound. It hears your voice and recognizes its origin. Speak, and your voice becomes the vault. Speak, and your wealth becomes the echo. Speak, and every lie that said you can't breaks under the authority of I am. This is your sound now. This is your shape now. This is your new identity, spoken into the world and returning to you, pressed down, shaken together, running over. Let the voice lead. Let it carry you into form. Let every cell of your being remember the truth. Your word is your wand, and your wand is in your mouth. Speak it, shape it, and walk in what you have declared. Now, beloved, I give you the final formula, not for inspiration, but for installation. These are not affirmations for your journal. They are instruments of recreation. They are chisels for the mind, hammers for the subconscious, golden incantations that carve new grooves into the stone of your being until wealth is not something you try to believe in, but something you cannot forget. You must speak them not as a ritual, but as law, not as begging, but as being. You must say them until they echo louder than your fears, until they drown out the old identity, until they become your breath, your walk, your rhythm, your core. Declare with me now, God is my instant, constant, radiant supply. Let this be the opening line of your new life. Let this sentence dissolve every false belief that says supply comes from man, from hustle, from delay. This is not poetry. It is structure, divine structure. Speak it until it rearranges your internal map. Large sums of money come to me now, under grace. You must no longer ask for trickles. You must no longer believe in crumbs. You must expect large, not by force, but by frequency, not by pressure, but by placement. Money is not coming because you work harder. It is coming because you are aligned with law. I spend, give, and receive as a steward of divine wealth. This is how you walk through the world now, not as one afraid of bills, not as one shrinking at the register, not as one over-apologizing in their generosity. You move like one through whom money moves, flowing, circulating, commanded. I am immune to fear, delay, and economic illusion. This is your new spiritual immune system. Fear cannot enter. Delay cannot deceive. Appearance cannot seduce you into believing lack is real. You are inoculated with truth. You carry spiritual antibodies made of word. Everything I seek is already mine in the invisible. You no longer seek, you remember. You no longer strive, you retrieve. You are not chasing, you are revealing. The treasure is not ahead, it is within. You are not far, you are awakening. My words are gold. My voice is the vault. Stop treating your speech like a side note. Stop muttering half-beliefs into the void. Your mouth is the mechanism. Your tongue is the trigger. Your voice is the gate. Speak with weight. Speak with tone. Speak with law. And now the final command, the seal, the cornerstone, the rhythm that reshapes everything. I am wealth. I speak, and it is. Let that ring through your body. Let it dissolve what no longer serves. Let it become your inner gospel. You are not becoming. You are? You are not trying. You speak. And the moment you speak, it must be. Because law does not fail. Spirit does not stall. Word does not return void. Say it now. Say it every day. Say it until your entire life bends into the shape of your own command. Let the world watch you rise by word, by rhythm, by truth. You are the miracle. You are the millionaire. You are the mouthpiece of divine abundance. Speak, and it is. I did not chase money. I called it. I did not hope for money. I hosted it. And I did not earn my wealth by toil, but by tone. I tell you plainly, with the rhythm of divine remembrance, the money is not in the market, not in the method, not in the mind. The money is in the mouth. If you would but understand the spiritual architecture of your life, you would see that every dollar you've received was a result of a decree you once made in faith, or a doubt you once repeated in fear. The word is the warehouse, the tongue is the trigger, the voice is the vault. And when you speak from the seat of divine dominion, money rushes not by effort, but by law. You've been trained to chase. I was trained to speak. You've been told that labor brings income, but I tell you that law brings increase. The rhythm of heaven is not reactive, it is declarative. The law does not need your exhaustion, it needs your exhalation. Speak, breathe, declare, and so it shall be. For I have seen it again and again in my work. The woman with no clients who began to say, I am always in demand, and the floodgates opened. The man with $5 who declared, I am funded by heaven, and checks began to arrive. The student who had no tuition but said, God is my instant supply, and the university made a way. These are not tricks. They are not hacks. They are not wishful thinking. They are the eternal response of divine substance to the spoken word. If you would only cease begging and begin blessing, if you would stop describing lack and start decreeing wealth, you would find that the universe is not ignoring you. It is echoing you. It is matching you. It is mirroring your mouth. Let me make this plain. These 10 sentences I will give you are not poetic ornaments. They are spiritual instruments. Each one is a key. Each one is a code. Each one is a container of power that, when spoken daily, rhythmically, faithfully, will dismantle the patterns of poverty that have hidden themselves in your nervous system, your language, your bank balance, and your expectation. You do not rise by strategy, you rise by speech. You do not ascend by effort, you ascend by utterance. And your inheritance is not postponed, it is provoked. Say it with me. The money is in the mouth. Say it again, slowly. The money is in the mouth. Feel the shift in your belly as you say it. Feel the law rise to meet you. For the divine does not respond to panic, it responds to pattern. And these sentences, spoken in daily rhythm, shall establish the pattern. Speak, and let your wealth come forth. Speak, and let your days be ordered. Speak, and let the windows of heaven open over your life, not by striving, but by sound. Because everything you see was once spoken, everything you touch was once declared, everything you now spend was once spiritual substance translated into form, and every dollar you have ever held began as a word either permitted or rejected by your tongue. You must understand this law with holy reverence. Words do not describe your world, they design it. They are not reflections, they are roots. They are not effects, they are causes. When you open your mouth, you are not simply speaking, you are legislating. And until you know that your declarations are the true currency of your wealth, you will continue to scramble for crumbs when your tongue was created to deliver feasts. Let me take you back to the foundation of all divine law. Job 22:28. Thou shalt decree a thing, and it shall be established unto thee. Not thought, not hoped, not feared. Decreed, spoken, declared with spiritual confidence and covenantal rhythm. For the universe is not waiting on your hustle, it is waiting on your decree. The angels do not move by strategy, they move by sound. The money does not arrive by effort, it arrives by law. And the law is voice-activated. I speak as one who has seen the impossible bow to the word. I have seen lack retreat when truth was spoken with no apology. I have seen entire households shift when a single voice stood in authority and said, "We are not the poor, we are the funded of God." You must begin to see your words not as emotional vents, but as vibrational commands. Every sentence you speak is an invoice. Every declaration is a deposit slip in the vault of heaven. Every phrase you repeat becomes a contract that angels fulfill. You say, "I can't afford it," and the universe says, "Understood." You say, "Money comes easily to me," and the gates open. There is no neutrality in the tongue. It either opens the flow or blocks it. It either carries the frequency of fear or the code of wealth. And the difference is not in circumstance, but in consciousness. Wealth consciousness is not a mindset, it is a mouth set. And your life will rise or fall to meet the rhythm of your mouth. Say this with me now and feel its truth take root in your soul. Money is not attracted by need, it is obeyed by speech. Yes, speak it until your nervous system accepts it. Speak it until your inner child no longer flinches when bills arrive. Speak it until your future self is already nodding in agreement. For the word never returns void. It does not beg. It does not guess. It does not plead for permission. The word is law. The word is rhythm. The word is wealth. And when you say it daily, not as therapy, not as hope, but as law, you will see what the world calls money begin to rearrange itself around you, not as a favor, but as a fulfillment of your sound. Wealth, my beloved, is not an accident. It is not a reward. It is not a prize handed to the lucky or a mystery reserved for the elite. It is a rhythm, a divine, invisible cadence that answers only to those who have trained their mouth to move in harmony with law. And if your life has been disordered, if your finances have been chaotic, if your provision has been inconsistent, it is not because God has withheld. It is because rhythm has not been established. You have not yet spoken daily in alignment with truth. You have not yet dared to treat your word like currency. You have not yet chosen to rise every morning and say, "This is my first payment of the day. I now speak my supply into being." I say to you without hesitation, there is no wealth without rhythm. There is no overflow without repetition. There is no lasting provision without daily declaration. This is not magic. This is not superstition. This is not emotional fluff to trick your feelings. This is spiritual law in action. The same way the sun rises, the same way the tide returns, the same way your lungs obey the breath, so must wealth obey the one who speaks in rhythm with truth. Do not think that one strong affirmation will erase years of financial fear. Do not believe that speaking once a week is enough to reprogram a lifetime of generational lack. If you want to get paid daily, you must speak daily. If you want to harvest regularly, you must sow regularly. And your seed is not money, it is your mouth. The spoken word is your spiritual salary. It is your divine paycheck written in the ink of vibration and signed by the hand of faith. Every time you say, "Large sums of money come to me now, under grace," you are cashing in a heavenly draft. Every time you say, "I am funded by divine law," you are calling forth the invisible bank to release its riches. But you must do it daily. Not when it's convenient, not when you're in crisis, not when the bill arrives, every day, morning, midday, and night, before the need appears, before the worry begins, before the fear can speak. You must beat it to the punch. You must outspeak your circumstance. You must train your life to obey your rhythm, not your reaction. This is the discipline of the divine, not effort, not hustle, not begging, but the consistency of sacred sound. You do not need a business plan before you speak. You do not need a job offer before you speak. You do not need a credit score before you speak. Speak first. Speak in faith. Speak in rhythm. Let the universe hear your song before it sees your situation. Declare with boldness, "The word is my paycheck in advance," and then walk as if it's already cleared. For it has. In the realm of spirit, the check has already been written. The only delay is whether you have spoken it into manifestation. You must learn, beloved, not just what to speak, but how to speak. For spiritual law does not respond to emotion, it responds to authority. It does not listen to your desperation, it listens for your dominion. You cannot beg your way into wealth, and you cannot cry your way into prosperity. Heaven has never moved at the sound of panic. It moves only when it hears the vibration of remembrance, the tone of one who knows they are already supplied. When you speak from fear, the universe hears contradiction. When you speak from waiting, the vault remains closed. But when you speak as one who knows the law, one who trusts the process, one who understands that the word spoken in rhythm has already established the result, then all things begin to move in obedience to that sound. Speak as one already funded. Speak as one already chosen. Speak not with the weak tone of wishful thinking, but with the strong cadence of spiritual certainty. Do not say, "I hope this works." That is not law, that is doubt disguised as politeness. Do not say, "I wish I could afford that." That is not reverence, that is rejection of the very supply that waits at your door. Say instead, "It is already mine in divine substance. I now speak it into form." Say it not once, say it not soft. Say it as one who carries a scroll from heaven with their name written in gold. Your speech is not suggestion. It is not negotiation. It is decree. Thou shalt decree a thing, and it shall be established unto thee. The scripture does not say, "Thou shalt beg for a thing." It does not say, "Thou shalt hint gently at the thing." It says, "Decree." That is the language of kings. That is the vibration of wealth. If your voice trembles, still speak. If your mind doubts, still speak. If your body shakes, still speak. But do not adjust your tone to match your fear. Adjust your fear to match your tone. Raise the vibration. Flatten the anxiety with rhythm. Speak until the sound becomes stronger than the silence of doubt. I do not mean chant. I do not mean perform. I mean declare. Declare as one who knows the angels are already assigned. Declare as one who knows supply is already gathered. Declare as one who understands that the substance of all things is waiting for the sound that matches it. The tone of law is not loud. The tone of law is not forced. The tone of law is not dramatic. It is clear. It is simple. It is unmoved by appearances. It is free of emotional apology. You do not say, "Please, God, I need this." You say, "Thank you, Father, it is done." You do not say, "I don't know how this will work out." You say, "I now command divine substance to form around my word." That is law. That is tone. That is the voice of a spiritual millionaire. Not someone trying to become rich, but someone who has remembered they already are. Your wealth does not respond to volume. It responds to vibration. So if you want the money to come, if you want the supply to flow, if you want the provision to locate you, then shift the tone. Speak like one who has never been denied, and life will begin to echo your rhythm. When I first understood this sentence, not with my intellect but with my inner hearing, it was as if an entire wall of limitation dissolved inside me. God is my instant and infinite supply. Do you feel what happens when you speak it slowly, as a law, as a certainty, not just as a phrase? Say it again, not quickly, not like a chant. Say it like you are placing bricks of truth beneath your feet. God is my instant and infinite supply. This sentence dismantles the mental fortress of financial fear. It overrides ancestral scarcity codes. It silences the panicked voice within that says, "Where will it come from?" and replaces it with the eternal answer, "From God." Instantly, infinitely, now. This declaration reorients your entire sense of source. Most people have not been taught to expect provision from the divine. They expect checks from employers, deposits from clients, gifts from parents, luck from the lottery. But I was never taught to make man my source. I was taught to speak as one whose account is held in heaven and accessible by voice. And the password? This sentence, this vibration. God is my instant and infinite supply. Not my delayed supply, not my conditional supply, not my supply if I behave well or do enough. Number my instant supply, my infinite supply. This is not a poetic metaphor. It is law, it is covenant, it is truth. And when you begin to speak it with the tone of remembrance, wealth begins to shift from being a distant hope to a daily rhythm. The key to this sentence is its refusal to name delay. It does not say, God will be. It says, God is. Present tense. Law works now, not later. When you speak this, you are entering into alignment with the eternal present where all provision already exists. And what about instant? That word has frightened many. But Florence, nothing is instant, they say. I say, in spirit, everything is. Instant does not mean rushed, it means unblocked. Instant means the delay is not divine, it is mental. The supply is not forming, it is waiting. And when your speech matches your source, there is no longer any reason for delay. Then we come to infinite. Ah, the fear of running out. How many live each day glancing nervously at their balance, rationing their requests, apologizing for their desires? But when you say infinite, you are denying the entire premise of lack. You are saying, I serve a God who cannot run dry. I am backed by a law that cannot fail. I am in covenant with a vault that never closes. Do you see? One sentence, properly understood, destroys years of financial fear. One sentence, when spoken with rhythm and conviction, rewrites your nervous system, reshapes your energetic field, and reassigns your spiritual identity from beggar to beneficiary. So I say again, speak it not once but daily. Morning, before your feet touch the floor. Noon, before your mind begins to spiral. Night, before sleep opens the subconscious. Say it with breath. Say it with rhythm. Say it until your cells believe you. God is my instant and infinite supply. You are not waiting for proof. You are becoming the proof. You are not hoping the money comes. You are commanding your life to rise in agreement with spiritual law. And when you speak this sentence with your full authority, with your full breath, with the memory of truth in your tone, the money begins to move. The supply begins to respond. The law begins to manifest. This sentence is not passive. It is not poetic. It is not merely inspirational. It is electrical. It is governmental. It is wealth coded in divine frequency, placed in your mouth for daily release. So I ask you, will you speak it now? Will you make this sentence your morning mirror, your midday anchor, your evening lullaby? If so, you will not need to guess when the money comes. You will already know, because the law is exact. The voice is the activator, and the sentence is the key. Say it again. God is my instant and infinite supply. And now, we continue. Let the rhythm of this sentence settle into your bones. Large sums of money come to me quickly, under grace. Not trickles, not leftovers, not spare change and scraped together pennies, but large sums, meaningful sums, sacred sums, the kind of provision that lifts generations and funds visions and restores what fear tried to steal. When I speak this sentence, I am not speaking as a child of luck. I am speaking as a vessel of divine order. This is not a mantra of greed. It is a statement of divine receptivity. For too long, people have been taught to feel guilty for wanting abundance, to feel unspiritual for desiring ease, to feel selfish for requesting more than just enough to survive. But I will not whisper where law tells me to proclaim. I will not shrink back where spirit says, stretch out your tent pegs. This sentence is not about greed. It is about law, and divine law always includes enough to give, enough to build, enough to bless, enough to overflow. Large sums. Let us begin there. Why large? Because small amounts keep your vision small, your movement slow, and your voice quiet. Large sums stretch your faith, stretch your capacity, and stretch your obedience. There is nothing humble about scraping by when God has ordained overflow. There is nothing spiritual about struggling to fund your calling. There is nothing holy about delaying your destiny for the sake of playing small. Large sums is a legal term in spirit. It means, I am now opening myself to receive what matches the magnitude of my mission. I am no longer negotiating with crumbs. I am no longer ashamed to ask. I am no longer trying to make do. I am now a steward of divine abundance, and large sums are my rightful portion. Now we continue. Come to me. Not maybe, not sometimes, not eventually. They come. Supply does not hesitate when the voice of law is spoken. Supply does not resist those who walk in rhythm. Supply does not ignore the one who has remembered their source. When you speak this sentence, you are not wondering if it will happen. You are authorizing the arrival. You are commanding the unseen to organize. You are lifting your expectation from desperation to dominion. Come to me is not a plea. It is a decree. It is the language of divine legality. When I say, large sums of money come to me, I am announcing to the law of supply that my gates are open, my mind is prepared, my hands are ready, and my voice has spoken. And then the sacred phrase, quickly, under grace. Oh, how the mind wants to resist the word quickly. But Florence, money takes time, building takes years, accumulation is slow. And I say to you, those are the words of human conditioning, not spiritual alignment. Time is not your master, law is. And when you speak the rhythm of grace, speed is no longer aggressive, it is accurate. Quickly does not mean rushed, it means now, it means unhindered, it means no more resistance. And grace? Grace is the oil that removes friction. Grace is the invisible kindness that smooths the path. Grace is the divine covering that ensures wealth arrives without guilt, without sorrow, without shame, without fear. Under grace means I do not fight for it. I do not trade my peace for it. I do not lose my soul in pursuit of it. Grace means that what comes to me is what belongs to me, arrives at the perfect moment, and blesses everyone it touches. You must speak this sentence until it replaces the sentences you've spoken for years. Those old agreements with delay, with poverty, with striving, with resignation. You must speak it in the mirror until your eyes shine with recognition. You must speak it on your walks while you pay your bills, before you sleep, and when you rise. You must make it the frequency of your breath and the echo of your heartbeat. Large sums of money come to me quickly, under grace. This is not a hope. It is a code. It is not a wish. It is a law, and when spoken daily, with faith and rhythm and alignment, it becomes the very instrument by which supply is summoned and received. So I say it again, and this time let it settle. Large sums of money come to me quickly, under grace. Say it slowly, say it with rhythm, say it as one who knows, not one who begs, for the law is not slow. The law is not cruel. The law is not confused. The law is activated by the voice that dares to speak what Spirit has already prepared. Say it, beloved, again and again, until the words are no longer separate from your soul. And watch, yes, truly watch, the money come. What I speak appears. These 4 words carry more spiritual voltage than years of effort, more creative power than 1,000 plans, more unseen momentum than the most elaborate strategy ever devised by man. I say it boldly, simply, directly, because that is how divine law functions. It does not stutter. It does not wait to be believed by the crowd. It does not consult the opinions of those who do not walk by spirit. The law responds only to one thing. The spoken word of one who knows their voice is law. What I speak appears is not just a poetic sentiment or a feel-good affirmation. It is metaphysical legislation. It is the purest expression of the law of command, which governs all manifestation. When you speak, you initiate. When you speak, you build. When you speak, you release the form from the formless, and cause from the unseen begins to materialize itself into the visible, simply because the word, the true, bold, rhythmic word, was spoken from a place of certainty, not from a place of wish. There are those who say, I tried to speak it, but it didn't work. And I say to them, the law is not swayed by the mouth alone, but by the consciousness behind the mouth. The word must be declared from identity, not fear, from certainty, not hope, from rhythm, not repetition. What I speak appears is a sentence that becomes true not because you chant it, but because you align with it. You become it. You clear the clutter of double-mindedness and begin to live, breathe, and walk as one whose world obeys their tongue. Most people speak from appearance and therefore receive more of what already is. But I have learned to speak from truth and therefore create what the world has never seen. This is the ancient technology of the prophets, the secret rhythm of the mystics, and the eternal decree of the spiritually awake. Speech precedes substance. The tongue is the womb of reality. The word is the master key. And this is why I no longer wait to see it before I say it. I say it, and then I see it. I no longer ask, is it working? For that question is a cancellation of the law itself. I no longer beg God to intervene, for God already built the mechanism of divine manifestation into the machinery of speech. I no longer try to time my good. I declare it. I command it. I walk in it. I become it, because I speak it. What I speak appears becomes the rule of life for the one who has graduated from delay, from doubt, from intellectual pride, and entered into the dominion of divine law. The heavens are waiting not for your struggle, but for your sound. The invisible does not move because you hustle, it moves because you speak. Let your voice be the architect. Let your decree be the drawing. Let your language be the ladder by which your blessing descends. You must speak with rhythm. You must speak with authority. You must speak even when the facts do not agree, because the facts are not your source. The law is. You must speak when you feel nothing. You must speak when you doubt yourself. You must speak not to feel better, but to shape better. You must speak as a lawgiver, not a lawbreaker. For every time you say, what I speak appears, you are not just repeating a phrase. You are reminding the very molecules of your world that you are the original voice they obeyed when you entered this life. The money, the opportunity, the home, the client, the clarity, it all bends to the word, and not just any word, but your word when it is spoken from alignment, from remembrance, from law. You do not chase what is yours, you announce it. You do not explain yourself to appearances, you override them. So I invite you now, not just to whisper this truth, but to wear it like a mantle. What I speak appears. Say it not once, but daily. Say it as you rise. Say it before you begin any work. Say it in the face of delay. Say it when fear tries to seduce you back into silence. Say it until your voice no longer trembles. Say it until the echo becomes your experience. For the law does not lie. And if what you speak appears, then all that remains is to choose wisely what you will say. And say it, and say it, and say it, until your life reflects the clarity, the beauty, and the certainty of your voice. I do not earn wealth, I allow it. Let this sentence fall into the roots of your consciousness, where all your human striving has lived like a weary beast of burden, dragging the cart of survival behind it, panting beneath the weight of effort and doubt and the subtle inherited guilt that says you must prove your worth before you can be supported. Let it sweep into the tangled mental vines of your upbringing, where you were taught that toil is sacred, but receiving is suspicious, that working until you collapse is honorable, but resting in divine law is lazy. Let this sentence burn through all that with the fire of truth. I do not earn wealth, I allow it. For the lie of the world is that money is given to those who labor hardest, but the law of the Spirit says, money is drawn to those who permit its presence, who align with its rhythm, who host its vibration with joy, dignity, and dominion. I was raised in a world that preached hustle and applauded exhaustion, that idolized the man who sacrificed his soul on the altar of grind. And I will tell you plainly, that is not wealth, it is enslavement. That is not power, it is panic with Polish. True wealth does not reward pain, it responds to presence, it answers to alignment. It flows to those who have stopped fighting, begging, performing, and instead remembered that divine supply was never earned. It was always present, and merely required an open channel through which to pour itself. So when I say, I do not earn wealth, I am not renouncing action. I am renouncing strain. I am not abdicating responsibility. I am dissolving resistance. I am choosing the higher path, the spiritual science of reception, the eternal pattern of the lilies who toil not and yet are clothed more gloriously than Solomon in all his wealth. And let me say it again to the part of you that still believes it's about the hours you work, or the number of followers you have, or the degrees on your wall. No amount of human effort can outmatch spiritual permission. You cannot hustle your way into harmony. You cannot prove your way into prosperity. You cannot climb your way into covenant. Wealth is not granted to the worthy. It is allowed by the aligned. And alignment is not achieved by labor. It is established by language, by declaration, by identity, by the way you walk into a room without apologizing for your calling, by the way you tithe your breath to truth each morning, by the way you allow your life to be ruled not by to-do lists, but by tuned-in law. I allow it. What a sacred rebellion! What a holy disruption of the economic spell cast over a world addicted to earning. When I say I allow it, I am standing at the gates of my own inheritance with arms outstretched, with shame dissolved, with guilt burned in the fire of remembrance. I am telling heaven I am no longer ashamed to receive. I am telling God I am no longer trying to deserve what is already mine. I am telling money, you no longer have to chase me. I am here. I am open. I am willing. I am in rhythm. I no longer grip. I no longer hoard. I no longer explain. I allow. And so I invite you, child of spirit, steward of substance, beloved of divine law, release the myth of merit, dismantle the idol of effort, withdraw your worship from the gods of burnout and anxiety, and return to the altar of allowance. Say it with breath, say it with rhythm, say it until your nervous system stops flinching at the thought of abundance that requires no suffering. I do not earn wealth, I allow it. Allow it when it comes through a gift. Allow it when it arrives through ease. Allow it when it flows through strange channels and unexpected vessels. Allow it without explanation. Allow it without apology. Allow it because it is law. For the law never asked you to earn. It asked you to remember, to realign, to re-speak, to re-author your reality not by effort, but by energy, not by panic, but by peace, not by the sweat of your brow, but by the song of your voice. And when you finally allow, truly allow, the floodgates open not because you earned the rain, but because you removed the dam. Say it now, aloud, I do not earn wealth, I allow it. And let the flood begin. I walk in rhythm with my riches. I do not chase them, beg them, strain toward them, or scream into the wind for them to notice me. I do not pound on the doors of lack demanding to be let in, nor do I count the minutes until they arrive as if they are late guests to a dinner I wasn't sure I deserved to host. I walk, calmly, confidently, consistently, in rhythm with my riches, because my riches already know who I am. They know my frequency. They recognize the sound of my voice. They are not strangers to my name. They were assigned to me from the beginning, waiting in divine reserve until I could walk in time with their tempo, until I could align not with fear's false deadlines, but with divine law's eternal timing. For wealth does not arrive on the schedule of panic. It does not obey urgency. It does not respond to alarms or calendars soaked in scarcity. Wealth moves in rhythm, not random, not rushed, not reactive, but rhythmic, like breath, like heartbeat, like tide, like truth. And so I had to learn to walk not like a worker racing against time, but like a sovereign moving in step with the unseen orchestra of divine provision. I had to retrain my soul to stop sprinting toward the harvest and start becoming the rhythm that called it forth. I had to stop treating riches like a finish line and start walking like I was already funded. To walk in rhythm is to release the clock and embrace the cadence of certainty. It is to understand that divine law does not delay, it aligns. There is no lateness in spirit. There is only misalignment in man. And the moment I shift my walk, my breath, my speech, my posture, from scattered desperation to sacred rhythm, wealth recognizes me, not as a stranger pounding on heaven's vault, but as an heir arriving on time. You see, money has no will of its own. It is law's obedient servant. It moves toward vibration, not victimhood. It dances with dominion, not doubt. And when I walk in rhythm with my riches, I am no longer trying to find the money. It is finding me. Not because I am worthy, not because I worked, but because I walked. And this rhythm, it is not just metaphor, it is muscle, it is habit, it is the spiritual choreography of faith. It is waking each morning and saying, "This day I walk as one already provided for." It is choosing thoughts that match divine tempo. It is speaking words that hum with the frequency of fulfillment. It is refusing to rush decisions, fearing lack, or over-explaining your value. Rhythm says, "I trust divine supply to match my movement." Rhythm says, "What I need will appear in step with my next." Rhythm says, "If it hasn't come yet, it's because I haven't walked to where it already waits." I learned this in the middle of what looked like lack. When all appearances shouted, "Run, fight, panic," I chose instead to walk. Not out of apathy, but out of alignment. Not because I didn't care, but because I finally believed. I believed that spiritual wealth is not triggered by anxiety, but by agreement. And so I slowed down. I exhaled. I refused to speak words that contradicted my covenant. I refused to step to the rhythm of fear. And I walked, boldly, beautifully, rhythmically, through what others called crisis and into what I now call confirmation. For the money came, the supply shifted, the harvest heard me, not because I chased it, but because I walked in time with it. And now I speak this to you, beloved listener, not as theory, but as testimony. If you want the money to come, stop waiting and start walking, not faster, not harder, not longer, but truer. Deeper, in sync, with truth, with tone, with divine timing. Let your life become a drumbeat of faith. Let your decisions march to the music of law. Let your very breath become a metronome of supply. And every time fear says, "You're behind," you answer, "No, I walk in rhythm with my riches." Say it now, whisper it like a prophecy, declare it like a decree, speak it like a rhythm already written into your being. I walk in rhythm with my riches. And as you do, know this. The riches you seek are walking too, and they have already turned toward the sound of your step. Every bill I receive is already paid in full. I do not open envelopes with dread. I do not check balances with fear. I do not flinch when the collector calls, nor do I cower before numbers stacked against my bank account like walls too high to scale. I do not give bills the power to define my worth, interrupt my peace, or question my covenant with divine supply. For I have spoken another law, a higher one, a deeper one, a truer one, And that law says this: every bill I receive is already paid in full. Not by the strength of my hands, not by the hustle of my mind, but by the infinite, invisible, inexhaustible supply of spirit that knows no deficit, no delay, and no denial. You see, the world taught me to bow before bills like they were gods, to measure my value by my ability to keep up with due dates, to panic when amounts appeared larger than expected, and to apologize when payments slipped through cracks of chaos. The world trained me to react, to worry, to explain, to try harder next time. But divine law taught me something else, something eternal, unshakable, immovable. Divine law said, provision precedes appearance. Supply is sent before the invoice is opened. Payment is prepared before the price is presented. And every time I declare, this is already paid, I am not making a wish. I am announcing a truth that existed before the bill ever printed its balance. Because the law does not respond to paper. It does not bow to numbers. It does not flinch at amounts that scare the natural mind. The law only responds to voice. And my voice is now the voice of spiritual jurisdiction. I no longer speak as the debtor. I speak as the funded. I no longer ask, how will I pay this? I say, thank you, Father, that this is already settled. I no longer tremble before a due date. I declare, this is divinely covered by the one who lacks nothing and delays nothing. I walk in the assurance that the supply for every obligation already exists, already circulates, already responds to the vibration of my decree. This sentence became my sword when fear knocked. It became my oil when the jar looked empty. It became my rope when the well ran dry. I remember once when a bill arrived, large, unexpected, and demanding, and I could feel the old thoughts rise, the thoughts that said, you're behind, you failed, you'll never catch up. But I did not entertain them. I stood at the threshold of my fear and spoke like a prophet. Every bill I receive is already paid in full. I said it not once, but 10 times, not to convince the universe, but to recode my own mind. And by the end of that week, the funds appeared. Not from toil, not from striving, but from unexpected sources that had been waiting for my certainty to unlock their release. There is no bill stronger than the word. There is no debt deeper than divine supply. The bills are not sent to punish. They are mirrors revealing where you still doubt. And when you stop reacting and start declaring, you stop reinforcing lack and start releasing law. So the next time the email pings or the envelope arrives, do not sigh, do not shrink, smile. Because that bill is already spiritual history. It is the shadow of a payment already made in spirit. And your job is not to fix it, it is to speak it. Say it with me now, not softly, not hopefully, but with the weight of heaven in your breath. Every bill I receive is already paid in full. Again. Every bill I receive is already paid in full. And again, louder, bolder, firmer. Every bill I receive is already paid in full. For when you speak this sentence daily, you are not escaping financial reality. You are commanding a higher one. You are not avoiding responsibility. You are accepting dominion. And you will find, over and over again, that money does not run from those who speak from spirit. It runs toward them, with speed, with precision, with joy. Because every bill already knows its master, and that master is the law you just spoke. I was not born to scrape, to worry, to claw my way to crumbs at the bottom of the world's exhausted table. I was not born to stress over cents or sacrifice my soul at the altar of temporary provision. I was not born to just make it. I was born to multiply. I was born to demonstrate divine wealth, to prove the abundance of spirit through my life, and to become the living instrument by which heaven's invisible riches are made visible on earth. I was born to fund heaven's ideas, to fuel movements of truth, to finance waves of light, to be the bank account that heaven writes through, the channel that divine substance flows through, the proof that God lacks no currency. I do not exist to merely survive in this world. I exist to finance its elevation. That is why I declare daily and without hesitation, I was born to fund heaven's ideas. This is not arrogance. It is alignment. This is not greed. It is recognition. For wealth is not a trophy to be chased, but a tool to be wielded. And when heaven has an idea, when God stirs a vision in the heart of a teacher, a builder, a healer, a liberator, someone must stand ready and say, I've got the funds for that. Someone must say, use me. Someone must live in such vibrational trust, such rhythm with the source, such fluency in spiritual law that money arrives before the need even knocks. And that someone is me. Not because I am special, but because I am surrendered. Not because I am better, but because I am available. I have made myself a vessel of divine provision, and so provision obeys me, not as a servant of self, but as a steward of vision. You see, the world taught us to hoard, to cling, to call it mine. But the law taught me that nothing I have is mine. It is heaven's flowing through me. It is God's idea, dressed in dollars. It is spiritual purpose, clothed in coins. And the more I remember this, the more effortlessly it flows. For money loves purpose. It does not dance for desperation, nor respond to panic. It is magnetized by clarity. It is drawn to dominion. It obeys the one who speaks not from personal craving, but from sacred assignment. And so I do not just declare this sentence, I embody it. I was born to fund heaven's ideas. And I remember the moment this sentence found me, not in wealth, but in wilderness. I had just enough to get by, and the lie was loud. Who do you think you are to speak of funding anything? But Spirit whispered back, who do you think you are not to? You see, lack is not humility, it is amnesia. To think small of myself was not reverent, it was rebellion against divine inheritance. And so I stopped apologizing for my call. I stopped asking if I was allowed to be wealthy. I stopped needing approval to claim abundance. I looked at heaven and said, if you gave me the idea, you must also trust me to fund it. So fund me, Father, not for vanity, but for vision, not for fame, but for function. And the law responded, as it always does to those who speak from knowing. Now I live by this rhythm. If it's divine, it's funded. If it's spirit-led, it's supply-backed. If it's from heaven, heaven pays for it. And I am no longer a seeker of scraps. I am a financier of the eternal. I move through the world not with a wallet of fear, but with a consciousness of surplus. I do not wonder if I will have enough. I declare that I am the enough. I do not stress about what's next. I decree that I am already aligned with the provision required to carry it out. I wake up every morning and say this aloud, not to remind God, but to remind myself. I was born to fund heaven's ideas. Because when you speak from divine assignment, divine assistance cannot delay. So say it with me now, not timidly, but with the thundering authority of a soul that remembers why it came. I was born to fund heaven's ideas. Again, I was born to fund heaven's ideas. And one more time, louder than the fear, firmer than the doubt, clearer than the noise of this world. I was born to fund heaven's ideas. Let that sentence sink into the foundation of your financial identity, because this is the secret the world never taught you. Wealth isn't about what you keep. It's about what you channel. And when you speak as one who was born for it, heaven will open its vault and say, finally, someone who remembers. I do not serve money, I command it. I do not bow to it, fear it, chase it, or beg it to notice me. I do not reduce myself to a panicked laborer in its name. For money is not my master, it is not my lord, it is not my source, nor my identity, nor my measure. Money is a servant, neutral, obedient, unfeeling, and I, as a speaker of divine law, am its rightful commander. I give it purpose, I give it voice, I assign it rhythm. I tell it where to go, how to multiply, when to arrive, and what it must do. I do not wonder whether I will have enough. I decree what is required and know that money must align with my spoken word, for it has no choice. It is subject to me when I speak from the throne of spirit. This is where the world has gone mad, where it flipped the order of power and made humanity bow to its own creation. Men and women who were designed to command the gold began bowing down to it, obeying its scarcity like a god, fearing its absence like a curse, sacrificing their joy, their time, their soul, their families at the altar of its unpredictable affection. But the law does not tolerate inversion. The law corrects, and I am here to restore the original hierarchy. Money is the effect, not the cause. It is the echo, not the command. It is the shadow, not the source. And I am not its pet, I am its placement. When I first began to speak this sentence, money is a servant, I am its commander, I did not feel wealthy. I did not feel powerful. But I chose to speak from spirit, not from appearance. I refused to look at the world and let it tell me who I was. I refused to let my bank account train my tongue. I knew the law, I knew the design, and I knew that money must bow to the voice that speaks from divine order. So I started to talk to it. Not emotionally, not frantically, not with superstition or desperation, but with command. I said, "You will show up here. You will fund this. You will serve this purpose. You will multiply in this account. You will obey my assignment. And you will do it under grace, in perfect timing, without resistance, without delay, without apology." And it did. Because money does not serve intelligence. It does not serve hustle. It does not serve the best resume or the longest hours or the most impressive LinkedIn profile. It serves clarity. It serves instruction. It serves the one who remembers their seat. And that seat is not in the marketplace. It is in the throne room. That seat is not in the race to outwork others. It is in the stillness of divine recognition that I command and it obeys, that I speak and it arranges, that I declare and it delivers. For all substance is subject to law, and all law is subject to speech. So I say again, not as a mantra, but as a metaphysical charge, money is a servant, and I am its commander, not its abuser, not its idolizer, not its slave, not its victim. I do not fear what I command. I do not worship what I employ. I do not hesitate to assign purpose to what was designed to obey. My words are its map. My vibration is its master key. My tone is its password. And the moment I forget this is the moment I allow lack to masquerade as power, when in fact it is power that must be spoken back into place. You must never let the illusion of money's absence intimidate the authority of your soul. You must never let a number on a screen override the number written in spirit. You must never let a temporary dip in digits convince you to speak small, beg loud, or think like a beggar at the feet of your own supply. Stand up, speak again, take your place. Declare with the boldness of divine memory, money is a servant. I am its commander. Say it until your spine straightens and your energy clears. Say it until the dollars behave. Say it until your life aligns with the throne from which you speak. For when the voice of the law rises, money does not argue, it moves. I am not funded by a man. I am not funded by a market. I am not funded by a paycheck, an economy, a contract, a boss, a client, a credit score, or a job title. I am not funded by a trend or a headline or a government. I am not funded by chance. I am not funded by hustle. I am not funded by appearances. I am not funded by the visible. I am funded by the invisible, and that funding is eternal. I am permanently, eternally, irrevocably funded by spiritual law. And that means no situation, no season, no delay, no employer, no shutdown, no rejection, no relocation, no diagnosis, and no downturn can cancel the flow that belongs to me by divine inheritance. For the law does not suspend its funding based on earthly condition, It does not flinch when the outer world shakes. It does not retreat when banks falter or accounts waver or months feel tight. The law is not emotional. The law is not reactive. The law is rooted, constant, faithful, ever-flowing. And I, as its heir and its announcer, walk in the unbreakable river of supply it releases. This sentence, "I am permanently funded by spiritual law," is not poetic. It is not aspirational. It is not motivational. It is structural. It is foundational. It is metaphysical architecture for a life that refuses to be bullied by circumstance or tethered to evidence. When I speak this, I return to the center of my being. I cut the cord of codependence on man-made means and return to the original agreement that before I was formed in the womb, provision was already written into my design. That before I ever had a bill, I had a backing. That before I ever sent an invoice, heaven had stamped my account with paid in full. That before I ever needed a dollar, the supply already existed, awaiting only one thing, my voice to activate its arrival. When you speak this sentence, you do not just invite money, you disarm fear. You do not just attract supply, you dismantle scarcity. You do not just feel better, you become spiritually untouchable. Because when you know that law is your source, man cannot manipulate you. You do not tremble when the client cancels. You do not panic when the paycheck is paused. You do not shrink when the budget tightens. Because you were never fed by the channel. You were fed by the source, and the source is law, not opinion, not effort, not time, not logic. Law, unseen, unfailing, and waiting to respond to the voice of the one who remembers. There were moments in my own path where the accounts did not match the promise, where the appearance of lack screamed louder than truth, where delay tried to disguise itself as denial. But I stood still in my spirit, and I spoke again. I said, "I am permanently funded by spiritual law." I said it through tears. I said it through silence. I said it into empty rooms. I said it with an account in red. I said it when nothing in the outer world clapped back. And still, I said it. Because my speech was never for the world, it was for the law, and the law never fails to hear its own. This sentence, when spoken daily, is not just an affirmation, it is an act of remembrance. It is the voice of a soul that refuses to forget its covenant. It is the declaration of one who has stepped outside the myth of lack and returned to the blueprint of infinite provision. It is the rhythm of a new identity, and it must be said again and again until your very cells believe it, until your very breath releases it, until your very posture speaks it before your mouth does. I am permanently funded by spiritual law. This is not a hope. It is a law. This is not a wish. It is a record. This is not a strategy. It is a statement of spiritual fact. So speak it now. Say it like one who knows the river cannot dry. Say it like one who does not wait for evidence to prove what eternity has already decreed. Say it like one who is no longer for sale, no longer in bondage to worldly cycles of enough and not enough. Say it like one who walks into every room with invisible backing, with angelic contract, with divine supply already trailing behind you like a cloak. Say it like one who can't be stopped, because what funds you cannot be touched. I am permanently funded by spiritual law. Speak it. Walk it. Watch it flow. There is no vault outside of you. There is no door you must knock on, no gate you must plead to enter, no lock you must pick with human credentials or mental exhaustion. The vault was never hidden in a bank, a boss, a business, or a breakthrough outside yourself. The vault has always been in your voice, not your whisper, not your whimper, your voice. The spiritual frequency that lives beneath fear, beneath logic, beneath human storylines. The voice that speaks not to describe, but to decide. The vault is opened by your sound. The riches are summoned by your tone. What belongs to you is not revealed by hustle, nor unlocked by luck. It responds to the vault code of your own vocal authority. And when you know this, when you really know this, nothing outside of you intimidates you again. When I say, my voice is the vault, I am not using a metaphor. I am announcing a law. Your voice contains the vibrational signature that unlocks your personal realm of divine supply. Not someone else's voice, not a guru's voice, not a pastor's, a partner's, or a platform's, yours. For no one can speak your wealth into being but you. The law responds to your voice print like a vault responds to the exact key code. It is not enough to think wealth. It is not enough to feel abundance. Until the thought is spoken, it remains potential. Until the vibration is voiced, the vault stays sealed, not out of punishment, but principle. Because in the spiritual world, silence is not neutral. Silence is agreement with lack. Silence is the void waiting for a word. And the moment the word is spoken in rhythm, in faith, in spiritual dominion, the vault does not hesitate. It opens. Let me tell you what this means practically. It means that every morning, before your feet touch the floor, your vault responds to tone, not time. It means that when a bill arrives, the vault is waiting to hear how you interpret it. Do you speak debt, or do you speak dominion? When a delay appears, the vault does not lock. It listens. It waits for your tone. If you groan, it remains sealed. If you decree, it releases. If you doubt, it delays. If you declare, it delivers. The vault is not moral. The vault is not emotional. The vault is responsive to the voice that speaks as the law, not to it. This sentence, "My voice is the vault," is a reminder that you are not locked out of heaven's storehouse. You are not waiting for permission. You are not auditioning for abundance. You are not begging for breakthrough. You are the only one who has ever held the key, and the key has always been your sound. Speak with fear, and fear multiplies. Speak with hesitation, and opportunities stall. Speak with certainty, and the riches race to meet your rhythm. Because money is not looking for your effort, it is listening for your echo of truth. I remember when I first began declaring this sentence in the stillness of a hard season. I had spoken other affirmations. I had tried formulas. But it was not until I claimed this, "My voice is the vault," that something shifted. The air itself felt different. I was no longer a seeker, I was a speaker. I was no longer waiting, I was unlocking. I was no longer hoping, I was holding the key in my sound. And the moment I believed my own vibration, money moved. Not by coincidence, by code. So say it with holy defiance. Say it when you feel stuck. Say it when nothing has changed. Say it when everything looks the same. Say it like a law. Say it like a key. Say it until your sound is so rhythmic, so faithful, so infused with dominion that the vault swings open before your sentence finishes. Say it like the vault recognizes you. Say it like all of heaven is holding its breath to echo back your decree. Say it like you will never again treat your voice like a victim's, like a beggar's, like a soft suggestion to the universe. Say it like this: "My voice is the vault. My voice is the vault. My voice is the vault. And when I speak, wealth is released. Always. Without fail. By law." You do not speak these sentences as if they were hopes you are hoping, or wishes you are whispering to the stars. You speak them as if you are the lawmaker of your world, because you are. These 10 sentences are not charms. They are not chants. They are not magic incantations you try once and then question if they worked. They are your spiritual scaffolding, the spoken bricks that form the unseen walls of your financial palace. You must not treat them like emergency medicine you only take in crisis, but like breath, daily, rhythmic, vital, unfailing. You do not speak these sentences when you feel spiritual. You speak them because you are spiritual. You do not wait to feel abundant. You speak abundance into vibration. You do not ask if it's working. You decree because it already has. The law does not obey emotion. The law obeys rhythm. and the soul that speaks in rhythm cannot be denied. So how do you use them? Morning, midday, night, 3 times daily. Not because repetition earns favor, but because repetition forms frequency. Speak them aloud when you wake, not rushed, not robotic, but with reverence. Speak them as if you're training the air to carry your wealth back to you. Speak them before your phone, before your newsfeed, before your email. This is not a routine. This is a spiritual rite. Midday, speak them again, not to remind God, but to realign yourself. Midday is when distractions creep in, when doubts rise, when appearances grow loud. Midday is the moment the old identity tries to reassert its story. That is precisely when you reassert the truth. And then, before bed, say them again. Not with urgency, but with gratitude. Speak them into the darkness so that they may take root in the soil of silence. Night is the womb of manifestation. What you whisper then becomes what you wake up to. You are not sowing for tomorrow. You are aligning with eternal law. The law has no sleep cycle. It hears at midnight what you declared at noon. These sentences are not meant to be memorized. They are meant to be metabolized. Let them become your tone, your default, your spiritual reflex. When someone asks how you're doing financially, let your response be sentence 3. What I speak appears. When a bill arrives that used to send you spiraling, don't say, oh no. Say sentence 6. Every bill I receive is already paid in full. When fear whispers, this won't work, you roar. Sentence 1. God is my instant and infinite supply. These are not mantras. These are metaphysical swords, and you are not whispering them into the void. You are commanding substance, correcting reality, issuing orders into the realm that governs matter. Every time you speak them, the invisible rearranges. Every time you speak them, the old beliefs shrink. Every time you speak them, your frequency strengthens. And once your frequency stabilizes, wealth becomes magnetized to you, not by hustle, not by striving, but by the divine law of resonance. Do not underestimate the power of daily rhythm. In the world, discipline is effort. But in spirit, discipline is alignment. When you keep your word rhythm, the universe keeps its promise. When you honor the sound of law, money must honor your voice. This is your spiritual tithe, not of coins, but of cadence. These sentences are your offering to order, your devotion to dominion, your affirmation of amnesia undone. Because the truth is, you are not becoming rich. You are remembering that you are. And every time you speak, you vibrate your way back into memory. And when you finally remember with full rhythm, the money cannot help itself. It must come. Not because you earned it, because you aligned, because you obeyed the rhythm, because you did not negotiate with your past, you commanded with your present. And now the future bends to meet you, 3 times a day, with the fullness of supply. Speak, 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 and let the rhythm become the rain. Let me tell you what happened when one woman, bruised by financial failure, buried in bills, and suffocating in the story that her worth was measured by her debt, decided to speak her way into a new dimension of supply. She had no windfall, no investor, no opportunity lined up, no miracle check in the mail. At least, not yet. What she had was exhaustion, and what she found was a sentence. Not a business plan, not a side hustle, not a clever strategy, just a sentence that turned her mouth into a vault and her vibration into a summons. She was behind on rent, her credit was ruined, and every phone call from an unknown number set her stomach on fire with panic. The world told her she needed more time, more work, more sacrifice. But the spirit whispered, "You need only say what is already true." She found sentence 2. Large sums of money come to me quickly, under grace. And she found sentence 10. My voice is the vault. These 2 phrases became her daily breath. She spoke them every morning, not from hope, but from hunger. She spoke them every night, not to convince the universe, but to rewire herself. She did not cry while she spoke. She did not beg. She spoke like a general, like a queen, like a woman who had finally understood that reality bends not to emotion, but to law. She said it on the bus. She said it in the shower. She said it while walking past stores she could not yet afford. She said it in the face of her bank balance. She said it when the voice of the past told her, "You're too late." She said it anyway. And within 48 hours, 48 rhythmic, decree-filled hours, something shifted. Not in the stars, in her spirit, not in the stock market, in her speech. The first sign wasn't a miracle, it was a memo from heaven. A check arrived, yes, but it wasn't from a mysterious benefactor. It was from a client she'd long written off, someone who'd once told her they couldn't pay. Out of nowhere, the client called and said, "I felt I needed to make this right. Expect payment by end of day." And payment came. But the money wasn't the miracle. The speech was. That payment covered one urgent bill, but what it did in her consciousness was more profound. It broke the back of doubt. It canceled the contract with delay. It made her realize that money was never the issue. Speech was. Her financial problem had never been numeric. It had always been vibrational. She wasn't broke. She was out of rhythm. But now, her rhythm was returning. Her voice was becoming law. Her frequency was now her forecast. From that day forward, she never went a morning without her declarations. She never allowed her speech to echo her fear. She let her mouth lead her money. She began to carry herself not as a woman in recovery, but as a commander of invisible supply. She walked into stores with her shoulders back. She opened bills with her hand on her heart, saying, "Every bill I receive is already paid in full." And within weeks, not years, not decades, weeks, she had repaid the debts that had followed her like shadows. She hadn't done it by grind. She'd done it by government, spiritual government. She governed her world by speech. She governed her emotions by law. She didn't ask if the declarations were working. She knew the declarations were law. This is not a parable to inspire. It is a pattern to replicate. What worked for her was not luck. It was alignment. And alignment is available to you every time you speak from truth instead of trauma, from rhythm instead of reaction, from law instead of lack. You are not exempt from miracles. You are exempt from toil when you speak as one who remembers that your voice is the very command center of your economy. And if she could do it with nothing but 2 sentences spoken in rhythm, you, who are now armed with 10, are beyond equipped. You are no longer waiting on the world. You are no longer rehearsing poverty. You are remembering your frequency. And when your frequency is law, your supply becomes loyal. She proved it in 48 hours. What will you prove today? Speak. Not for comfort, not for inspiration. Speak because your provision depends on it. Speak because the vault only opens to the voice that knows it's already inside. Before you speak these 10 sentences daily, before you decree wealth into being and activate your financial rhythm by divine law, you must understand the danger of letting old phrases survive. Words are not neutral. They are carriers. They deliver substance or sabotage. Every sentence you've casually repeated, every sigh of, "I can't afford that," every nervous laugh that mutters, "Nothing ever changes," every defeated whisper of, "I don't know how," has not been harmless. It has been hired. It has been working. It has been shaping. It has been carving patterns into your world. And if you don't fire these phrases, they will continue to run your economy from behind the curtain of your consciousness. Let me be unmistakably clear. If you declare wealth in the morning and doubt it by noon, you've planted and poisoned the same seed. If you speak prosperity while brushing your teeth, then say, "I'm always behind in traffic," you've just canceled the contract your spirit signed hours before. You cannot carry divine declarations in one hand and demonic defaults in the other. You cannot praise with your mouth and panic with your muttering. The law responds to consistency, to rhythm, to dominion. And so let us now go through the 5 phrases you must stop saying immediately, and what you must say instead, that the wealth you seek may no longer be delayed by your own tongue. The first phrase is a dagger in disguise. I'm always behind. It sounds like a complaint, but it's actually a spell. It trains your life to keep you chasing. It binds your blessings in the realm of delay. Instead, speak this: I am perfectly timed with wealth. Wealth is not a finish line, it is a frequency. And when you speak alignment, you stop chasing and start receiving. The second phrase is the destroyer of faith. I hope it works. Do you not know that hope, when wrapped in doubt, is just disguised despair? You are not a beggar at the feet of the universe. You are a speaker of divine law. You don't hope the law works. You know it works because the word has already spoken it. Replace that phrase immediately with, it already works because I speak it. And say it like you mean it. Say it like you would swear on it. Say it like the universe just asked you, what should I do now? And your answer was final. The third phrase may be the most common prison cell of all. I can't afford it. It feels logical. It sounds responsible. It masquerades as maturity. But it is pure sabotage. Because when you say you can't afford something, you are placing your authority beneath your circumstance. You are telling law, do not move for me. I will adapt to the illusion. Stop it. Say this instead. It is already paid through law. When you speak from spiritual provision, reality bends to supply. Do not report your account balance. Announce your abundance. The fourth phrase is the confession of every confused creator. I don't know how. You think you're being honest, but you are interrupting your own miracle. The how is not your job. The how is handled by law. Your job is the now. So when the mind panics and wants to know the mechanics, say this instead. The how obeys my now. In other words, speak your wealth as if it already is, and the form it takes will appear on time, through the channels law selects. You are the cause. Form is the effect. And finally, the fifth phrase, the funeral song of so many destinies. Nothing ever changes. It is subtle, cynical, and completely illegal in divine speech, because the moment you declare it, heaven must stand down. Angels cannot move on contracts you've already canceled. So instead, speak this. My word transforms everything. That is the truth. That is the law. That is the very mechanism of spiritual government. The word made flesh. The sentence that reshapes the scene. Every time you catch your mouth reverting, you are not simply being negative. You are being disloyal to the law you claim to follow. So discipline your declarations. Strip your speech of sarcasm. Divorce your vocabulary from victimhood. Do not let emotion hijack your rhythm. Wealth is not waiting on your desire. It is waiting on your daily decree. And when your declarations are clean, consistent, and consecrated, the law cannot help but obey. So fire the 5 sentences, speak the 10, and let every word from this day forward carry only one vibration, truth that cannot be denied. You've spoken the sentences, you've dismissed the sabotage, but now we arrive at the mystery that separates the one who merely says the word from the one who becomes the word in flesh. And that mystery, that invisible ingredient, that secret fabric upon which all substance is laid, is rhythm. Rhythm is reality, not emotion, not volume, not length. Rhythm, the divine pulse, the holy cadence, the unshaken beat of law repeated without break, without doubt, without deviation. It is not how loud you declare the truth. It is how often. It is not how passionately you cry it out. It is how faithfully you breathe it in again and again until your nervous system surrenders to the sound of abundance and your cells begin to hum in harmony with the wealth you've been chasing. You must understand, reality does not form from a single thunderclap of affirmation. Reality forms from the drumbeat of truth repeated until the walls of your former world collapse under the weight of consistency. This is why so many try the law and walk away unconvinced. They speak once, they whisper twice, they test the principle instead of embodying it. But I tell you, the law is not a faucet, it is a frequency. You don't turn it on and wait, you tune in and stay. You don't use the word like a hammer to break something open. You use it like a tuning fork to open what has already been vibrating behind the veil. And when your voice enters alignment with that sacred frequency, wealth appears, not because you earned it, but because you matched it. Let me paint the picture more clearly. Imagine a great chamber hidden behind a wall, not guarded by locks or gates, but by vibration. This chamber holds every dollar, every door, every opportunity you've cried out for in prayer, begged for in desperation, and worked for until your bones burned. But it does not open to striving. It opens to sound, specific sound, sustained sound, the sound of law, spoken in faith, repeated in rhythm. This is why I tell you, your wealth does not respond to your mood. It responds to your metronome. Your consistency is your currency. And every time you speak with rhythm, you are knocking on the vault of invisible supply with a key made not of metal, but of music. So if you've said, "But I spoke it and nothing happened," I ask you, did you speak it until your body believed it? Did you speak it past doubt? Did you speak it past silence? Did you speak it when it felt foolish, boring, ineffective? That is where reality begins. Not in the first declaration, but in the 50th. Not in the emotional high, but in the disciplined return. Because the law is not manipulated by passion, it is moved by precision. And when the word is spoken with rhythm, wealth comes as naturally as rain to the cloud, as surely as breath follows heartbeat, as freely as supply follows sound. Do not measure your life by appearances. Do not let the absence of evidence cancel the rhythm of your decree. You are not waiting on proof, you are building it with every word. You are not waiting on a breakthrough, you are walking it into being through rhythm. The rhythm is the ladder. The rhythm is the shovel. The rhythm is the silent army behind the curtain, rearranging substance to match the frequency of your speech. So speak these 10 sentences not like a chant, not like a child pleading for candy, but like a high priestess of the law, like a commander of spiritual forces, like a divine legislator whose voice carries the weight of cosmic government. Because it does. And if you ever forget, if you ever feel foolish for repeating, if you ever doubt that the money is really coming, remember this. Wealth is not attracted to noise. It is attracted to harmony, to the rhythm that never stops, to the one who shows up at dawn, midday, and dusk with the same sentence on their lips, not because they need convincing, but because they are convinced. Say it again, and again, and again. Because when rhythm becomes your reality, wealth will no longer be a wish. It will be your response. And now, child of divine supply, we ascend the final ladder, not a ladder made of wood or metal or toil, but a ladder made of word, a spiral staircase constructed from sound, with each rung formed by a declaration so charged with spiritual electricity that it sets your atmosphere ablaze with faith, with certainty, with supernatural instruction. These are not affirmations for your notebook, nor poetry for your wall. These are decrees, orders, divine legal statements filed into the invisible courtrooms of substance where angels minister the material based on what your voice dares to pronounce. Each declaration is a rung. Each rung lifts you out of the fog of confusion and into the clarity of alignment. Each one plants your feet more firmly upon the frequency where money is not a question, not a struggle, not a dream, but a response. For these are not words you try. These are words you live in. These are not declarations for the desperate. They are garments for the called. And if you will speak them daily, rhythmically, faithfully, without asking how, without peeking to see if they worked, without stopping when appearances deceive, you will not only see the money come, you will witness your old self dissolve. Now speak with me, not as one begging, but as one remembering. 1. I now speak wealth into my world. Say it not as an incantation, but as a commandment from the throne room of your own authority. You are not asking for permission to prosper. You are not requesting entry into a richer reality. You are authorizing it, sanctioning it, releasing it. The moment you speak this sentence, a spiritual ripple is sent into the formless. The ether bends to obey the voice of one aligned with law. Every echo of poverty must now find its way to silence because you have spoken something richer. Your word is the new climate. 2. Money is responding to my rhythm. This is not metaphor, it is metaphysical fact. Every dollar you've ever prayed for, cried over, written down, or worried about is not lost. It is waiting for your rhythm. Money has ears, and it listens for law. Money is not loyal to effort, it is loyal to tone. The moment you say this, you dismantle the lie that you must work harder, strategize better, beg more sweetly. You are no longer reacting to money's absence. You are reminding it of your sound. The rhythm of your decree is now louder than the echo of your bank balance. 3. I command riches to appear. This is not arrogance, it is alignment. It is the restoration of your original spiritual posture. You were not placed on this earth to suffer your way into sufficiency. You were sent as an agent of law. You carry the command of Eden, the tongue of the Christ, the inheritance of those who walk in rhythm with the source of all. When you say, I command, you do not yell, you do not strain, you simply align. And riches must respond, not because you are lucky, but because you are law-licensed. Speak it without emotion, speak it without wobble, speak it like gravity, and it shall obey. 4th, my words are law, my voice is power. Do not confuse softness with weakness. You do not need a louder voice to manifest wealth, you need a truer one. The universe does not obey volume, it obeys vibration. This sentence reminds your subconscious that the most powerful substance in your reality is not the dollar, the job, or the client. It is your declaration. When you say this, your entire spiritual nervous system realigns. Your tongue becomes the pen of a ready writer, and every sentence that follows takes on the texture of inevitability. 5. Supply finds me because I am the signal. You are not chasing money. You are broadcasting it. You are not looking for it. It is already looking for you. And the way it finds you is by tone. The clearer the tone, the quicker the arrival. Speak this and know that your only job is to keep your frequency clear. No fear, no sarcasm, no contradiction. Just clarity, steady speech, sacred rhythm. Money is not the miracle. You are. And when you become the signal, provision loses its power to hide. 6. I do not wait. I vibrate in abundance. This is where you leave the hallway of hesitation. This is where you stop pacing, stop checking, stop wondering when it will work. You stop looking out the window and realize the supply is not coming to you. It's coming through you. You are not on pause. You are already producing. The vibration is the work. The word is the work. The rhythm is the wealth. Say this and let time fall away. You are not behind. You are not stuck. You are not blocked. You are vibrating, and that means you are building. 7. Every sentence I speak is a spiritual salary. Yes, you are getting paid right now. In the invisible realm, the angels are recording your speech and issuing provision accordingly. Your job is not just your job. Your job is your decree. Your real paycheck is not monthly. It is moment by moment. Each sentence deposits substance. Each declaration unlocks dimension. When you say this final sentence, let your voice carry the gravity of compensation. You are not a beggar. You are a banker. You issue divine checks with your tongue. And wealth comes not because you wish, not because you hustle, not because you hope, but because you speak. This is your ladder. This is your rhythm. This is your law. Climb it daily, and wealth will not just visit you, it will obey you. Because every rung has already been spoken into being. Now speak again, and again, and again, until money no longer needs an invitation, because it knows your voice by heart. And now, beloved listener of law, spiritual heir of infinite substance, speaker of the new rhythm, this is your moment not to scroll away, not to wonder what might happen next, not to drift back into the hypnosis of old patterns, but to anchor the truth that has just flooded your atmosphere and saturated your subconscious with divine clarity. You did not arrive at this video by curiosity. You arrived because your voice was being summoned, your vibration was being tuned, your soul was being reminded. This was never entertainment. This was an initiation. And every law you have now heard is alive in your breath, your bone, your bloodstream, waiting not to be admired but activated. So I ask you not to like, not to follow, not to consume. I ask you to declare. Comment below with the one sentence you will now speak daily. Not to experiment, not to test, but to govern. This is not a request from Florence. It is a spiritual contract you are signing with your future. Will you speak or will you scroll? Will you commit or will you delay? Your voice is not just the messenger, it is the miracle. And if you are ready to walk in wealth, not as a fantasy, but as a rhythm, subscribe not for content, but for covenant. This is a channel for those who legislate in the unseen, those who know that the word is wealth, that the sentence is the salary, that the rhythm is the rain. This is your appointment with abundance. Write your sentence below. Speak it until your life agrees, and remember always, your word is your wand, your rhythm is your rain, your voice is the vault, and money is the servant of your sound.